Now we're live in living color.
It's your stream. You lead it.
What up, bitches?
Is there anyone here?
We're just going live just because we're talking. Oh, hell.
So Tony said, hey,
Anybody?
let's go live. Let's show everyone how popular we are and how many people we can get.
And how bad we suck.
Anyway, we're here. We'll wait till some people show up here. I'll just start off. If you're a channel member, I was supposed to do Punk's Pit today. I didn't want to stream, but Tony and I were talking and we were messing around on Frostbite, and Tony was like, let's just go live. I'm like, all right. So I don't know how long, if we're going to go half hour, an hour, 2 hours. It's on Tony's channel. So Tony, technically, he has the control.
Oh, shit. Sean Jones is here. Same time as here. What the what? Turk Murphy. Shark Eyes. I love this one. Hey, assholes. Derek, what's up? Sean, Rhea Black, what's up? Oh, my God.
What do you want to talk about?
I don't know. About whatever. What the hell we want. We're just fucking around. I didn't even put my intro on here. I don't want to get copywritten. That scared me.
So Tony got a copyright claim because of his intro on the last live stream. Although he uses that same intro on his regular videos.
But I gave attribution to Punch Deck. The song's called Maximalism. I don't think
that matters because it is just a computer that's going to end up taking us all over anyway, eventually. I mean, again, I feel like I'm the only one that's seen Terminator.
No, I was talking about that on the other stream. AI. We're talking about AI and all that bullshit.
Yeah, it's going to kill us all.
Yeah.
We're also... None of us are smart enough to realize that we need to stop doing it, but...
Yeah.
So anyway, how are you doing, Tony? I haven't talked to you since.
I'm just winging it. I'm just winging this shit, bro. I don't give two shits. We're talking. I'm like, let's go. And then me and Larry were like, wait, wanted to do it on yours? No, let's do it on yours. Well, let's do it on yours. They asked me to do it on mine. Okay, let's do it on yours. You want to simulcast? Maybe we'll simulcast. Maybe we won't. Then now
so if you are on mine, make sure you give Tony a sub.
Yeah, please give me a sub. You guys help me out so much.
Yeah, as he's swinging on Gridiron's balls.
Like this.
No, I picture it's more like the Crimson Twins and their little rope that they had.
Oh. It's not the time. Oh, this is funny. And I don't know what you know what, in that damn YouTube that we're talking about, the top chat, live chat. I don't need top chat. What the heck is that for? I don't want to see everybody's chat. I just want to see the top chat. Bullshit. To me, it's all top chat. I want to see what everybody's talking about.
It's funny because Matthew brings that up. And since I'm not obviously watching my own that way, I see the chat. I never knew what he was talking about till we were just over on Frostbites. And I'm like, did you make a comment, Tony? Because I don't see it. And I thought maybe it's because he said a bad word. But I said a worse word and I could see mine. But sometimes you see your own. And I didn't have live chat. I had top chat. I still don't know what the difference is. And yes, Darren, 3-star. Again, I don't know. I Matthew can't do it. Tony was supposed to not be able to. Ed can't. And if anyone's been on Punk's Pit, they know after midnight, 1 o'clock, Matthew really ends up taking it over for the most part. And I don't know. I didn't know. I didn't want to. I just didn't want to do it. I will do it next week. I promise you. Hopefully I'll have a little bit more to talk about when it comes to all the bullshit that has been going on. So, but we have nothing. And this is on Tony's channel, this guy over here. So just understand it's over on his, which means if he wants slides, he's got to come up with them.
Yeah. It's just,
you know,
we just went impromptu live. I was on Same Times live. I think Same Time is here. Yeah. Same time. Shane's here. We had a good ass time on Shane's, dude. They were all baked. It was Shane and Woody and Tony of Legend Series, and then JMK, Mikey came on, and me and Mikey were really just fucking around with them three because they were all baked, and it was hilarious. Go check that out on Same Times uh live stream, his video, and we're just having a good time bullshitting, talking about figs, about crap, about whatever. Just yes, shark eyes, they do have skunks in Arizona. People run over them all the time, unfortunately. If you guys don't know, Larry's dog Roman had contact with a skunk recently.
Yeah.
It was bad. It was bad. It was bad.
You know, we should have put it on mine because I had all the slides that I never got to on Monday.
I'm ready. I'm ready to drop off this and go to yours.
No, fuck it. I don't care.
Okay. I'm like, damn, I want to see them.
I mean, it just sucks that like I can only present. Wait, I can only share screen slides on PDF. Oh, you know what?
Bobby, you're right. He didn't get it. He didn't get
you know
to
what?
talk about
I take that back.
It happened.
You can. If you see the presentation, you can see it.
Yeah, you can.
I think you can. So if
you.
Oh, look at this.
That?
Yeah, there we were. There's Bronze cool. Batman. Oh, and you can control it too. Awesome.
Oh, if you're controlling it, you go ahead. Take the power. I don't care. Oh, you're the one.
You can see how much fun I have on. You can see how much fun I have on Mondays.
Yeah. Oh shit.
You can see what I do. Right?
That's why I let KJ do it when we do Terror Drum.
We got what is this? Fire starter.
Let's go to the first one real quick. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, it's the beginning.
Okay.
I always start with Motu or McFarlane. And if there's no Motu, then it goes right to McFarlane.
Oh my god. Well, this is the on fire fucking dark side, whatever.
Yeah, fire starter. What song?
Fireside.
Fire starter.
This is like how he looks when Superman just blazes him up with heat vision. He's like, fuck off, dark side, you ain't shit.
This is what it looks like when the government fucking bends him over dry and rails him in the ass. When Superman bends him over.
Excuse me.
He gets all fucking red.
He gets all red and shit. Oh my god. Okay.
This is not going to be a PG stream.
No, it's not, and it's not going to be monetized, and I don't give two fucks. But
we'll still be monetized. We'll still be monetized. It just like if we swear too much, they'll give you the little S with like a yellow S that tells you that there's a minimum stuff.
Okay.
But hit that like button if you guys haven't.
Yes, please. I'm gonna hit it myself.
I always hit the like button on my own. Now, if it showed people that I hit my own like button, there's no way I would do it. Like I would never like my own picture on Facebook because
no, I don't do that.
Of course, you like the picture. You posted it, right?
Yeah. Too funny. No, but this dark side, no way, dude.
Okay.
I
think it's cool looking, but is it something I would buy? No. I think the colors are cool, but I understand they don't work for the actual character. That makes sense?
No, it's like unless he's getting full of his Omega effects in his own self.
No, what I'm saying I just think most of these, the colors look good together. I'm not saying the colors on the figures look good, but I think the colors look good together the way that they're mixed together. But they shouldn't be on these action figures.
Right. It's just, ugh.
Yeah. So here's look at those muscles in his legs, man. Those are really defined.
Those quads are, it's all that. It's not even cell shading. It's just the shading from the game. Those are fuzzy highlights from the whatever bit that Super Nintendo game was.
See, this is what I feel like I would look like if you did a scan of me and looked for arthritis.
Oh
I would just light up.
Light up is how tall are you again?
About 5'4" on a good day.
You're 1 inch higher than my ex. Okay, 1 inch taller.
My new license will say 5'4".
There you go. Yeah, I mean, for all who want
I
it,
could have
go
told them I was
ahead.
like
But
5'9", and they would have said it. They would have
I
wrote it
don't, I
down.
don't understand these extras. These extras, unless this is like when he's using a super move in the game. I guess I don't know. I played it, but I didn't get too far in it because it was real sketch.
Well, this is this is just he always has to have a chase variant, and he does just he just automatically like he doesn't even like take one figure to be a chase. He makes like 25% of these figures seem to be chase figures that nobody really wants. It makes absolutely no sense why he does stuff like this.
No, true. It's just I don't know. It's just what's up, Damon? Man, it's just well, I mean, shit. Maybe I should go through the chat. Who's here right now? Should I attempt
Yes,
it?
we had everyone in the chat.
Let's see. Sean Jones is here. Shane is here. Let's see. Chuck Murphy. Shark Guys, what up? He's talking about. See, it's so nice. See, Adam is so nice to us. Hey, assholes. Derek, see, this is what you do. Hello, Punk and Tony. Nice.
That's not the Derek we were just asking. Who the fuck is he? Is it? I'm saying
no,
Tony.
fucker. And a PNC, what it is. Nolan, I'm officially a live stream now because my boy Nolan is in this motherfucker. What up? Todd is in
ToyTube official.
I am ToyTube official live stream. I feel bad because I got to tell KJ, hey, get your ass in here. But who knows what he's doing? Christoph Scuba's in here. Krusty Old Crow. I keep remembering when you told Travis what's up. Remember at Joe Fest? Because he kept saying Krusty Crow.
Krusty Crow, and I interrupted him during our panel. I
said, felt weird
I can't deal with it anymore. It's Krusty Old Crow. He did it for like 2 fucking days.
Uh-oh. Soul Brother number 1. You always say Soul Brother 1 when he comes in your chat. Is Soul Brother number 1.
I always say number 1.
Okay.
Because I check to make sure there's no number 2 or number 3.
Uh-oh. What's up, Darren? 3-star draw in the house. Lunchbox Killer. Let's see who else is up in here. Timothy McGlynn. What up, dude?
That was one of my plans on today. My day off was to pack up those giveaways and go ship them out this weekend. I guess I have to pack them up tomorrow.
I guess you don't have to do nothing for mine because Michael's sending mine out. He's working on it.
You still want this, don't you?
Yes, I do. Let's see. Oh, no. Let me skip that. Boom. Oh, yeah, look at his backside. Go ahead. You messed with that. I'm going to chat. PNC in here told you guys that. Let's see who else. All right. I think that's it, except for Jake Anderson. What's up?
We got Woody 222 in the house.
Uh-oh, my man. Dude, we're having a blast on Shane's live, dude. That was fun. And now you still got to check your bank account because me and Mikey hacked into that bitch, and you got to check to see if you're okay. Oh, shit. Oh, is that an icy? Yeah, it's when they use their powers. It's when they use their specials in the game. That's why.
So what I'm saying about this is I like these colors together. I'm not saying I like them on the figure, but I like these colors together. I think they just work together. But as an action figure, yeah, it doesn't make much sense.
Yeah, what people are doing already, they're getting the regular version, and they're putting this head on Marvel Legends Sentry, and it's looking pretty cool because it's now he's up in the sky and is, for some toy photography, it's cool. But damn, you're paying for all this just for the head sculpt unless you find it on eBay somewhere.
Well, again, they're McFarlane, so a lot of times you can find them cheaper.
True.
I don't know if that Sentry ever went on sale.
I don't know. Probably full price still. Sorry, I'm gonna knock down all my. I just knocked down all my Street Fighter figs. It's in front of me.
And then your mic went crazy.
Because it's on the same table.
So we actually did make it through all of this. Um,
Oh, we did. Oh, I was at
well,
work when you were.
I made it. I made it right to when I made it right to the end of this when Roman decided to get skunked. Oh, and that's been a lot of fun, people. That's been so much fucking fun.
Oh, that's horrible.
My house is pretty much subsided, but there's still some. I mean, you don't get rid of that for weeks. But it's
No,
been
that's
worse in the
horrible.
past. It has been worse in the past, so I'm not overly mad with the smell when I come in. Day one, when I came back, I was like blasted by it, but I mean, he sleeps in the bed with me still, so and no one's complained at work. And you know, in the past, I've mentioned like, "Hey, I hope I don't smell bad," and my boss has been like, "Someone gets sprayed by a skunk." I'm like, "Yeah, all good."
Fucking dog, dude.
Well, Andrew said that Andrew said
He just went
he
out
let
there.
him out. What?
He just went out there and it happened. And it
Yeah, so
happened
Andrew
quick.
said he said he let him out, and as soon as he went out there, he smelt it, and then Roman came running in. The next day, when I went to take the garbage out on the side of the house, I could smell it. So it
He just
wasn't at
scared
the
the shit
back.
out of the skunk. It was
Yeah, so
probably
it
a
wasn't at
young
the back.
skunk because a lot of
Yeah,
them don't want to waste that. They
I
they
mean,
they they thought it was a threat real quick. So it's probably a young skunk and he just let him have it
he could
because
have
that
at least
happens
killed
too
the.
fast.
Yeah, he could have at least killed the skunk, so then I don't have to worry about it happening again.
Oh shit.
So if my neighbor's dog would have gotten it, he's killed like 2 skunks. Just ripped them in pieces.
Oh, Darren said you made it to Super 7 Mumra. You
Oh,
did,
did
that's
I?
right. I think so. And then I came back from a call at work and I came back on and you were gone. And I'm like, what the hell happened? And then that's when you said, you know,
So what is this? This is when he powers up to go really fast because he's the Flash.
I don't know. I don't remember. Why is he like a deep
I don't
blue?
know.
I don't know.
You're the one that told me it's a video game with the new
It's just something to do with
superpowers.
that game. I haven't played that game in years. That's Super Nintendo days.
Yeah, I know.
Rolando saying hi to everybody. What's up? Rolando, Utah Toy Hunter.
So yeah. I I still laugh every time I see this packaging because it looks like he's like running like he has to make it to the bathroom to take a shit. And he's like fucking squeezing his sphincter as hard as he can because he's like, oh my god, I gotta make it there.
Well, because he's on his tippy toes too. It's weird.
Yeah. And we've all been there when you're like getting in the house and you're like, oh my god, I gotta make it there. I gotta make it there. This is what it
Yep.
looks like.
Yep. Too funny.
Here is
Oh, yuck.
yellow and red. Yeah, this is awful.
Oh, you're presenting, so you take control of that's fine. All right, never mind.
Or you can. I don't care.
Oh no, I don't care. I'm looking at something else.
I already looked at all of these. We didn't make it to the G.I. Joe stuff, and then there's been more G.I. Joe stuff since then.
Okay, well then you can either fast forward it or keep going if you've already done all these. Because I missed a lot because I was like I said I was at work.
Well, usually I've
Oh
spent,
yeah, Todd C. Oh yeah, never mind. Frankenberry, you can find him at Raw still. I want to find a
dude,
chocolate.
Shark Guys asked about the Marvel Legends. Here, let's skip. No one gives a shit about Super 7.
Nope.
Nope. There's your
Yeah.
Haya. You don't talk Haya, so you don't give a shit. I don't think anyone does. They're just there to listen.
But that's crazy how Francisco last night was saying he had a hookup with, he got a hold of Haya and sent him all those. That was badass.
All right, so I like this figure. I like this figure. God, I forget what her name is. This is one of the Mezcos. I don't even know if it's still available. They do have a like a 70s version of their character coming out. I forget what he is, and he looks awesome. He's got like a fro and shit. Tangerine. I think it's Tangerine is the name. But she looks awesome.
She looks dope, yeah. I just don't do Mezco.
I was thinking about actually ordering this, but I'm like, you know what? I kind of got to back off because, who knows when the GI Joe stuff will start to drop again, August. Uh, but yeah, she looks awesome,
Tangerine. Yep.
and she comes with lots of weapons. But to me, this is just kind of cool if you want something where it's, you're you just like, hey, I can have like a little 70s shelf.
Yeah, they should bust out like Black Dynamite and all those
Give
like
me some
70s
Dolomite.
black, those 70s black exploitation characters.
Oh,
Oh,
I
that'd be
would order a
crazy.
Dolomite, the Human Tornado, right now.
Pam Grier is what was Pam Grier? Somebody in the chat will say it. I can't believe I'm drawing a blank, but
I can't think of
she
her
was,
name.
what the heck was she? What was her name? Oh crap. Anyway, Pam Grier was that she was a cop, wasn't she? You under arrest, sugar.
Joe Fan is saying
Foxy Brown, baby. That's right, Eric. Foxy Brown.
GameStop moved dial tone to January now. January 2025 or 26? Because it sounds like that should be 26.
Why would it be moved to 20? Oh, well. Huh. That's
Now,
a badass pose right there.
yeah, one of my biggest issues when
That's
it comes
a
to
Shang-Chi
Mezco.
pose.
Yeah, when it comes to Mezco, because of the soft goods, you have to worry about whether you're gonna rip it if the joints are gonna break because you don't. There can be a lot of restriction. When they use the spandex type stuff, you really don't have too much of an issue. But when it comes to the canvas style, man, you are definitely you're risking it.
Mm-hmm.
It comes with a badass.
I never even heard of this Tangerine, or I did miss this part of the stream.
Well, we didn't make it this far.
Oh,
I didn't make it. Like,
oh,
dude,
okay.
I missed so much.
Because they said you stopped at a Super 7 Mum Rock.
Yeah,
That's right. 3-star. Excuse me.
So here's all the weapons. I have the M16. Oh, I have a version of the M16 and this Uzi, or I mean, it's a Mac. Is that a Mac?
It's a Mac. It's a Mac. Okay. It's a Mac 10 or Mac 11.
All right. The Snake Eyes comes with that. The Junkyard Joe, not Yojo Java. Junkyard Joe comes with this.
We won't go there.
I think I got a couple of these little pistols, but I like the weapons, man.
The weapons are okay. The weapons are okay. I don't know what that big old crazy one is.
Todd, I am out of the Motu.
The good thing about Pam Grier movies is those boobs always came out. Oh my goodness, did they? She is smoking hot. I always call like Pam Grier the black Raquel Welch. She's smoking hot.
So here we have, the soft goods are just really good. It's just really nice to have this type of stuff. There's no doubt about that. So, and this is really a figure I do like.
It's a very, what do you call it? Niche. It's a niche thing.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Gomez. That's who's coming out.
Gomez. He's the cockroach looking dude.
Yeah, but the one with the fro looks awesome. He just looks really, really cool.
Yeah.
Hold on, I'm pulling up the G.I. Joe Classified on GameStop. I'll see what he's talking about with dial tone. So this did come out. I should have this on Monday. So this is
what is that?
The Ghost of Christmas.
Oh, okay. I thought it was Valerian. Conan.
Oh, nope.
Just from her headgear.
All right, so I'm looking.
I wish there was a way to go full screen with this stupid thing and still see the comments, but you can't.
But do what?
On StreamYard, that's dumb. To go full stream on StreamYard, you go full screen, you can't see the chat no more.
Yeah.
and then you make it really small, and then you can see the chat.
Oh, wait a minute. Holy shit. He's right. The release dates for that dial tone wave, Xandar, Saw Viper, and Leatherneck all say 1/16/2025.
Joe Fan? Who said that?
GameStop
Oh, I thought you said
has
a comment. I'd put the comment up.
has dial tone, Saw Viper, Xandar, and Leatherneck. I'm sorry,
For Jan?
Larryneck for 1/16. So what? I wonder if Amazon moved them.
Huh.
Don't mind us. This is what we do when we're talking on the phone.
This is stupid shit. Yeah, we're dumb.
But now I'm wondering if they've actually moved up, because don't make me pre-order from another fucking place. But I'll do it, damn it.
Yep.
Okay. Let's see here. Yeah, I don't have anything coming up. The first things they said is coming are, yeah, they still have October 3rd. So I bet GameStop is completely wrong, but
I would say they're wrong.
yeah, but
but what do I know? Look at the same time. It's being nice.
Darren, why can't you order from them? Did you get banned like Travis Moody?
I'm gonna invite Travis on. He's probably with his lady.
So the only thing that creeps me out about this figure is that she has 4 arms, but I can remove that. You can take the 2 arms off. Is she supposed to have 2 arms? 3-star saying the first part of February on Walmart. Oh, they say unavailable. Oh, you know what? I didn't click on it. Oh no, they're currently unavailable. I see what you mean now. I thought you meant like you were like not allowed to order. That you were banned for it. Anyway, here's the Ghost of Christmas Past. I think it's Ghost of Christmas Past, right? Or maybe it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I ordered her. I should have her on Friday. If I'm lucky, maybe she'll pop up tomorrow, but I doubt it because she's coming from the mail. But again, another good figure, and again, a nice Christmas figure that I can put in my Christmas display for right now. What are you doing? Who the fuck are you texting?
Yeah. I don't know, but I guess we're a punk with figs. Travis, did you want a date, bro? We're only doing this because my date fell through and Larry didn't feel like doing Punk's Pit. But the invite is open to whoever because we can do it right here.
You hear that, Darren? You want to pop on? You can pop on.
Yeah.
Okay, so one of the main reasons why I wanted to order this was the street lights.
The light pole. I knew it.
It's like,
you have a thing with fucking street lights. You want the street lights to come with that Batman. Remember?
Yeah, I know. I gotta find that too, because it would look good behind me. Like it would look good.
All of them would look good on the damn Necker Street scene, of course.
Yeah, I mean, so it's definitely one of those things where
it's just one of them things.
And then all of this stuff came out, and if you want to order these exclusives,
in here. I'm official.
Go to Hello Dope Toys, use code APWT, and you'll get 10% off. That's the whole reason why I had these in.
Oh no!
Yeah, I can't.
Are those figure obscura?
Yeah. So these ones are the figure obscura, and these were the retailer exclusives. But again, like you can't get a discount, but if you do use my code, because it covers all of Hello Dope Toys, you can get 10% off. But these were the retailer exclusives. Here is the Cosmic Legion, which I actually like the colors on this. I think this looks really good.
No, not
But
too many things have been saying about the Cosmic Legions. Everybody's on Mythic Legion nuts, and the
I'm
Cosmic
not a
Legions are pretty fucking cool.
I'm not a huge fan of the Cosmic Legions.
That's what you said
So
before. I remember.
yeah, but I was able to get this figure into a nice
80s
a
toy boy.
nice
What's that?
sniper pose as
This one?
yeah, well, it's the same buck, and it
Oh,
has like this real like it. Well, I there's a big sniper rifle,
yeah.
so I'm able to get him in what Coco Smooth, the casual collector, says the sexy sniper pose. You get him in a
Yeah.
decent pose, but to me, I don't know. There's just there's something about the Mythic Legions when you see them, and same with the Figura Obscura.
Yeah.
But the Cosmic Legions, I don't know. It just leaves. There's a lot to be desired, in my personal opinion. You know, that's just, I guess,
Okay. All right. All right. I don't know. I haven't had my hands on them,
yeah.
so
I just think they do better when it comes to stuff like this.
that looks
Uh,
fucking dope.
for me, and maybe because when you look at sci-fi, you know, you already have I already have a perceived notion of what I expect sci-fi to look like, whether it be Star Wars or Star Trek or something like um, the new Battlestar Galactica, stuff like that. So I see the figure obscura or not the Cosmic Legions, and I'm just like, it's not really
Yeah.
for me. As wonderful as they are, I mean, their sculpts are still second to none. So, all right, so here's the GI Joe stuff that we never got to,
Dun dun
and these are all the
dun.
this is all the leaks. So here's Slice
Okay.
and Dice. So what are your thoughts on it? Because you and I haven't really even talked about this.
I know. I think for me they're a must-have. For me, I need to get Slice and Dice. I might have stopped. I had these figures back then, and they were in the comic, and I was still collecting it. But after that, I dropped off because they started doing Ninja Force and all that bullshit. But I like these guys, and now I know they're making them. I don't have to make customs of them, and they're really going off with these because they're giving the head sculpts. I guess it's like all I wanted was the original ones, and they're hooking up this crazy. They're going insane for dice. I think those in the bottom right. Well, maybe not. And the one in the middle is for
Uh,
dice.
there's there's pictures, I believe, with all of them. So this comes from JCon, uh, JCon 7.
Mm-hmm.
Do not get that mixed with SCon, who steals other people's shit and fake copyright strikes people.
What up, Aaron?
So here's where we can see the difference in them. So you're gonna get the classic look in each of the heads, and then they have to give you an unmasked head. Was there an unmasked head before?
Cobweb. No, I don't think so. Not for these.
Yeah, I didn't think so either. Um,
Cobweb.
well,
Listen to me,
Tony,
bust
go
the
for it.
flow. Come on my live stream show. That's horrible. Oh shit. What is going on here?
Yeah. Lone
Okay,
Dragon
so
asks, Lone Dragon asks, how can you tell these are from JCon? Are you sure?
what the hell? I don't even know what Daycon is.
I think it's the person who posted it.
Oh.
So I don't think it's like that Weibo. It comes from a website. So I think this is the actual person here. So, but again, I guess again, I don't. I mean, I didn't. These are stuff like these are figures you knew were going to come. I don't
Yeah.
feel like I needed them because they weren't a big part of my GI Joe collecting. But again, I'm
Mhm.
going to be completist until I'm not. So I do think they're a necessity because I do think they were pretty vital in the GI Joe lore, especially for the people that were, born in the mid '80s that were still collecting GI Joe or not collecting, playing with GI Joe. So I'm glad they're coming
Mhm.
out with them.
Yeah, I need them. I don't have to make them. I didn't know about these other head sculpts for Slice, but I'm used to that solid, great silver mask he had. Remember?
Yeah.
That was the only one I was It's the only one we ever had. Now they're doing it different. I'm not mad at it. Go for it. That's pretty cool.
No, but I think now we also know that eventually we will get a retro version.
Oh yeah, well,
A
true,
lot of
true.
these figures, we can already see that like they're showing you the plans for the retro version.
Yeah.
I mean, if I have to read on another Facebook GI Joe group, a person is saying, "Do you think we're ever going to get a retro version?" Like you're an idiot. But I can't say that because I'm trying to grow a YouTube brand. You think by now I would
Damn.
have alienated every single person that never want to listen to me.
Or give you copyright strikes left and right.
Yeah, well, you won't be the first one. You won't be the first one faking that bullshit. So here we have the different, a few of the different heads.
Mm,
Now I'm
they were great.
assuming
Black
that,
Spice and Dice. They didn't.
yeah, I'm
Yeah.
assuming these are unpainted heads. I would hope so, right?
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Same time, toys saying the fencing mask and a cut mask would have been amazing. Are you talking about like a cut
Oh,
mask in
true.
the
Yeah, the
fencing?
fencing mask is what I was talking about. Well, the fencing
Yeah.
mask is what I was talking about. He's got like a great and then
No,
a
I
cut
think that's
mask.
no. I think the design of the fencing mask is actually pretty cool because even though like as a kid you know what fencing is, you don't really realize that it's just a sport. Um, I think it was a good idea to go with like a fencing mask for a ninja because kids don't know. They're like, oh my god, another ninja with some cool mask that I see, and
That's it. Yeah.
on different strokes, or I'm sure fencing was on different strokes or something. Um, I think it was on Silver Spoons, wasn't it? You there?
That's fine. Uh-oh. Yeah,
What?
I'm here.
Okay. One of
You
us
hear
is
me?
getting. Yeah. You're freezing on my end, but I don't know
One
what
of us
you
is
mean.
getting booted.
Do you need to call Shane to bring him
Well,
in?
let's see. I know exactly. You mother. Let me see. I'm gonna
So
close
you
the
guys need
windows
to
over
tell
here.
us who's freezing, if anyone is. Yeah, 3 stars says ninjas for everybody. I do think it's funny that
Exactly.
that they are giving him the Crimson Guard, his his ceremonial sword. Like, really? Like, you can't give him a real sword? You give him a ceremonial sword here.
Right.
So here are the here they both are kind of suited up. I think we already saw this or something similar. Am I the only one that hates the knife hand, the karate hand? I hate the karate chop hand.
I'm never using it. I'm not. Well,
Because
maybe I
you know
got a
what?
couple.
No
When my
one
Street
holds
Fighter
their
games,
hand out
I'll
like
use
this.
them a little bit. Hmm?
No one holds their hand out like this. It's always tilted in. And
Like
they're
Ralph
always
Macchio.
like completely just fucking straight up. I hate it. So it should be
What is
like
it?
on an angle. They would look better if they weren't how this looks here.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, Spec. We're twins. He's the Danny DeVito and I'm the Schwarzenegger because he's a small guy.
Pretty much.
Get
Pretty
in here,
much.
Spec, if you want. You ain't doing nothing. No, the wifey probably won't let him. I don't know. Now I gotta really leave it. So I gotta leave the StreamYard minimized so I can see who's backstage. Is that what happens? Is that why we're
You
stuck
shouldn't have to.
backstage for a while when
What
it's
do you
like
have?
full screen?
I never go to full screen. I mean, what do you have like a 14-inch
Really?
monitor or something?
No, this is on my laptop. But if I go
Oh,
over here, my head will be twisted that way. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. The laptop's just a little bit smaller than these two screens I have on each side. Anyway,
I do think
where's
this looks good.
you got to say it. You got to say it.
Menhoza.
What's up, Menhoza? Men to the Joza. Look at. Damn it, Spec. It's loud in my place, or I would. Okay, brother. Just want to extend an
Sounds like
invite.
excuse
What
to
kind of
me.
mood?
Send Darren a link. Darren was whining
Darren,
about
hold on.
not
Let
being
me
able to
send
come
Darren.
on.
Okay. Let me open my IG again.
But I do think the design on this looks pretty good. There better be a little bit more paint here. I do love ninjas with grenades because why not? But I'm
Of
sure,
course.
and I don't have these figures, so I would have to go back and.
Snake Eyes has them.
Yeah, but Snake Eyes is not just a ninja. I think that was established with his Uzi.
He's not ever been just a ninja. He was a soldier first. Hold on, let me send 3-star. Okay, 3-star, you got it. Anyone who wants to jump in here, go ahead.
No, I do have to say the lore of Storm
I'll
Shadow,
give you
Tommy
link.
Arashikage. I do have to say that it is kind of funny. Like he never uses a gun, but he was, he was in the military. Clearly, he wasn't just attacking people with swords, like in Cobra.
Oh gosh. Yeah, when you watch Resolute, no, wait a minute. When you watch Resolute, I think all Snake Eyes uses is a sword. It's crazy. I'm not sure though. Don't quote me on it. I ain't seen it in a
Trying to
minute.
think.
He
I
just
think you might
remember
be
he
right.
skydives and he turns it into a. He gets the glider wings out and he's just got a sword coming at them soldiers.
Yeah.
I never knew when. I don't know if he shot anybody in there. He just cuts them up. Okay, so we got a regular head sculpt for Dice. Cool.
Which is interesting that they're going to do a regular head sculpt for one and not the other, and that's what made me ask: was
Copy
there
that.
been, has there been a and a face sculpt that they've done in the past, or is he known in the comic somewhere that he doesn't have the mask on, but the other one always has it on?
Mm-hmm.
Because it didn't seem to make any sense why he would have, why they'd only do a face sculpt for him.
Mm-hmm.
And then here's the back. I really do like these tassels, but eventually, if you move them too much, they will start to break.
They got that. Yeah.
My Age of Apocalypse Colossus, his is about to break, and I'm like, son of a bitch.
Oh man.
The same time, Toy says Tommy has an M16 before he uses that Bowen 26.
Yeah, he does. Yeah. He's got it. That's why I gave it to him. The Colt Commando and the Limp team I made.
Who uses the M60?
Snake Eyes.
The Snake Eyes? Okay.
Yep. Snake Eyes has got the pig. Talk to the pig.
But I mean, for the most part, I do think these look good.
Yeah, they both look real good to me. What's up, Retro Cap?
But I do know, I know since I did these slides, who is it that they showed off pictures of Crystal Ball.
Oh, yeah, that's right. He looks pretty. The body looks pretty good. And then we saw the hip.
And it looks like he has vampire teeth.
Oh, it does.
What they showed a face. Here, I'll let you take the slides. It ends with these slides, so we might see if I can find them on the full force really quick.
Oh, it ends with your G.I. Joe slides?
Yeah, I always end stuff with G.I. Joe slides. So you can.
That's right.
And all it is, I think it's all slice and dice throughout this whole thing.
Storm Shadow was busting shots in the Deep cartoon.
Oh,
no. Really? I never really watched the Deep cartoon at all.
Yeah, I don't even. Yeah, I don't. I've seen bits and pieces of it, but I don't remember actually watching that ever.
I don't even know which new characters came on there. Maybe when I was looking for new customs to do, I could do Recoil. Ambush. Um, there's another guy who looked pretty cool. I don't know if he was a sniper or not, but other than my next thing is trying to make more Delta 17.
I think you should focus on
situations.
Delta 17 because
Yeah.
you know that you're not going to be getting a lot of.
Oh, sure.
There's not going to be a lot of those figures aren't going to be made. Like almost all the Joes, if you customize, they're going to make them.
True. We don't know if
So,
when we talked to Steve and Ken from Delta 17 the other night, me and KJ, they're making 2 of them so far, 2 6-inch.
now, did they actually confirm that?
Yeah,
And
they
I know
said
that he mentioned it, but I didn't know if he actually confirmed.
it's gonna be Death Shadow. What's the girl's name with the little
Sparrow,
red
Death Sparrow.
Death Sparrow? I think it's Death Sparrow and one of the army builder guys. I can't remember.
Trying to pull up some slides really quick for the. Scroll through these while I do this really quick. This PowerPoint, so I can
I
pull
thought
them
this
up.
was the last one. Oh, okay.
No, I said I end with GI Joe.
Okay, there's some more slice, dice.
And I'll
Both.
pull up these other 2.
Both. Slide 87 is really fantastic. It's all white. I think you're done.
Yeah, so remove it. Or do I have to remove it?
I think you do because you're presenting it. Remove.
There we go. You need to work on your controls of everything a little bit.
Oh, big time. It's KJ's always doing it. Bless you. A punk with sneezes.
No, dude, please. You've heard me go on my sneeze.
I know.
When I get my sneeze attacks.
Oof.
If I do, you better start talking because it's gonna be like 5 minutes.
I have like one big sneeze that the world can hear, and I'm done.
Oh, I have a whole bunch. You heard them. Like I've been on the phone.
My partner Chris on the Ambo, he sneezes like in bouts. I'm like, shut the fuck up. It's funny. One time my buddy was messing with me. I sneezed, and instead of saying bless you, he's like, shut the fuck up. Shut up. Instead of bless you, it makes you laugh hard, dick. Shut up.
All right. Shut up. Oops, let's see your pictures. I'm putting together a quick slide here.
I'm gonna see who else we can invite or who else wants to. Oz, did he ever say he was gonna come on your shit?
I don't know, he usually pops on. But he probably saw that I wasn't gonna go live.
I know.
To only go live for everyone.
Jacob was in here. Cobweb.
Yeah, I know. I heard you say his name.
Anybody who I can send the link out to anybody. It's just me and Punk mess around. Doesn't mean anybody else can't come in. I got the link to give it out on your Instagram or whatever you want me to.
Let's see here.
Come on here and shoot the shit with me and Punk if you want. But let me know.
You have questions to ask. I can answer questions. Try not to bring up Operation Monster Force. I'm trying to avoid false copyright strikes.
You go get your Tony's Figs hat at my store at YouTube.
Do you have it open? You never told me you had it open. I know you were working on it.
I think it's open now, but I still want to get a bigger resolution of my logo to put on the back of the garments and stuff. So I haven't done that yet, but people go look at it. I wanted to get a hat for myself, and it came out pretty much perfect. Oh shit! Hold on.
I think the hats look really good.
I wanted to get a hat for myself. Welcome, David Speck, to the scene. Toy Optics in the motherfucking house.
I was able to kick the kids out of the living room.
Oh, hell yeah.
You need
I can't remember the last time you were on with Larry here.
It's when Larry was a guest on
when he insulted Matthew. And
well, that's anytime he's around.
Matthew, you gotta come on, please. Matthew, where you at? Matthew's playing.
No, Matthew's busy today.
Expecting his bounce. We're all friends here on Tony's Freestyle, Tony and Punk's Freestyle Jam. I sent Johnny in Cage's Customs a link, but I don't know what he's doing. On
That crazy
Fridays.
Mexican.
Cobra
Yeah.
Commander battle armor. Yes. Yes, I want that.
Oh yeah, buddy.
But no, I don't want a pogo.
I mean, if they made one, but I'm not
No.
asking for it.
Yeah.
No, I don't need a pogo.
I
And
had
that's just
forgot
me.
about that. I thought we got the trouble bubble and that was it. But there's a freaking pogo. And Fred used it in the comic. The imitation commander. It's so weird. I can't get used to that lag, that delay from YouTube to StreamYard. But
Don't
they
look
do
at
it in
YouTube.
I know
Don't
they
look
do
at
it.
YouTube.
They do it in
I'm
case
gonna
something
answer
happens.
Todd C.
Yeah.
I did like the Transformer reveals today. I don't care about the Star Convoy Titan, but Superion looked awesome, and I dug the Primes and the animated Wasp. So I'll probably end up getting all of those.
Yeah, Specs
I didn't
big
even know there was
Transformers.
Transformers.
Me either. I didn't know
I
either.
love Transformers.
So quickly, if you
Like,
want to pull
what?
up, if you want to pull up,
This goes back to our earlier thing. Me and JMK Customs, Mikey, we hijacked Same Time Toys was having technical difficulties, so we got him to send us the link. And we got in, and Woody was like, "Where the fuck did Tony come from?" It was hilarious. Oh man!
if you want to pull up this, the presentations I have, this is the.
Got it. I got to add to the stage. Go for it.
All right, so here we go. I've made my feelings pretty well known on what I think of Crystal Ball. I didn't want them made, but for the most part, like anything, I'm going to be doing a top 10, my top 10 Joes of 2024. And there's one figure in there that I said I didn't want made, and I think he's one of the best fucking figures they've made. So no matter what they do, every time they do it, the design's really good.
Yeah, it's fine.
So I think the design of looking at this looks pretty good. I mean, this is the back here, but you look at the front of them. I think that buck looks good. I like the idea.
Yeah.
I don't need a crystal ball, but he's probably going to be really good.
Yeah, I didn't know I didn't know they were making it, but as soon as this came up, I'm like, yeah, that's Crystal Ball. I knew exactly who he was when this came up. And at first I thought those were oh my god, not Televiper, but Techno Viper boots, aren't they?
I don't know. They might be.
Look like it. Or
I've gotten to the point I've stopped trying to figure out exactly like what arm is this, because then people are like, that's not his arm. And I'm like, oh, I don't give a shit.
yeah. It's like, okay,
It's what all these companies do. They mix and match. That's how you get different,
I'm not mad at it.
Someone's going to yell at you.
Frank Doom wants it.
Spec, what do you think of it? What do you think of the design here?
I dig it. I mean, it's like you said, it's like when you saw it, you knew who it was, even though the design really veers away from what the original was. But it works, right? They classified it up. You know who it is.
I knew who it was.
Yeah, and I'm kind of digging on it. Although,
me too.
I think it's Crystal Skull, but by the same token, like Crystal Ball. I mean, it could be. I'm thinking of Indiana Jones
I know.
Deep inside my psyche. What if it ended up being a dreadnought just because of the shoulder?
Oh, like Zanzibar or something.
No, there's his head, but he has it looks like vampire teeth, or at least fangs.
Yeah, he's got fangs there.
Oh, he's got fangs. Yep.
He was Romanian, or was he Transylvanian? I don't remember his file card.
Maybe.
I don't remember. I will say this though, when I'm willing to bet that when I review this figure and I compare him to the original Crystal Ball, just like Raptor, he had so many cues that were taken from the classified version. When you look at the O-ring one, he had the talons on his feet that I never realized. There were certain things that you just didn't notice. Like he pretty much has that mohawk. But they made him classified, which that Raptor's awesome.
Raptor, yeah.
They made that a good figure. That's all I have to say.
Yeah, they have a tendency. It's kind of like the MCU. The movie characters that they announce that I look forward to the least end up being the movies I like the most.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. When they said Raptor, I said it's going to be the same way they did Vulture. It's going to be very mechanical, which is awesome. Whoa, whoa! We do not mention that name, right? That is.
Now I'm going to get copyright
strikes across the board.
David Williams.
Fucking asshole.
So it looks like Impel, whatever Impel trading cards were, Crystal Ball was a native of Cobra La. Wow, I did not. That's crazy.
What?
That's new.
Some trading card thing said a set of trading cards. Impel, Crystal Ball was native of Cobra La, possessed of mind reading abilities due to his being the seventh son of a seventh son and all this bullshit. Okay. Then it goes into Devil's Due continuity. Blah, blah, blah. Weird. But it doesn't say nothing like he's part vampire. It's crazy. I'm looking him up on Joepedia. Crystal Ball. It says shit's funny. On the trivia part, Crystal Ball is almost universally considered the most disliked figure. Fans hate this guy.
Well, I'm looking at his file card right now. It says, born of a Romalian father who supposedly had second sight, and an American mother from Maine. So I don't know what Romalian is. Is that like another made up?
It sounds like it to me, because I was going to ask, is he Romalian?
Like Somalian and Roman?
I mean, obviously
he's a typo and they just left it.
He's a gypsy, and we all know
Romalian.
Romalian people. Romalians are an ethnic group in southern Halkagenia. Romalians are descended from the magic. This sounds like made up shit.
It's all made up shit.
You Google it, and I'm suddenly reading a breakdown from freaking Dungeons and Dragons.
Yeah, Judge Dredd says Romulan is Star Trek. He is absolutely correct. Damn green-blooded Romulans.
Romulans. But there's so many kids at my daughter's high school that have that Romulan haircut. I don't know what it's about. I call it the Edgar.
Well, Romulan ale was really good. You could go to the Star Trek experience in Vegas when they had it, and you could buy 6-pack bottles of blue Romulan ale, and it was tasty.
No, Frank, good. All of G.I. Joe is not made up when it comes to places. Cobra Island is, because I'll say once again, they have a place called Cobra Island. They're like all terrorists, and yet the elite special forces can't figure it out. I'm like, we could send a team of 8 SEALs and end fucking Cobra, but this whole G.I. Joe group they put together can't end it.
What's the Eastern European country that they were always in the original comic? Herzegovia or something like that? That was all made up.
No. You're talking about Sokovia from Marvel.
Yeah, Sokovia. I'm thinking of Marvel.
No, you're right though, Spec. It was No, wait a minute.
No, it wasn't Sokovia. It was a two.
Is that where Destro's at?
No. Destro was like Scottish.
God damn it! Where's Matthew Matson when you need him? Yeah. Tell you exactly where it's from. Spec.
Sierra Gordo.
Sierra Gordo. That's what it was. Sierra Gordo.
Sierra Gordo.
Let me look it up. Let's see if I can remember how to spell it.
Frank.
Yeah. No. I'm just like. No, because like it's weird because like when you look at Marvel. Like the Marvel universe, they talk about New York, Chicago, and then you get to DC, and Gotham is supposed to be Chicago, and Metropolis is supposed to be New York.
No, Gotham is New York.
I'm gonna get some drink.
I thought Gotham was supposed to be Chicago.
Are we talking about the Snyderverse, or are we talking about in general?
No, I thought, and I could be wrong. So, I thought Gotham was supposed to be Chicago. Metropolis was supposed to be New York, which never made any sense because he's from Kansas. Is it the other way around?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because New York is kind of also known as Gotham, like.
Okay. Yeah, and I always thought that it was the other way around.
But there was the weird thing in the Snyderverse universe where like Gotham City was like not too far from Metropolis or from Smallville. There was a weird geography thing that they did there that didn't make any sense.
But Metropolis always seemed to be like right on the bay too, wasn't it?
I mean, New York's on the bay. It's on the Hudson, or it's on the Hudson River, not the bay.
Yeah, but Metropolis is what I'm saying. Like I thought it was like on the Atlantic.
No, because Metropolis was supposed to be Midwest. It was like the center city of the Midwest. Like,
okay, but that's what I'm saying. I see. That's why, because I know Smallville was, and that's why I was always like, it doesn't make any sense if Metropolis is that fucking far away. But I guess if it's Chicago, it makes more sense.
Yeah.
But Kansas and Chicago aren't like right next to each other either.
No.
Illinois?
Where is Metropolis? Well,
yeah, see, Judge Dredd thought the same thing. It doesn't matter. But what's weird is they still have New York and Chicago, I think, in D.C.
Metropolis is depicted as a prosperous and massive city in the northeastern United States. So you're right. But Gotham is still New York.
Gotham, that's what I thought. Gotham is New York. Gotham is, they say that for New York. That's like another little name for it.
Yeah, I know. Spec just told us. Good job, Tony.
No, but hang on.
I'm drinking.
It's interesting. In Superman 2, Metropolis was actually placed in the U.S. state of New York, making it the earliest specific reference to the location of Metropolis.
Maybe that's it.
Then in the 1940s, Superman is said to have lived on the island of Manhattan. And then in the 70s, it is stated that Metropolis and Gotham were adjacent to New York City across the harbor from one another. And that would actually place the whole Snyderverse thing. Star City is supposed to be Connecticut. Central City was in Ohio.
Oh, that's cool.
Midway City was in Michigan.
Coast City was LA. Wasn't that Coast City Green Arrow?
So wait.
Yeah, so Coast same column as Green Arrow's home city, Star City, was Connecticut.
So which one was in Michigan?
Midway City, Hawkman City. Okay,
so that's where Hawkman's from. But I thought that when Dick Grayson left to be a cop, he was a cop in Detroit.
Well, he went.
Oh,
but he went to Bloodhaven or whatever.
Yeah,
right. Now is Bloodhaven supposed to be Detroit or?
I don't, and that's what I'm saying. Like because they use all these fictional places, it doesn't make any sense because they still use Smallville, Kansas.
Right.
Which I understand about like making that up or whatever, but again, in Superman 4, he does what Nuclear Man chases Superman with the Statue of Liberty.
So didn't he like toss it and Soups had to go get it and put it back?
Yeah, because I was mad that when I met him, when I met Nuclear Man here, I'm like, damn, I should have asked him if he ever felt bad about picking up the Statue of Liberty and chasing Superman around.
So basically, it depends on what comic you're reading and what period of time you're reading it. Because it also says, like, where was it? 1990 Atlas of the DC Universe role-playing game supplement states that Metropolis is in Delaware, which Amazing World of DC Comics also stated. And then in 76, it kind of puts Metropolis somewhere around Boston or DC, and then it all changes. And then where is it? Frank Miller says Metropolis is New York during the day and Gotham City is New York at night. I guess just in terms of how they're portrayed.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
Yes,
then
Judge
somebody said it in the chat. I don't remember who, but other places say that Gotham is supposed to be New Jersey. So
Judge asked if Marvel used real cities. Yeah, Marvel always used real cities. West Coast Adventures. I mean, I'm sure they had made up cities, but the biggest issue is if you do, like, obviously you're going to use the United States, but you can't ignore New York, Chicago, Detroit, Miami, LA, right? Like those, like you can do, offshoots. Like if you watch the TV show The Shield, it's supposed to take place in a suburb of LA. Nobody cares that you created something, created a city. But if you tried to replace LA, it would just be stupid. There's too many references to LA in modern times. So Washington is Washington because Superman carried the top of the Oval Office, and Paris was Paris.
Yeah. Yep. Sorry.
that was Richard Donner's Superman, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Part 2.
That Christopher Reeves documentary is supposed to premiere.
I gotta see that
on Max tomorrow. I can't wait to watch that. Yeah.
I wonder, like, what is there anything really juicy about Christopher Reeves?
I don't know that it's supposed to be like juicy. I think it's
I don't mean
just
juicy, but interesting. I mean, other than that he fell off the horse. But
I think there was a lot of interesting things.
Stuff, I think.
Like he was, who was his roommate? He had it's like
his roommate was Robin Williams.
It was Robin Williams, yeah, okay, and they were like best friends.
They're homies. When that happened to him, Robin Williams went to the hospital to visit him, dressed up like a doctor, and he put on the gloves. Like, okay, now it's time for your, I don't know, his body cavity, or some sick, silly shit, and he got him to laugh, dude. He's like, yeah, that's a cool friend to have, man. I could just see that happening from, because Robin Williams is crazy.
And then it says that he put on 50 pounds of muscle when he got the role of Superman, which doesn't look like it, right?
It doesn't, but he did.
I remember reading that, and I've watched Superman since then, and you can see how filled out he is. But his suit, you can't
those.
They weren't defined like they are now, right?
Right, they weren't padding.
So the spandex just hides the definition and everything, and it kind of.
We're like today, if you were to put Chris Hemsworth as when he was in shape like Thor, he's going to show everything because of how bodybuilding is today, or just how the fitness is today when they do stuff. But that suit there, it hid so much. Yes. I actually did ask
30 to 50 pounds of muscle he put on. Yep.
Yeah, I asked Nuclear Man about his arms when he would. I asked, and he goes, "That was one of the reasons why they wanted me." Yeah, Mark Pillow. That was one of the reasons why they wanted me, because of my arms and how physically fit I was, because they needed somebody that was bigger and more imposing than Christopher Reeves. And he talked about how what great shape he was in and everything.
Yeah, so, he was almost just like him. And then they get David Prowse is the one that trained Christopher Reeves.
Yeah, I was just going to say he was the trainer.
David Prowse was
the man in the suit for Darth Vader, who was a professional bodybuilder.
And when you think about that, when you see David Prowse, you realize that Tony, your camera's fucking up.
It looks like yours is fucking up.
Yeah, on my end, yours is fucking up.
Yeah. Oh, is it really? I saw the terror drone pop up, but maybe because I was looking at Tony when I was. It might be mine. I don't know. I hope not. Mine just went. Yeah.
See, fucker.
Now everyone's just went.
Yours is frozen, but Tony's is working fine. I mean, you're back now.
Dude, it's fucked up.
Maybe you gotta maybe just not restart but refresh. Maybe, I don't know. Yeah, see, Derek says Punk's freezing.
Oh, I don't know. But I've been having a lot of issues, it seems. Oh well.
Oh.
What was I saying? I don't know.
Christopher Reeves having big arms.
Christopher Reeves, when he was working out, you could tell he was big, yeah.
Yeah, you can tell that he is. That
he was skinny before. his screen test. Remember, did you see that, David, when he had those wet pits when he was doing his
I don't know
screen
if I
test?
saw that clip or not.
Oh man, he was sweating bricks. Well, I mean, damn, it wasn't lycra, it was spandex, right? Yeah.
Yeah, something like whatever the stretchy shit at the time is.
Big
But,
dude.
it's an interesting thing, and because like the suits of today, like Henry Cavill got massive, right? I mean, he was always a big dude, but he got massive and like super fit,
And they had padding,
but they still padded the suit,
mm-hmm.
and I'm pretty sure they padded Hemsworth at least for the first 2 Thors, if not 3. But there was always some running joke. There was some running joke between him and Momoa, and like he flat out said to Momoa, he's like, "Well, at least they didn't have to pad the arms of my suit." It was like a good gotcha moment.
Ooh, damn.
Yeah. I mean, his arms clearly weren't padded, so I mean.
Well, he had bare
they
arms.
also made him look bigger, and they made him look taller at times too.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean that's always camera tricks. I mean, like look at Tom Cruise.
But what I mean, like they made him look, and he should be because he's the god, you know. Tom Cruise, he just doesn't like being 5'7" or whatever he is, you know.
And he runs in every damn movie.
Well, he does his own stunts. He's
the only person that runs erect the whole time.
Wow.
He does. Does he? Come on.
He runs
away from him. I mean, he runs. He does his own stunts, like you said. Guy velcros himself to a fucking plane and says, "All right, take off." Like that's what you stunt people for.
Which they did. I think Cruise only did one take where he did it himself, and then the stunt guys did it the rest.
Right.
But the thing is like when you're at the level he is, with the box office draw he has, with the power he has as a producer, and those are his movies, not too many people are going to tell him no.
And if you tell him no, he'll go get another stunt guy.
So okay,
that's what he told Matt Damon.
Matt Damon was on. I want to say it was Jim Rome, and they were talking about, and he talked about being in a movie with Tom Cruise. I don't even remember what movie he was in with him. And he was talking about doing his own stunts, and he was like, "Well, how'd you get away with that?" And he goes, the first stunt coordinator said that I couldn't do it. He goes, "How'd you get away with it?" He goes, "I got a different stunt coordinator." I mean, you're right, like, but that's what he's known for, and clearly, I would assume Tom Cruise stays in shape, so he can do those.
He stays in shape, and I mean the thing is, because I know a lot of people. I haven't worked with him, but I have a lot of friends that have, and it's that thing. It's like once you've gotten established, you work with a lot of the same people over and over and over and over again, right? You've got people that you're comfortable with, you've got people that you're shorthand with, and everybody I know that
he just has one middle tooth. He just has that one middle tooth.
But he had that fixed. He did the.
Oh, he did.
Oh, did he get it fixed?
Yeah, he did.
That's the most fucked up thing ever. Because you didn't notice until someone put that line down his nose, and you went.
Yeah, he did the Invisalign like 10 years ago or something like that. He works at a very high caliber, and he wants everybody to be on that level with him. And if you're not on that level with him, then you don't last. And you're
he had that outburst about the COVID and people wearing their masks or whatever, remember when he went crazy and everybody, oh my God, Tom's getting crazy. I'm on his side. I don't, fuck you guys making fun of him and all that. I'm on his side. He was right, because all kinds of people's jobs are going to stop because something's going to break out. And he just wanted to. Assuming
that was real, I am on his side. Because a lot of people who worked with him or whatever would be like, I wouldn't be surprised if that wasn't like done for posture. Because it's true. His move, whichever the last Mission Impossible, Dead Reckoning, that was the first major production to come back after everything shut down.
I thought it was. I thought it was Top Gun. Top Gun 2 was done. It finished during the pandemic, But he was like, we're not releasing it because it needs to be seen on the big screen.
Yeah, but it
That-
also had a lot of reshoot. That
Yeah.
movie shot a lot. It shot a lot before the pandemic. It shot a lot after the
Yeah.
pandemic, and then they kept shooting.
Yeah.
But they didn't want it. And you know what? If you did not see Top Gun Maverick at the theater, then you missed out, because that's one you needed to see at the theater.
It was so
definitely
awesome.
an experience. But I'm pretty sure it was Mission Impossible.
Okay.
Because they were filming in Italy. They were filming in a lot of countries, but I can't remember. I think it was Italy where they came back, or somewhere Eastern European. And he was making a big deal. That was in that video or audio that Tony's referencing. He was making a huge deal. He's like, we're the first ones back and we're setting the precedent. And if we fuck this up, then we fuck it up for everybody. And so that's why a lot of people were like, I wouldn't be surprised if like they weren't faking that to like get it out there, get a little attention.
And he knows what he's doing with that too. He knows exactly what he's doing when he's, I mean, again, all these guys do. I mean, there's a lot of that press you can look at and go like, all right, that's believable.
Yeah.
Christian Bale going off on that guy for 5 fucking minutes.
Oh,
so
I never worked with him again.
Christian Bale was wrongfully demonized at first when that happened, because when you get that out of context, you're just like, wow, he's a dick.
Yeah,
you're an asshole.
Even as somebody as myself working on a movie set, you're like, man, he's a dick. That's not like how you go about that. Now, I have friends that have worked with him and have said that he's a super nice guy.
Yeah.
And so what happened on that? It was the set of Terminator, whichever one McGee.
Yeah, when it was in Terminator 4, I think.
So McGee's director of photography, a guy named Shane Hurlbut, who everybody I talked to were like, yeah, that couldn't have happened to a nicer guy. Very sarcastic.
Wow.
He's what you'd call a tweaker, and not a drug tweaker, but he's a guy, he just can't like stop messing with things.
Kristen?
Yeah.
No, the director of photography, Shane.
Oh,
and so like he'd be constantly messing with lights and like tweaking stuff and like off, and he'd be doing it. Right. Well, and it's just like there's a time to do it and a time not to do it. And when you have actors giving a performance, you don't sit there and like, if an actor's right here in front of me, I'm not going to sit here and like tweak, unless I sit there and say, you know, we're doing stand-ins or whatever. If it's a real, you definitely shouldn't do it during a take, but even during a rehearsal, like, because you're distracting them, right? And I guess this had been going on, and Bale had asked him several times to not do it. And this was an emotional scene, and I can't remember if it was during a rehearsal or a take, but there was Shane tweaking a fucking light, and like Bale had it and fucking went off on him. And of course the audio guy was recording it, because this happens a lot. There's an outburst from the guy that directed Three Kings, David whatever. He did a movie, I Heart Huckabees. And like there's video of it. The sound guy or the video playback guy was recording it, and like he gets into it with Lily Tomlin, and like he marches out and she marches in, and then he marches in and he swipes everything off the desk, and there's a poor camera system. David O. Russell at the end of the desk, who had to like duck so she didn't get a face full of whatever was on. And then there's another sequence where they're all stuffed in a car, and again he's like screaming at him, and like Dustin Hoffman's like getting in. Just, tensions can run high from certain people. But anyway, like without going off too much, I don't think Bale was in the wrong on that one. And to further solidify that, Shane Hurlbut hasn't really had much of a big feature career since then. He has moved back into more of a online teacher guy who like set up his whole like society, and you know, does a lot of online teaching. He still works, but like I think the last big movie he shot was that was it Need for Speed with the guy from
I kind of like that one.
But
is that one of the Fast and Furious?
No, it's the one with the guy from Breaking Bad, right?
I've missed all of them. I've been busy on all those days they've played. I've been busy not watching them.
They're fun. They're good popcorn movies.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah.
I'm kind of siding with Hector, Noel Guglielmi. He's the one who said he was Hector in that in part one. I don't know. I don't think he only did part one, but he was saying it went from street racing to heists and saving the world, and it went crazy. So I'm with him on all that craziness, But I mean, you want to keep it going and keep it going crazy for Paul Walker and everything, but it just got away from what it was supposed to be about.
It became, the first movie was a low budget movie, right? It was a low budget movie about street racing, and then it became popular, but they didn't hire that director back, and it went to the second one, which I think was John Singleton, and it's not a great movie, the Too Fast, Too Furious, because that's when we got introduced to Ludacris and
Cole Hauser was the villain.
Cole Hauser was a villain, but what's his friend's name? I can't believe I'm blanking.
Vin Diesel?
No, Diesel didn't. Diesel was done. Vin Diesel did not do sequels. Vin Diesel was a
Tyrese.
Tyrese. It was Tyrese.
Okay.
That's where we got Tyrese. Vin Diesel was a serious actor trying to get serious roles, and so he refused to do sequels. He would not do sequels.
He didn't do the second one. I know that. Yeah.
He didn't do the second one. He didn't do the third one. But then he came back for a credit cameo at the end of the third one.
Because he was they're gonna bring back Letty and all that other stuff. Yeah.
Well, and he had gone off and he had tried to do a couple serious acting roles, and those movies failed to hit. And then his career to be an Oscar-winning actor or whatever it was he wanted, it wasn't going in that direction. And then, of course, he realized, like, oh, people really liked Riddick. I'm going to go do sequels to Pitch Black. And this Fast and the Furious really is something that has grown and has a fan following. So I guess I'm going to come back to that because this is my definitive character.
So since so do sequels now, we might finally get a sequel to The Pacifier.
I mean, obviously he's been doing sequels. You know what's funny? Do you know
that movie just came up?
Another actor who famously never did sequels and has recently done 2 sequels to their own movie and then just starred in a sequel that he wasn't in the original to.
Tom Cruise.
My brain is freezing tonight. My names are all.
I had to say a few times.
Like I guess my brain. Denzel Washington. That's.
Oh yeah. Oh well, he's done the Equalizers now.
He did the Equalizers, and now he's in Gladiator 2.
So, speaking of Gladiator 2, does anyone have an actual opinion on if it was a decent movie or not?
I didn't watch it yet. I want to.
I haven't seen it. My kids saw it and liked it, but my kids are 13, so
yeah. Because someone was in the chat like last week, and they're like, just saw Gladiator 2, and they were like, wow. And it was like, it sounded bad, but it was like, is that a good one or bad? Like, what it like? They didn't answer it. I'm like, I want to know if it's decent or not. We went and saw Moana. I took my daughter to see Moana today.
Yeah.
So,
I think KJ saw Gladiator 2, and what did he say about it in the chat, David? I can't remember. He said he liked it, but it was just.
Oh, okay. It was Odin. He said, I thought it was terrible. And that was what we thought you were trying to say when you, I forget how you worded it. It was Odin. But yeah, it's that's a movie you didn't need a sequel to. You did not need a sequel to.
The thing is, you have Ridley Scott, who at one point in time was arguably one of the greatest directors ever, right? Alien, Blade Runner. Blade Runner is still one of the all-time best movies ever.
Original Top Gun, right?
No, that was his brother, Tony Scott.
Well,
Tony Scott did Top Gun and Days of Thunder and Domino and Man on Fire. And everybody I know that worked with Tony loved him and was devastated when he passed away. But they were both great directors in their own right. But like Ridley Scott did masterpieces. I mean, I know you just said you didn't care for Blade Runner, but like, it's a masterpiece.
And again, that's my personal opinion.
Yeah, absolutely. And
to me, it
Alien
was
is
very boring.
Alien is a masterpiece.
I'm not a horror guy, but there is something very special about Alien.
Yeah, and I'm not a horror guy either. Ridley should have stayed retired. I don't think Ridley ever did retire. And I could go through the list of the other movies that Ridley has done, and I don't not thinking of all the titles off the top of my head. But the first Gladiator is a good, solid movie.
Fuck yeah.
But then at some point, it's like he got Eric. I liked both Blade Runners also. At least the cinematography, like the way they were shot, is just
the first one was boring as fuck. But yeah.
It depends what version of the first one you've seen, but again,
I gotta go back and see it again. I didn't even know Edward James Olmos was in the damn thing. How much I watched it.
Yeah, he plays Gaff.
Yep.
But like, you get to, he's in his 80s, and now he's just cranking movies out. And there was an interview with his cinematographer from Gladiator 2. And the first project that DP ever worked with him on was the original Gladiator. And there apparently they had to go back and walk back a lot of the comments, because I guess they took a 2-hour interview and condensed it to 30 minutes. And they basically had the cinematographer saying, I don't like how Ridley shoots now, because he's doing all this stuff with multiple cameras as opposed to 1 or 2 cameras. And he's like trying to rush through everything and and whether that was taken out of context or not, I'm sure there's a lot of truth to that. You know, like, oh, Sonic Boom.
His are on the way.
He's only got a limited amount of time left, and he keeps wanting to tell these stories. But like Alien, I will take shit for this. I liked Prometheus. I liked the idea of it. I liked where they're going.
Watching it. I like learning. Yeah, I like what the. It went crazy.
Was it a giant religious allegory? Yes, but that was also the purpose of it, to sort of like where the religion came from. And you know, yeah, they did a couple, like, would a character really have been that stupid? Maybe not. But then like Alien Covenant,
Good night, brother.
Alien Covenant was god awful.
Oh,
it was fucking horrendous. And it sucks because Michael Fassbender playing David, and then the other version of the android, like, he was astounding, and what he could have done with that role had they like finished the trilogy. But like, as an overall movie, it was just. Now, Alien Romulus, which he did not direct, I thought was great.
Yeah, we just watched Romulus, and
I haven't watched that one.
I don't think I'll watch it again, but I did enjoy it.
Which is the one that it ends with either David and Dr. Shaw like going off and trying to find out what the hell happened? Which one was that?
Prometheus?
Covenant? Was it Prometheus?
It might have been Prometheus, because I think Covenant ended with David putting the character into hyperspace, and then the character realizing at the last minute that it wasn't him. And like, to sleep.
And then what he did to her after, how he was making aliens and stuff with Dr. Shaw's DNA and everything. That blew my mind. That was nasty. When you look in the I don't know, not special effects, but like in the extras about what he did to her and all that stuff, that freaked me out. To make all those other those nasty aliens, and then I don't know, he wasn't the one that made it airborne. Remember, you know, how you get to be infected instead of a face hugger? That shit sucked.
I don't know. Right. I may not have seen that one.
It was airborne.
I haven't seen it in the theater, and that's probably where I'm going to leave him.
Yeah. Shaw got that off-screen death. It was nasty. I don't know if he killed her or if she died, or if he probably killed her, and then he was making his own aliens with like her DNA and the plant life DNA and all this other stuff. He was doing all kinds of experiments for years. It was crazy. Yeah, so I get confused which one's Covenant and which one's Prometheus.
It's like trying to remember the Terminator movies.
Well, I can remember them, but I think
After the
Prometheus is
third
one
one,
where
they
the engineer came
Yeah.
out and killed West, whatever, killed the old man and all that, and then Covenant was the one where it was a planet, I think, some shit.
yeah,
Well, Danny
Covenant.
McBride, which was the one Danny McBride was in?
That was Covenant.
Covenant, yeah, that's what everybody don't like. Everybody don't like Covenant.
Yeah, Covenant was terrible. It was absolutely god awful.
Mm-hmm.
There are only
That
two
seems to be
Terminator movies. That's fair.
I love
You see,
the first two.
Yeah, MCR says there are only 2 Terminator movies.
Yeah.
There are if they decided, hey, you know what, this is going to take place after Terminator 2, I'm fine with it. I like Terminator 3. It's a good popcorn movie. I think the one with Christian Bale is really good. I really wish that they would have followed with that, but they definitely, in my opinion, they were looking to make that big buck, and so they said, all right, we have to scrap everything we're going to do. And the next version where they made John Connor like half a Terminator and shit.
That was weird. That was weird. I don't like that one.
That I can appreciate what they were trying to do. I think that was Genesis, where they were trying to cast the woman from Game of Thrones as a younger Sarah Connor.
Yes, Emilia Clarke.
Genesis was like the worst one. I hate that one.
Yeah, it was absolutely terrible. And then the last one they did, where they tried to sort of make it more of a direct sequel to Terminator 2, I appreciated what they tried to do with it. It just didn't hit.
So, okay, you guys were talking about it. That's the one where they reset the timeline. It's no longer Skynet. I like that. I was like, I thought they did a good job where they started a whole new timeline after Terminator 2. That got, like, the one Terminator he was sent there, and then because everyone's like, oh my God, they're bringing back John Connor, the real one. And then
Ed Furlong.
Yeah, Ed Furlong, and then they kill him right away. I liked it.
Yeah.
And then the other Terminator has nothing to do. And the whole timeline changed. I'm like, this is probably the best thing you can do because you're no longer stuck to what they said was going to happen. But I know a lot of people didn't like it. I thought it was good. I enjoyed it.
Which one was the one where he's carrying the casket with guns?
That's 3.
3.
I don't mind 3 because I forgot the dude who played John Connor. I think he did a good job.
Nick
Stahl.
Nick Stahl. I think he did a good job. I think
there was no chemistry between him and
Claire.
No, there was not. Claire
none
Danes?
at all.
No, I just think he did a good John Connor. That's about it.
And it changed, like, the way he acted. The way he acted was nothing the way that he was supposed to have been raised.
Right.
Which I can understand. Like, they tried making it where he lost his mom, but it changed everything. It was kind of like when they did Superman Returns, and they wanted to be a direct. They wanted Superman Returns to be a continuation of Donner's Superman 2. So here you have an actor that goes and tries to recreate Christopher Reeve. But then you have the other actors that go, well, I'm not going to try and be Morgan Kidder. I'm not going to try and be the guy that played Lex Luthor. Well, I want to put my own spin on it. But it's like, wait a minute. You have one actor that's trying to reprise that role. And I think he did a wonderful job. Say what you want about Superman Returns. He did a wonderful job being Christopher Reeve.
Yeah, I actually just watched it 2 days ago. I watched it again.
I don't hate that movie.
I don't hate it, but I don't love it. I feel really bad for Brandon Routh because he did a fantastic job.
He did.
And then he kind of like fell off the face. It took a long time for him to get traction again, and he sort of found it when he showed up as the Atom on Green Arrow, and then became part of the
and then was
Legends
like the Kingdom
Tomorrow
universe.
And then he kind of got a little bit of redemption in the Arrowverse because he got to be the Kingdom Come Superman.
Yep.
But then he's a great actor, and he's had like his little small part in Scott Pilgrim Saves the World is awesome. Like he kills it.
He was in a comedy where he was a personal trainer. I can't remember what it was called.
Oh, I don't know that I saw that.
Oh, Brandon Routh.
Yeah, so he's like he was a gay personal trainer.
Oh,
That's
I don't
actually
know.
starting to sound more familiar.
And maybe if you said the name of it, I can't think of what it is at all.
Oh, there are some terrible fucking movies on his IMDb.
It was a TV show.
Oh, on Brandon Routh?
Yeah.
Oh.
I mean, he's mostly been in TV since then.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's too many TV credits. I can't go through all that.
Let me see. Once I see it, I should probably remember. I should remember exactly what it is.
So Spec Street Fighter's on the way.
Yes, I should have Cammy and DJ by Tuesday, and then I told my pile of loot to ship with Guile. So probably a week.
She's coming.
Now.
He coming. And DJ coming, right?
So which is your favorite of the three?
Oh shit.
DJ.
I don't know. I just got Guile, so I'm messing with him. But I've been playing with DJ a lot, and that's not to say I don't like Cammy, because I start messing with her, and it's like she's good, man. I don't know why they give her the kissing face and then a yelling face. Doesn't have like a regular face, but you could put them all in crazy ass poses, man, and you don't think that they can because they're big and bulky. You can, holy crap, dude! This guy, I look up DJ and he had poses on whatever. He can go way high. He can do all kinds of crazy shit, and so can Cammy because she's little and tiny, and and then this dude's bigger than he is. It's this. I can't stop messing with these guys, dude. You can see on my Instagram, I'm posting them like crazy.
Yeah, they're just fun. Guile was always one of my favorite characters, so I'm very excited for him. Excuse me.
The alternate faces are cool. The yelling faces are cool. They all go well
with that list of TV shows.
Huh? Dude, I don't like nothing is standing, and yeah, I'm looking through all of this, and I don't.
Who are you looking for?
See anything. What? I'm looking for like what movie, what TV show I was talking about.
Oh, Two Star Screen.
I have no idea. How?
Sabir says, I thought Summer Glau was awesome as a new Terminator model, and I like John Connor's portrayal of the guy casted for the TV series too. Yes, Brian Austin Green was awesome too as Reese's younger. Brian Austin Green?
Partners, Larry? Was it called Partners?
Oh, I think so. Maybe that's it.
I'm just
Partners with who? Ralph?
Did it? Yeah. Well, the show he did was called Partners.
Well, Superman Returns to. I swear it was after that.
Maybe, I don't know.
I'm just.
Summer Glau was always weird to me. She always had a weird look.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I forgot about that
the
one.
TV show. I never fucking watched it. Okay, I never watched it.
I only watched the first season, and it was pretty good. It had oh God, what's her name?
Yeah, it was Partners because he plays. Yeah, he's like I said, he's a gay personal trainer.
Mm.
Oh,
but if you would have said the name, I wouldn't have. I'm looking at it, going, okay. Okay.
Yeah, Doug, the female that they brought in, but so it was Brian Austin Green, Lita. Is that Lita? She was in Game of Thrones, and she was the main bad guy in the Good Judge Dredd movie. She played Mama.
Oh, Lena Headey?
Headey, I think, yeah.
Lena Headey. She was in 300. Did you say that?
Yes.
Yeah.
She was. I did a whole TV
She's
series.
Awesome. Holy shit. She made me hate her ass in fucking Game of Thrones.
Yeah, she was good in that one. I did a TV series with Ryan Austin Green in 2010.
Was that the one with Freddie Prinze Jr.?
No, this
That-
one.
Oh,
that
that Dread
show?
movie
That was
was
fucking hilarious.
I don't know
that
what
MCR that Dread movie was dope as shit. That was the way it's supposed to be done with Judge Dredd, not
Yep.
old Sly.
The one I did was called The Wedding Band, and it was a comedy, and it was about a bunch of friends that were a weekend wedding band, and we'd shoot 2 musical numbers for every episode, and it was always covers in a different musical genre, which I always thought was kind of cool. So like it would be I can't remember the songs that we did, but it'd be like doing a Kiss song, but in like a Bollywood style. It was a fun show, and it had some dirty comedy, so it was good. It was fun to work on.
You said you worked on Detroit
187.
187.
Yes.
So did you film everything on that?
So it was a whole weird thing. So I flew out for 1 day on the 3rd episode.
Okay.
And then that kind of got me to meet a lot of the people there. I had friends on it. That's how I got out there. And then a week later, I got called and asked if I wanted to come out and take over the B second position because they were letting go of the B operator, and it was doing an internal shift because one of the assistants was becoming the operator, and then it was sending people up the line. So the B second was becoming the B first. And so then they asked me if I wanted to come out and become the B second. And so I was there from probably the 5th episode. I don't remember when my last episode was, but I left at Christmas. I flew out in August, and I left at the Christmas break 3rd week of December. And I didn't come back because my wife was pregnant and we were due to give birth early February. Okay. So they were cool with it, and because they shot up until March. So I think I missed the last 5 episodes.
Okay. Because we had a copy machine. Like they had our copiers. So like I was I think I told you this when we were on. So like they took me on, on set one day. Yeah, I went out there and like, hey, do you want to see the set? I was like, hell yeah, I do. And it was so weird to see how, they have like, it's supposed to be looking through the window, so it's obviously the back skyline of Detroit or whatever. But the way that it would highlight, it looked like it was just a fucking, like it was actually Detroit back there. And then there was another one where I had to go out on site because they had a copier in the trailer.
Oh yeah.
I just remember the 2 main actors, like they were just walking, and I'm like, man, it's fucking cold out. I was like, man, it's fucking cold out.
If Todd City Austin Punk up.
I don't know. You want to come in January? I have one opening.
Oh, January.
If I'm available, sure. Why not?
But I need to know ahead of time.
Todd City
what's
crazy.
the date?
I have, let's see what
January what?
I look it up. January 16th. 9 p.m. It's usually 9 p.m. Eastern, which I know is early for you.
6 p.m. my time. I think I can do that. I don't have anything on the calendar. We'll message each other.
Yeah, when we get closer to January, just kind of put in there. If we get closer to January and you think like, hey, you have a job or something, let me know so that I can try and find someone else.
Okay, so 16th.
Yeah, and if you can't, like, if you're like, hey, 7 and I got to start at 10, we can start at 10.
Yeah, because then you guys can learn about Specs movie shit and his camera work and his photography. Fuck yeah.
I can bore everybody. My wife rolls her eyes.
Shut up.
I'm on a stream right now.
I can make you interesting. I made almost everyone I brought on interesting.
Give her a kiss, man. Damn.
She's like, it's 8 o'clock. She's in bed, going to sleep.
Mr. Speck, give him a kiss goodnight. Kiss that ball, hit it.
Yeah. A little greasy.
Yes, yeah. We'll talk when we're closer to January. That way,
Yeah.
I have a couple people on here in January that, well, you and one other person that maybe.
Yeah, it's right. Eric
I
says
said,
toy
yeah.
optics. Yes.
But I was gonna say, do you remember what month you came out? Because I mean, that year it started getting cold after Thanksgiving. It was starting to cool down, but it was after Thanksgiving.
I want
Still
to say
working on it.
towards
I'm
the
still
end,
working
like
on
one of
it.
the last episodes.
Okay, so yeah,
I mean, I was out there all the time, like for the copy machine, not on site, but where the
state in Oak Park, the old
yeah, because they just rented old shitty machines, so it wasn't like they were like
yeah, they weren't gonna pay top dollar for.
Because I've worked we had Red Dawn. So I saw the original I saw the original concept art of Red Dawn. It wasn't supposed to be. Was it North Korea? It was originally supposed to be Russia. That's why it's all in red, and they had to figure out something else that was red because they didn't. Because Red Dawn came out years later.
Yep.
Years later, we had the Great and Powerful Oz, which oddly enough, that sound studio has been torn down because they don't do movies here anymore. And another one of our clients bought it, and they're pretty much the ones that do. They're pretty much the company that makes most of the, let's say, high performance missiles for our aircraft.
You said missiles.
I forgot there was some aerotech over there.
Missiles.
But that's those stages that were built in Pontiac.
Yep, that's the one.
Because that whole thing with the incentives went down while I was there. The whole reason I got flown out, because a B camera second assistant, there's no way I typically would have been flown out for a TV series. You know, maybe a huge movie feature, and I wasn't in that crowd.
Yeah.
And the reason that all happened was because Detroit was so booming at that time because of the incentives. Like there just was no crew available, and that's actually how I was able to start operating on union shows, because my operator kept getting sick, and the DP knew that I had experience, and then started bumping me up on C camera or taking over for him when he was sick, because there was nobody local to call in, and so we were able to get around union rules that way. I mean, I would have been able to regardless, but and that's when you guys were having the election for governors.
We had a new governor come in, and he cut all the incentives.
And that was his thing. He was like, I'm killing the film incentives. And he got elected. And then it was like, whoop, that's it. And those stages had just been built. I don't remember if they were open or just being finished while we were there.
Well, I know, like I said, the Great and Powerful Oz was filmed there.
Yeah, and I think that was after me. Batman Superman filmed there.
Yep. So I know, Henry Cavill, he actually trained at one of the gymnastics places that is a client of ours, because they have like his picture. So,
this is all Michigan shit?
What?
This is all Michigan shit?
Yeah.
Oh.
But those sound stages in Pontiac, I know this is boring the shit out of people. So the one client that bought this, I mean, these people are rich. Well, the company is rich. When you go to that, now they're all doing like production and stuff for they have all the machinery, but you can see all the sound panels and everything are still up there, and they're like, it works out perfect because it dampens all the sound. But yeah, they did so much, and then that governor came in and he just nixed it all, and it made no sense, because it's like, this is people coming in and they're bringing business in here, and you killed it. And it made absolutely no sense to me whatsoever. Like, why would you do this? Like, you're finally having a
bummer. And the thing is like, number one, you bring a production into your city, and you're hiring people, right? Okay. Now, in the instance of my show, a huge chunk of us we were all imported from Los Angeles.
Yeah.
And that's just because it was so busy. But like, our catering company was local. The craft service people, I believe, were local. And then when they're bringing us our snacks and everything, they're going to local companies to get the food and going to like the local donut shops and the,
Yeah.
and they're going to the mom and pop places. And then when we have our days off, most of us, we either have traveled or grew up traveling or whatever. Like, we're not country bumpkins, so we don't have a day off and say like, I'm going to Applebee's. We go find the good mom and pop places. Like, I had so much fun going to Royal Oak and going to is it Birmingham?
Yep.
And like,
those are the rich places, people.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
Well,
especially,
so like
especially Birmingham.
The first 3 weeks or first month or something I was there, I had to live at the Detroit City Casino, the Motor City Casino. That was a very interesting experience. And then production finally got their crap together, and I was in a corporate apartment in Troy.
Oh, you were right by my company then.
Yeah, and my place was right off of exit 69, Big Beaver Boulevard.
See, I tell everyone that's real, they don't believe me.
It was the greatest. It was the greatest thing ever.
So let me reiterate: when you see those memes that say "Exit 69, Big Beaver," it is real. I get off it all the time. I can't believe I said that.
Easy.
Isn't it crazy that they named the road? Like, and if you drive down that road, it becomes Metro Parkway or 16 Mile. But for some odd reason, through the richer parts, they called it Big Beaver. Out of all things to name your fucking street, Big Beaver.
But like, we'd go there. We'd go find. Since I did photography, we went to find places for photography. So there were the old. Oh God, what was the factory? It's you're going downtown, and I can't remember the names of roads or freeways or anything, but it's off the freeway, and it's these big skyscrapers that have all this like paint and artwork on them. And one of the buildings is this like bazaar that you can walk through, kind of flea market place. And we'd like go. It was one of our film locations, so we were able to talk to the locations guy and kind of like sneak into some of the areas before we shot there. And I have these great. One of my favorite pictures I ever took. It's looking down this row where this factory was with all these pylons and like the leaves had grown inside of it, and they were all fall colors, and the light was just blasting through the window, and like there was some really cool stuff, and the local flavor and the local restaurants and freaking what's the barbecue place downtown that's like super popular? Slows. So
I think it went out of business.
I heard that there was that, but then there was another barbecue place that had opened up in Royal Oak that was good. There was a beer shop in Royal Oak that I would go to every weekend because you could buy individual bottles, and you know exactly where I'm talking about, I'm sure. And then downtown had a lot of great restaurants, and yeah, it was a cool city. And for a city that has that history yet has that amount of decay, dude, we would have police chases literally ripped through the center of our set, or we would have police escorts because we would be doing driving stuff, and people would not give a fuck. They wouldn't stop. They would just drive right through. They just didn't care. There was one time we were driving, buddy of mine, we were driving around, and there was it was an interesting thing. You could be filming at a mansion, this beautiful mansion, well taken care of, and all this ornate work and not tapestry, but plaster work and all this stuff. And they'd have a 6-car garage with lifts and classic muscle and new shit and Taganis in it, and literally across the street would be a burnt out crack house.
Did you ever go to Grosse Pointe?
Yes.
So when you drive down Jefferson, you're going from the ghetto, burnt down homes, and then all of a sudden you pass into Grosse Pointe and you're in $1 million homes.
Yep. All on
I tell people this and they don't even understand it. I'm like, you pass it and it's like all of a sudden it's like a fucking shield that you drive by, and all of a sudden it's like, wait, what just happened? Because these are $1 million homes where all the executives live, right on the water. And then if you turn around and you drive through it, you go 200 feet and all of a sudden you're in the ghetto.
Yep.
It makes no sense.
And we were driving, it wasn't around Grosse Pointe, but there was a really bad area, and I can't remember the name of it, but a power line had gone down, and it started a fire in one of the buildings, and it jumped through like 8 buildings, and it just massive disaster. And so we were trying to find it because we wanted to take photographs. And I had my little rental car. I think I had like a little Nissan something. And I come up to a stop sign, and I'm with my buddy, and suddenly we feel a tunk. And we look behind us, and there's just this piece of shit rust thing that's falling apart that rear-ended us very lightly. And I looked at him and I was like, should we get out of the car? And he's from Long Island, and he's pretty street savvy. And he looks and he's like, no, keep driving. And we told our on-set consultant, our police consultant, he was former Detroit homicide. And he's like, oh yeah, they were going to rob you. And he was like, you did the right thing. But, you know, for all of that, the pride that the people of Detroit had, you know, wearing Detroit shirts, being proud of being from Detroit. They're, you know, what's the Made in Detroit clothing company that fucking Kid Rock bought, which they were cool before Kid Rock bought them and then turned into shit after.
Yeah.
The Made in Detroit.
The Made in Detroit.
Yeah. Because I had a bunch of their stuff, and then he bought them, and
yeah, he's not even from Detroit.
yeah.
He's so far out of Detroit too. Pisses me off. Like when the way, like I say this, Eminem, when like people don't know what 8 Mile is. It didn't dawn on me when I was in Dallas for training. I was talking to this guy from New Jersey, and there was a guy from I think like Seattle or something. I mean, he's from over that way, and he's like, he goes, and it was shortly after 8 Mile came on. I've never seen 8 Mile because I don't care. I'm not an Eminem fan. I'm a punk rocker, right? And the one guy goes, what is 8 Mile? And I was like, what do you mean? This is like a couple years after the movie came out. I'm like, what do you mean? He goes, what is 8 Mile? I'm like, the movie? And he's like, no, what is it? I was like, oh.
Area,
I go,
right?
it's the street that it's the road that Detroit, that the suburbs in Detroit border on. And he was like, so where Eminem is from, he goes, it's not a good area. I'm like, no. He lived in Warren, right on the border. It's just as bad as Detroit. Now, not all of Warren is, because my dad grew up in Warren, so not all of it is awful. But like, if you're right on the border there, it's the same. Unlike in Grosse Pointe, where if you go further down, it makes no sense. But I'm like, no. But like Kid Rock, he grew up about 32 miles outside of Detroit. He grew up in Romeo. That's about 32. I grew up 8 miles out of Detroit. Now, if you ask me where I'm from, I'm going to tell you Detroit. Because if I tell you Mount Clemens or Clinton Township, you'll go, that doesn't make any sense. Just like if someone is from, you know, a suburb of Dallas, you say Dallas. But if I tell people I'm from Detroit here, they go, you're not from fucking Detroit.
Okay, I'm from Mount Clemens.
Yeah. But like in the area, you can tell people you're from Clinton Township, east side of Detroit. But why would I tell Tony that I'm from Clinton Township? And he goes, well, where's that at? Eventually it comes back to, I'm from Detroit.
Exactly. I'll say to people, I'm not from Levine, Arizona. I'm from Phoenix. Phoenix.
Because people know. But I gotta say, like, I mean, I do love this area. And
Can you answer MCR? Can you answer MCR?
MCR. Oh, no. They're not called mosh pits. They're just called pits. You slam dance. You don't mosh. Fuck, I hate that shit. Oh my god. Mosh is what like
think of is Daniel. He's like, hey, Mr. Miyagi, where does cars come from? Detroit.
So I was just watching the new season of A Toy Store Near You is on YouTube.
Yeah.
I don't know if you guys have watched any of those.
I have not.
What?
It's the same production company that made Toys That Made Us. And it basically highlights like local small mom and pop toy stores
tell you a story about this.
All around the world, actually. But there's this new season. They go to a place called Nerd Out in Oak Park.
So I'll tell you about Nerd Out.
Well, but I was just going to say real quick before you do that. It's so when they said, they were like, oh, it's in Oak Park, and Oak Park was like, the reason they were able to open is because the city was trying to revitalize and offering incentive and all that. So, you know, when we were there 13 years ago, Oak Park was a place you didn't really want to go. And so it sounds like, you know, I mean, obviously it's been 10 years, so things gentrify, things change. So I was
Yeah.
going to ask, like, is it a lot better than it was, at least in that area?
Yeah, I've never really thought of Oak Park as that bad, but where he's at is right as you're coming out of Ferndale.
Okay.
So Ferndale is one of the most liberal cities that you'll be in. Very gay populated. So like you drive, I mean, if you walk down the street, you're going to see a lot of pride stuff, a lot of gay stuff. And I don't mean that in a negative way. So so Ferndale, where he's at, or Oak Park, it's coming right out of Ferndale. He's right off 9 Mile. But did you see the season with Sergeant Reds on it?
I want to watch
I'm
that.
sure I did
year.
because I've watched them all,
Okay.
but I can't say that I specifically remember that.
So Sergeant Reds, that's the store that I go to the most. That's one that when we did the Toys for Tots streamathon, you know, I bought everything through him. You know, he was basically the sponsor of it. They both filmed at the same time. So when I talked to Randy, he's the owner of Nerd Out. When I was talking to him, he's like, yeah, he goes, we filmed for them and they haven't used it yet. And I was like, they came here? He's like, they don't come in. They just ask us to film stuff and we send it to them. And he goes, I'm kind of embarrassed because I didn't have this. He goes, he just had one suite. He's expanded.
Well, they must have gone back and filmed more because the expansion and everything is in the
episode. Okay. Then they must have asked him for. They must have asked for more because he told me this was in the summer, but they just had a fire next to him.
Oh,
like maybe 3 months ago. The place still smells like smoke. Well, I can't say it smelled like smoke when I went there the last time, which was about a month and a half ago. It took him time because he cleaned everything up, but luckily nothing was damaged. But against that wall where everything burnt, that's where like the Super 7 Thunder machine is, all the big stuff. But nothing got water damage. There is still that smoke smell, but I'm glad he's been able to jump, to rebound, because some people think Randy can be a little not friendly. I've always got along with him, but he's pretty much a one-man show there.
Is he's, if I'm remembering it, he had the beard, right?
Yes.
He seemed like he might be kind of like on the spectrum, like high functioning, like just a little,
I don't. I don't get that when I talk to him. But I could see why someone might say that.
So like, what's?
But I haven't watched the episode, so because I just happened to see that I saw him post that they were finally going to be on it. I didn't realize, because you said that they actually showed the second one, because now it's on YouTube now, right?
It's on YouTube.
Before it was on Amazon.
Yeah. So I don't know if they redid the deal, like their deal ran out and then they did something else or what. But it's interesting. So, they make those shows with very little money. It's very smart on the nacelle company's part with how they get away with doing it. And you can hear it because the audio, even when Brian Volkweiss, the CEO, the guy who created the show and all that, like when he's sitting there saying, "Hey, this is Brian Volkweiss," like the audio is horrible.
Like, get yourself a microphone. Even I could tell that.
Yeah.
But
it costs them nothing.
I'll send you an Amazon link. Go ahead and order these. It's what I use. Cost $60. You're good.
But they make that show with probably little to no overhead. As you said, they film a lot of it themselves. And the thing with shows like that, even shows that bring crews in, right? So I did the last kind of reality thing I did was I operated on a Netflix series called Chef Show, which was Jon Favreau and a celebrity chef, Roy Choi, LA celebrity chef, going to restaurants and eating food, or cooking in his kitchen and making food and serving it to people, or having restaurateurs come and whatever. And, we shot it very sporadically. There wasn't like Favreau was self-financing it and Netflix hadn't bought it. Nobody knew where it was going to end up. And before I had come on, he had been shooting it for a year.
They made Chef, right?
Chef was the show. Chef Show was born of him making Chef and becoming friends with
Of
Roy.
the movie, of the film. Okay, that film was awesome. I loved it.
I've watched it so many times, and
Me
so
too. That
but
movie
this,
was
like
cool. That movie was
you
cool.
know, he had been shooting randomly off and on for a year prior to that, and probably had like 4 or 5 episodes, and then I came on and we probably did another 8 episodes or more over that course of 8 months. But again, like we'd shoot for a couple weeks and then we wouldn't hear anything, and then a month later we'd get a call and then we'd go back out, and then I'd think I was wrapped, and then it'd be like, hey, do you want to come up to Lucas Skywalker Ranch? And be like, fuck yeah, I do. We'll go up there and shoot some more, and then we didn't know what was going to happen. And then I think, however many months or a year later, we find out that Netflix bought it, and then it goes on Netflix. And then, so then now I want to watch. And now the way you watch it, you think everything was shot consecutively, right?
Oh, I don't anymore.
Right. But it's like you watch the first episode, and the first episode was shot in 2017, and then the 5th episode was shot in 2014 type of thing, right? It just cuts back and forth. And then there were over the course of even the small time that we shot there were some segments that never went to air because the restaurant didn't even survive, right? So by the time they had it cut and we're figuring out the episode orders and everything, that restaurant went under. And they weren't going to put it out there because there's no sense in hyping up a place that you can't go. And so then it's the same thing with these. So like, they had them send in all that footage a year prior, and depending on what they shot and sent in, maybe compared to what Sergeant Red shot and sent in, they felt Sergeant Red had more of a compelling story that they could cut out of it.
I'm sure, because they have the whole story of their adoption of their kids and everything. But even them, when I was talking to them, he's like, yeah, that's supposed to come out sometime. We filmed it over a year ago, and my story's completely changed. And then my son and myself went in and filmed, and then I won't even talk about that issue. So we have a whole video. My son doesn't want to edit it because we don't get along at times. And then Sarge is like, well, we've completely changed the story. Do you want to do it in a walkthrough? I'm like, dude, I can't get him to do shit. But I kind of, so I know John and Sergeant Red was like, yeah, like the whole story's changed. And by the time it came out, I'm looking at it going, your store looks nothing like that. The upstairs wasn't open. So I assumed like it was, they came in, they filmed it, boom. But now I'm starting to realize, especially even after you do more YouTube and you talk to people in general of like what we're doing, and you realize like, wow, some people are all over the place. Like they have footage that they've had for a year and now they're putting it out. And I'm like,
it happens. The thing is there's more transparency nowadays because of the internet, because of rumor mongering sites and gossip sites. There's a new show that's out on Hulu right now that's garnered rave reviews. I haven't watched it yet, called Interior Chinatown. And I only know about it. I came in, they wrapped shooting that series around just after the writer's strike began. And so that was well over a year ago.
Very quickly, Eric Thurman's comments. Sounds like my resume. Restaurants that don't exist.
Now you look at it.
Are you a chef, Eric? If that makes me guess.
I don't be a chef, but he's a cook for sure.
Or a line cook or a sous chef. And so I went in for one day, and it's kind of a surreal show, and there's commercials that are within the show that are fake commercials, and I came in and I helped do those, and then it was like, it's been over a year, and it's like, is this show ever coming out? And then it finally came out. It's the same with Mandalorian. I went on season 3 of Mandalorian, and it was a year before it finally aired. Yeah, Warrior is awesome. It's a bummer that it got canceled. It was like what they did 2 seasons, and then it moved to HBO from wherever it was, or it moved from HBO to Netflix or something like that. And then they did the 3rd season, and it kind of wrapped up, but kind of didn't, and then they canceled it. But it's the guy that played Storm Shadow.
Yeah, I started watching. I don't know if I just wasn't in the mood to watch it. There's some shows that, like, if you don't put your phone down, you realize you're missing. You're like, I have to be in the mood to watch something and put my phone away. I can't just listen to it. I love Blue Bloods. I can watch Blue Bloods and play games on my phone because you're basically listening to it going, how the fuck is this Reagan family the only family that ever gets in shootouts in all of New York? They just gotten one again. I finally am starting to catch up, and there was another one. I love that show. Too bad they canceled it. Anyway,
watch Warrior. There's so much out right now. There's so much. I watch something great and I binge it, and then people ask for recommendations, and because I binged it and like moved on, I don't even remember to recommend it because I watched it.
That happens all the time too, because Matthew, I know he's not your favorite person.
I'm his favorite person. I honestly don't care, but
I know. I keep telling him this.
Matthew talks about it, and he's like, binging is one of the worst things that can happen. Like when they drop a whole series because you forget about it. Where I think Prime, when they do it, I think they do a good job. Here's 3 episodes, and then you're going to get one every week.
Mm-hmm.
Works out perfect because now you've invested 3 hours, and you're like, holy shit, this is good. And now you're hanging on to that next one. But Cobra Kai comes out, boom, I've watched it all on a Saturday, and now I kind of forget about it until the next one, rather than one every week.
And I was sitting here racking my brain. What did I watch recently that I binged that I, would recommend? And it was part 2 of the final season of Cobra Kai.
Yeah. And I forgot that it was out.
I
forgot it was out, and I watched it last week, and I was like, damn, this is so good.
Yep.
I hate binging or watching it at work because we'll get a call and it'll get interrupted, and we'll come back and it'll be on something else, and I'm screwed. So I got to go back and watch that. I ruined a little bit of it by seeing what happened with Miyagi. I was like, okay, stop watching.
But Paramount Plus does that. They do the weekly release. Disney has switched over to they'll do 2 episodes and then an episode. So one show I will recommend if nobody's watched it yet is Tulsa King. The Sylvester.
Yeah, I love it. Me and Punk both watched that shit.
I want to say a big fuck you to Sheridan and Paramount and all of them, because I can't watch Yellowstone, the new season, because if I don't watch it live, I have to pay for service. But Paramount has all of his other fucking shows.
Oh, that's what my dad cries about.
including the ones in the universe.
The ones in Peacock now. They come out on Paramount Network, now Paramount Plus.
Well, it's however he made that deal, right? So he obviously made a developing deal. And so then it is all on Paramount because he had that other new show. What is it? The Landsman?
Yeah, I haven't watched it.
Landman
or whatever. I haven't watched it either, but that's another Paramount Plus. So he has that developing deal with them, kind of like Bill Lawrence, the guy that created Scrubs, which in my opinion
is there a new Scrubs coming out?
Say that again.
There's the new Scrubs coming out, I heard.
I just read it before I came on here that I guess he signed a deal with Warner Brothers, who produced the original Scrubs. Yeah. To do a reboot series, I guess, with the cast, but because talking about deals, or no, it wasn't with Warner Brothers. He has a development deal with Warner Brothers that he made long after Scrubs. So he has this very lucrative development deal with Warner Brothers, and that's where Ted Lasso and Shrinking and Bad Monkey, all these shows that are on Apple TV, that's his deal with them. And so he just made a deal with whoever, ABC or whoever it was, to do a Scrubs reboot. And I guess he'll write it, or he'll produce it, or he'll get it off the ground. But part of the deal was he had to agree not to be the showrunner. I guess because of conflict of interest with his development deal with Warner Brothers. But it's that thing. These guys, it's like Ryan Murphy, who is a gigantic asshole. You know, all his shit's on Fox and Fox affiliates. That's who his development deal is with, and his production company is on the Fox lot. And you know that's why his shit's all on Fox and FX and I guess Disney or what, anything that is it's all owned by Disney now, but his original development deal was done by Fox.
All right, I gotta ask you something. I'm gonna bore everyone. What the fuck is a showrunner? Explain it in simpleton terms and don't waste too much time to people start leaving.
So the showrunner is, they are basically, a lot of times they are also the creator of the show.
Like Sean Ryan,
he was the
showrunner of The Shield.
Yeah, so they're usually the creator. They're usually one of the writers, and obviously they're the producer. And so their role as the show running producer. They are the ones that are controlling the show, where the show is going. Yeah, who's getting hired? Who's
created Walking Dead then?
What's up?
Robert Kirkman. Never mind. Robert Kirkman.
And he left it though.
Oh,
Robert Kirkman left Walking Dead.
Kirkman created.
Are you thinking of Robert Kirkman? Or are you thinking of?
And he's not the one who ran it. Well, he's still not the one running.
No, the first showrunner is the guy that directed Shawshank Redemption. Again, my brain is freezing. Frank Darabont.
Oh, okay.
So Frank Darabont, I think, started The Walking Dead, and I think he was the showrunner, and then quit or got fired, or I don't remember how it was. But
Kirkman he created The Walking Dead.
Yeah, Kirkman was the creator.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you'd see it on that, but sometimes you'll see, especially for like a TV series, you'll see like just for example, and again, I haven't watched Walking Dead or seen the credits. So you're watching the credits of Walking Dead. It might sit there and say, created by Frank Darabont, and then you'll see another credit saying like based on the work of Robert Kirkman, or you'll say, or it'll say like created for television or adapted for television by.
Kirkman had something to do with it for the first few seasons, but then he was no longer there because I think they just kind of went off in their own. And
a lot of times that'll happen though. They'll maybe they wanted him there and they were asking him for input, and then by the time it really deviated from the source material, it was sort of like, I'm not needed anymore, or he didn't like the direction that it was going, or they didn't like his input. Who knows? There's a million different versions of what the truth might be, but the basic answer is the showrunner is they're essentially like the controlling producer. Sometimes they're the directing producer, so they'll direct a couple of episodes, but they're the ones that are making sure that at least creatively the show stays on track.
Okay, that's what I've always heard it, and then you hear showrunner, which makes sense that it's usually the creator of the show. Because I know like Sean Ryan was the showrunner of The Shield, but I always wonder like what it meant, because like showrunner, like. To me, if I hear showrunner, it sounds like someone that's supposed to go get coffee, donuts, right? Like that's what showrunner should be. They're running the errands.
Those are the production assistants.
Yeah, but you know, showrunner, it sounds like you're running to get errands.
They run the show. It's like people saying, "What's a best boy? What's a gaffer? What's a key grip?"
That's what I would say. What's a gaffer?
They're the head electrician.
Head electrician.
Sometimes they're credited as the chief lighting operator or chief lighting technician.
So, okay. We were talking about all the stuff that was in Detroit and how like all the stuff you guys had that you bought. So I was at where they were filming Red Dawn one day. They weren't filming Red Dawn. It was with all the production and everything, right? And there's a Target right behind it. And I'm working on the copy machine. I hear this guy come back and he goes, "Yeah, we bought everything." He's telling me, he's like, "Yep." He goes, "We bought every single light from the Target over there. So if we need more, we have to go elsewhere." They bought every single light bulb in Target and anyone that they could bring out from the back.
Damn.
Yep.
So,
But we're bad for the economy, so they should.
you know what? You don't. With that said, if I remember correctly, that is the same governor that got in trouble for the Flint water.
Oh, there's a shock.
Yeah.
I will say, not that anybody cares about any of this, but like the whole incentive thing, incentivizing the film industry, and it's a shitty thing because first of all, it started as a battle within the states. You know, Detroit's going to offer incentives. New Orleans is going to offer incentives. Atlanta is offering incentives. So like now all of a sudden, all these states are playing and offering incentives, which number one has taken a lot of work out of LA. And now you have these states fighting each other over like who's going to get what incentives to shoot whatever project there. And now it has started internationally. So like Eastern Europe is offering incentives, and England is offering incentives, and New Zealand and Australia are offering big incentives. And so now that just becomes an even bigger battle. And the fact of the matter is, in my humble opinion, the film industry should not be incentivized whatsoever. We waste so much fucking money on dumb shit. Nobody should be giving us back, on the dollar to like. It's bullshit. Like, it shouldn't be happening.
All right. So when Red Dawn was being filmed, I was at my dad's for I want to say it was Thanksgiving, and he had a friend there, and the
The
friend
good
did
one, right?
lighting.
The good Red Dawn.
The new one.
Oh, the new one.
The one
Okay.
with the one with Chris Hemsworth.
Okay.
So this guy, I don't know who he was, but he was there for Thanksgiving dinner, and he was talking about how he does like lighting, and he goes, "Yeah, so they came in and they paid me to redo the outside of this bar, but then they had to change it, and they came to me and they said, well, we need to change it." And he's like, "Well, it's going to cost you." And they were like, "It doesn't matter what it costs." And just, all right, you didn't want it, boom, you paid for it because he did what they wanted. Then he just changed it. He's like, those people blow so much money. They've come to me so many times to change what they paid me to do, and they're like, doesn't matter. And I'm like, man, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's an interesting thing to see how much money they waste on shit and blow on shit, but then you'll sit there and go to the producer and be like, hey, I need a kit rental for my handheld rig. No, we don't have the money for that. Really? You don't have $50 a day that you can throw at me on a 3-day week? So $150 a week to throw at me for my handheld rig so that I don't jack my back up? Nope. What about this shit that you don't need that you're pissing money away on? Or
don't talk about back being messed up. Specs is going to go out in each second. He's having so much problem. I want to hear it no more.
I just had another round of injections. I'm good.
My back's hurt, but I'm going to the gym anyway.
I lived with a woman that's had 4 back surgeries, so don't get until you hit back. 4 back surgeries, I am not allowed to hear about back pain because she lives. I don't wish that on anyone.
No,
Dave, you got some injections not so long ago, right? For that shit?
Yeah, I had a second round on last Tuesday.
What are you getting?
It's like a cortisol steroid.
Okay.
So the first 2 I had in the facet joints right up here, and then I had 3, and they put them in my kind of mid to lower where the rib joints connect to the spine.
Yeah.
So I have something called hyperelasticity or hypermobility, which is what they used to call double jointed.
Okay.
And it turns out that in a small percentage of people, it actually causes issues, and it's not consistent. It could be your entire body. It could be your knee. It could be, so it turns out that it manifested in my back. And so like my floating ribs, like if I'm doing stuff, they'll push back and then they'll just cause discomfort and pain. Ooh. Or my spine will just, my neck, like the facet joint will get tangled and then I can't turn my head. It's all fucked up. And then on top of that, I have disc degeneration. And
yeah, that's what my ex, like she's had, like I said, she's had 4 back surgeries, and it's fucking, it's awful to watch.
Yeah.
And again, like you don't have 4 back surgeries and not have other back issues ending up in the hospital before they do surgery. So I don't. When someone tells me they've had like back issues, you're like, especially like you can tell if someone has back issues or if they just have a sore back, and it's like, no, that's a sore back. All right, that's not a back issue.
No, it sucks. And mine is one of those things where even if I wanted it, surgery wouldn't do anything for me. There's nothing that they can do because the ligaments are loose, and so it's a matter of A, trying to stay active, and B, just trying to keep my core strengthened so that it helps keep everything else in place. But it's a shitty thing because it'll just be like, I'll be folding laundry or I'll be vacuuming the house, and then that sets off the fatigue and the pain, and then it just becomes an exponentially growing.
Okay, so it's not like you sneeze and then
No, that happens to every dude over 40, and then suddenly they could fucking spit in the sink and their back will go out. Like, that happens too.
So it was right after my son was born, so 18 years ago, and I left work early, and Susan was like, she's sitting down and she's bouncing Andrew, on her, on her leg, and she sneezed, and she goes, take him. And I was like, what the fuck? And I grab him, and then she's like in pain or whatever, but a couple hours go by and she's like, and she's walking, and she's like, I feel like I'm walking like crooked. I'm like, you are. And she like lifted up her back, like she lifted up her shirt, and she's like, does it look like my spine is all? I'm looking, I'm like yeah, this. Like I mean, I could go like this and I could see the 3 vertebrae that were on an angle like this and then down like that. So we go to the hospital and they look at it. They gave her a muscle relaxers and they were talking about back. They're like, there's a back spasm. I'm like, what? And she's like, that's a back spasm. So one set of muscles is pulling this way, one set of muscles underneath it is pulling this way. And I go, so when like a hockey player is out because of back spasm, this is what it is? And they're like, yeah. And I was like, man, I never understood that, because I'd be like, I get little eye muscle spasms or bicep. Like, why do you have to miss a game? Now that I'm looking at her back, I'm like, oh, I understand it. I will never question someone that has back spasms and can't play a sport.
No,
it's double post, David, because we're on Punk's channel too.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Interesting. But yeah, no, it's a weird thing. Like I do physical therapy. I've been getting physical therapy once a week for the past 2 years. And I've had a lot of time because the film industry's been dead. So and then because of that, I've also had it's good and bad. I've had, I'm at the gym 5-6 days a week and I'm on a routine, but I'm also, for better or worse, like I'm a weightlifter. So like, and I'm not a power lifter or anything like that, but like when I go to the gym, that's what I like to do. I like to lift. And I've worked with my physical therapist to
deadlifts and shit.
Yeah, but also like more core focus. So like,
core.
He doesn't care that I deadlift, except when I deadlift too much and pop my back.
You're in the wrong position.
But he wants me to do more like single leg deadlifts, single leg exercises that force your core to stabilize. And I do a lot of that too. And it's great. And I like being at the gym. I always have. But the instant I can't do it. Dude, I used to do yoga. Dude, I used to be able to do one-handed handstands.
One-handed ball grabs.
But it turns out that for somebody that has hypermobility where your ligaments are already stretchy and loose, shit like yoga is not good for you. Like,
look, people be like this motherfucker, right? and freak Larry out. Freak Larry out. I'm gonna freak Larry out right now.
No, that doesn't freak me out. It's the long arms and legs.
Oh, get the long arms out.
I already have it. The figure looks fine. I don't have the stupid ass long arms on them. Piece me the fuck out. Always did.
That's what I'm saying.
Always did.
I love that fucker. He's crazy. Long range. Anyway.
Shit. So, so Spec, let me ask you about your YouTube channel. How's it doing? Have you put more out than? Because I saw how well the Dragonfly did for you.
The Dragonfly video did great.
Yeah,
I
imagine
think
if you would have had that and Nemesis Immortal.
Here we go.
Yeah, but as I said, like the whole channel stemmed because I had been asked to do that. So that video had already been committed to.
I know. I'm not going to get
Same here with my Rev Raider. That's why I got the free one sitting right here. But do favors for homies.
Yeah, no, the Dragonfly video did really great, and then I think I have two more on there, 2 or 3. I did one for the John Wick figure, the Aton. Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it did okay. Like, it's got a couple hundred views. Like, and people have commented on it, and I should.
I gotta do his damn logo.
And then I need my logo so that I'm legit. And then
I showed you some of it. I'm not done. I'm gonna hook it up.
I did like a. So I experimented. You know, those CT toys have been getting such like great reviews.
Tony and I were talking about them. Yeah, Tony and I talked about this.
So I was like, you know what? Let's just order a couple and see what's going on. So I ordered the brown Wolverine, which still hasn't shipped, and I ordered the blue. Thank you, Eric. I ordered the blue and red Spider-Man, which came in and is actually a surprisingly good figure. Like, it's definitely a knockoff.
We're good.
It's a good figure. And then I got the black suited Spider-Man, and that thing is a piece of shit.
You got a bad one, yeah, or I'm glad I stopped with Spidey and Wolvie. That's it.
It is hot garbage, and so then, you know, in the chat, the guys were like, "Take a video, like show us." So I just did a quick video, and then they were just like, "You need to put that video, put it on your channel." So I did. So it's like 1:40, me just like
it was shitty.
The Spider-Man logo is like double printed. The alternate head has like a big paint mar on it. It's loose. It looks like it has butterfly joints, but it's just a solid piece of plastic. And then the shoulder sockets like literally sticking out, and then the diaper like rattles around, and the leg joints are just hanging out, and it's just it's a piece of shit.
You threw that bitch across the room. I was laughing hard. I'm singing the praises of CT Toys Brown Wolverine, and you got the black Spidey trash.
How much was it?
It was like $14.
Okay.
Yeah.
So and again, the red and blue Spider-Man was great, and if they ever send the brown Wolverine, then sweet. I think the thing is, if it doesn't ship by the 7th, they give me a refund, and I don't know if that means that they'll still ship it, or
maybe you're in that limbo because now they changed to Funly something.
Well, did you order it through AliExpress or actually through CT Toys?
No, through AliExpress.
Okay.
It has been on their app.
From
AliExpress is you get what you pay for, and you know. So like, I ordered a bunch of stuff. So, and I also ordered the knockoff Reveltech Wolverine, which is like halfway between pure garbage and kind of cool. You know, like maybe if I get the motivation, if I repaint it, maybe it'll be a little bit cooler, but like the joints on it suck and whatever else. But I'm looking at one of Insta Leanne's photos, and she had like these cool leaves on it. So I'd asked her, I was like, "Hey, where'd you get those leaves from?" And she said AliExpress. So I was like, "Oh, okay." So I ordered a bag of orange leaves, a bag of red leaves, and a bag of green leaves, and they're like $2 each. And when the order came, they didn't put the green leaves in. So I sent a message to the store saying like, "Hey, you guys,
Mikey,
you guys didn't put the green leaves in. Can you send them, or can you give me my $2 back?" Like, you know, they sent this whole thing of like, you have to prove to us you didn't get them, and we need the packing receipts thing off the shipping tag and this, that, and the other. And I was just like, oh, fuck, like, for $2, like, fuck it, like. You know, at least I got the gold and red ones, which look a lot nicer. But it's like seriously, for a $2 item, you're gonna do this? Amazon. I don't want to say it too loud. You know, my mom wanted to know what to get the kids for Hanukkah, and so like I told her, and she ordered something, and it came, and I was like, nope, this is the wrong one. I was like, here, I'll show you. You know, I was like, set up a return, and we'll get the right one, and I could just drop it off at Whole Foods. So I'll take it to Whole Foods and return it for you. So we went through the whole return thing, and it was just like, keep the book. Here's your refund. Keep the book. Like,
wow,
it's not worth it for them to pay whatever it would ship.
No, because a lot of times they're not even putting it back out there.
No.
A lot of times it goes out on that pallet when people buy for $300 a pallet that's worth up to like $10,000. I mean, sometimes it's junk because they put bananas back in the G.I. Joe figures and stuff. But
yeah, but it was just interesting that like Amazon will sit there and be like, yeah, keep the thing. Here's $15. And you go to like China and you're like, hey, you forgot my $2 item. And then they're like, you got to prove it. You got to prove we didn't do it. It's like, dude, it's $2. I'm not fighting you on $2. Like,
yeah, and that's just it. Like, there's a lot of those things where I've had people when you buy stuff and they're like, you can take that thing back. I'm like, it cost me $3. No, I'm not going to go stand in line at Target or Walmart to get my $3 credit. If I was taking back something, you know, that was $50, another thing is $25, and then you have the $3. Yeah, I'll fucking take it all back. But dude, I waste more than $3 on fucking, you know, at McDonald's almost every day. So why would I waste my time taking it back?
Or you'll just spend that much in gas taking it there.
Yeah, or you know what, you could just if you got it from Walmart, you could just keep calling them over and over and over and over till they say never call us again or order from us.
That doesn't sound like a familiar story at all.
No, not at all.
Walmart actually, for
Trey in the house. What's up, Trey?
That I absolutely hate. They've been doing all those crazy sales over the last couple days.
Have they?
The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle, the Mutant Mayhem, like the $80 sewer playset that's usually on sale for like $45 or whatever. They had it for $15 the other day, so I got it for my nephew for his birthday that's coming up. And then there was a Star Wars figure that I just got.
Yeah,
I can't find her. You're lying, Clint.
She's Wood Baby now. She's Wood Baby.
Oh, she's Wood Baby on what? Instagram. On Instagram, she's Wood Baby. YouTube, she's Wood Bunny.
I don't know. I think she's Wood Baby. I don't know. She doesn't show up on YouTube anymore for me. Oh. But if you go, you can track it. You can track
doing her woodworkings. I'm going to commission some shelving and tell her to send me the video.
Yeah. But there were a bunch of Black Series figures. One of them I bought over a month ago. One of them I bought just last week because it was on the Black Friday sale. And then today, both of those were on sale for even cheaper. And so I just went into the app and set up a return, which I just got to throw them in a box, and then FedEx scans a code and takes it back. And then the new ones will be here tomorrow because I guess there's a distribution center somewhere near LA. So usually you order from them and the shit shows up the next day.
I don't know if Walmart has changed, but I know a few years ago, like if you went in there and something was, let's say, $25 and you're like, hey, it's $20 on your website, they would not match it. They said the Walmart warehouse is different than the Walmart store, but if it was Target that was $20, they'd price match it. I go, that makes no sense. And they're like, that's just our policy. I was like, all right, I'm not gonna argue with some kid that's, you know, it's not your fault. You can't do it. But I'm like, that makes no sense because it's Walmart.com and that's a different warehouse than the Walmart store. But if Target had it for that price, you'd price match it. And they're like, yeah, we know. We hear it all the time. Like, right.
It's a weird thing, but they do, because I bought something from them a few months ago and they price matched it to their app.
Maybe they've changed it because it's a stupid, because you can order, you can, what made no sense to it also was like, and I remember saying to myself, so I can go and buy this and have it picked up at the store, and in 2 hours you'll take this one and take it up there, and they're like, yeah. all right, I want this. I'm gonna pay the 20. I forget what it was, like $5 more. I'm like, I don't care. I'm gonna buy it. It's like I'm not wasting my time.
Man, I got scared for a second. I'm on David's Toy Optics page, and I'm on home, and it goes, "This channel does not have any content."
That's the
What
you
the
have to
hell?
click on videos. That's the weird.
Yeah, I go with videos, and then there's your 4. Yeah.
Tony's still struggling with YouTube.
I don't
Well,
know.
my
how to
home. Why
change
why would home say don't have any content when he's got content? Just because you have to go on videos? I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know. I got to figure that one out. But
Yeah.
I haven't done a video.
Ask the pro here. He's right next to you.
I haven't done a video. I don't know when I'm gonna do a video. I don't know what I'm gonna do a video of.
Me neither. I was gonna do some Street Fighter, but Travis did his awesome ranking, and Punk did a bunch of them. So I'm like, we'll see.
I don't. Again, it doesn't matter. People want to hear your
Oh,
opinion.
I know. I just gotta get my ass up to. I'm like, I'm not a reviewer. I just talk about this shit. All right, Trey. Later, bro.
See you, dude.
That is how you grow your channel. That is how you grow your brand.
Grow your shit.
Yeah, I just gotta
I
have
that $100 mark so I get paid.
Oh, so the reason why is because Spec hasn't gone and created anything for his YouTube channel. You have to go in there and you have to create everything.
Oh.
Yeah, you create hey, when people come here, I want them to see this video. So like Tony, like if you had channel members, you can have every time that someone goes to my home channel, there's a video that's there that plays. If someone's a channel member, they get a different video.
But let me look, because so when I go there and I get that, where'd it go? Go to my dashboard.
This lady took him, Eric.
And I think all this is done from your YouTube channel. I don't really change my stuff very often. So let me see if I can remember.
So like I went into the channel customization. I did a banner image. I did a picture. I did a handle.
There's a lot of shit you got to do. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I don't see anything. Oh, video.
AJ and Mary showed me all that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, home tab. Oh, there it is.
Yeah.
Show your channel home tab to highlight and showcase content for your audience.
Yeah, the home tab.
Add section. So I gotta add a section. Let's do popular videos. Publish.
I gotta start doing those. Like Larry does. Check this video out. This is my playlist of all this and this and this and that. I gotta put those.
Oh, I got a new subscriber, Clint. Thank you, Clint.
Awesome, Clint. Let's
okay. So try going back there again, Tony, because now it's
300, 250.
So now, if I refresh your page here,
it should show.
Buddy's in here. What's up, buddy?
It still says that they make content.
Oh, mine says popular videos.
So I'm looking at home. It doesn't show anything yet, but it may take time.
Oh, I guess my my Yeah Man video is at 800 views. That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
And my CT Spider-Man is at 73 reviews.
Let's get him to 80, 75. Well, it's only it should get a lot because it's only a 126.
Yeah,
a minute and 26 seconds. That shit was so hilarious.
A piece of shit.
This thing is a POS.
I was trying to be funny.
So at this point, why don't you go ahead and just drop the? Why don't you go ahead and drop the Nemesis Immortal video on your channel? There's no reason not to. It's already done what it was going to do.
I could do that to the Rev Raider on mine too, just to have it on mine.
But you already, I mean, again, you have. I mean, I think you should, to be honest. But you already have a good amount of content. You don't have.
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying.
Just so you have something else.
That's what it is.
Just I mean, it's already done. You did it yourself.
Yeah. I probably can. I'd just double check with Travis since I have the deal in place with him, and then
check with your boss and make sure.
Double check with your boss.
Well, it's just because we have a deal in place, and I don't want.
I know. I'm just fucking with Larry's just fucking with you too.
Sure, I am.
Look at war chest. Look at war chest. Drop the video. Let that content stat.
That's okay. To you, he's my boss. To him, you're my new best friend.
I know. That's why he talks about shit.
Well, I guess Tony's my old best friend, so.
Yeah, I'm the old one. I told Travis, come on. I dropped the link in our chat, but he's with his lady cooking dinner and playing footsies. Go ahead.
Watching Wicked.
Bring her on too.
Playing footsies. No, I don't know. Anything else? Tony just wanted to
wait for Thursday with a spec.
That sounds awful.
Yeah.
Thursday with a spec. We did a bunch of it here already. No, there's a bunch you hadn't touched
again,
on.
like, you know, honestly, like just talking to spec here, David, whatever.
Banter, Eric.
Like I can just tell, like, talking to you, like, when we do the show, if I don't want to make it a 5-hour show, I can't get deep into like talking about where you were at in Detroit and everything. But again, like everything, and I don't want it to be, this show is, the Thursday with a Friend is not about toys per se.
It's not. It's about
who you are, how you became, and I find it very interesting. My my ex's brother played baseball. He played professional baseball, and to hear the stories that he tells, like firsthand. Again, I don't need to tell them to everyone. Just hearing stories, it's so cool to like hear like first, because you hear stuff from, you hear stories third and fourth party from like radio host, but then you're talking to him and he's like, "Oh yeah, I was there when that happened." He's explaining, and you're like, "Oh, okay." So that actually makes a little bit more sense. It mathematically or whatever makes more sense than, oh, he drank 48 beers in a 4-hour flight. No, it wasn't a 4-hour flight. It was from the time we left Yankee Stadium till we got into Anaheim, California, into the hotel. All right, that makes a little bit more sense than a 3-hour flight or 4-hour flight. Still a lot of beer. All right, still a lot of beer, Wade Boggs. Just saying. Oh man, dude, if you're putting stickers on your Dragonfly.
I
haven't done it yet. I wanted to mess around with the teeth, but the teeth look like a bitch to do.
Yeah, somebody said the key to the teeth was you take the panels that encase the internals for the guns, and you pop them off and you swap them so that the tampo is further back and gets out of the way of being able to line the teeth up.
You mean
Trey Toyomic Displays did it really good with his teeth.
I saw a couple that didn't swap.
He did it really good. I think Gun Bunny did his own. I'm not sure if
Gun Bunny's a whole other story.
Tiger Fly he made. So that thing
is a whole other story how he did his. So I mean,
that's
not stickers.
I think the way that they did the rivets and everything, if you try and put the decals over that, they're not going to stick in those places, and then you'll get the bubbling or the little white whatever, and the Hasbro does just enough tampo work, like on the Hiss Tank, on the Vamps, on the whatever, on the Dragonfly. Like there's enough little things there. I don't want to put the decals on, really.
Same here. It's got. I'm looking at it right now.
Everything that's on it is exactly where it should be.
Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't even met the stickers. I just put the Dragonfly thing on the base.
And
I haven't even done that.
And I'm glad that they didn't put. Cool shit. I'm glad they didn't put salsa and chips and salsa on it, because I really didn't want to hear the people whine and cry about like, oh my god, they shut the fuck up.
I want that. I welcome that. Yeah, bitch. I'll tell you why I put chips and salsa. Fucking.
No, I think they put they did a good job, and I'm glad they give people stickers. So if you wanted to do more, you can. But I don't want
to make that zombie ass,
which
zombie
I
fly.
thought that was cool. It's the same like with the Sky Striker. So I did I did the bare minimum decals with the Sky Striker to make it look like the OG Sky Striker. I wasn't gonna like start putting all the extra stuff on there, and I had initially ordered 3, and I really wanted to keep 2 because I wanted to turn 1 into the Cobra, you know, the stolen Cobra version.
The red one.
Oh yeah.
I think so. You know, it came with a
I
set of
forgot what it
decals
was.
as if Cobra stole a Sky Striker and made it
Yeah,
there.
I have the red one.
But space and everything being what it was, and then finally saying like, I'm not doing 1/18th. I'm only doing the Transformer collaborations. Other than that, I'm not doing the 1/18th. So I put the chill on.
I used the black fins on the Sky Striker because
Yeah,
I have an original one, and I believe
The
I
black
put
film.
different because on the box art it has black,
yeah.
so they gave you both colors. So if I remember correctly, I think I put a different set of decals on those fins because I was like, if I ever want to go white, I'll put the original Sky Strikers on it.
Oh, Sky Striker. I was tripping. They talking
Yeah.
about Dragonfly.
Oh no. But I didn't want to put too much on it because I
Mhm.
thought for the most part everything was right where it was supposed to be.
Yeah, I did the decals like the body that go down the wing,
Yeah.
and then I
Because
did the
we had to put those on because they gave you different colors, right?
right,
I'm trying
and
to
then
think.
I did the Sky Striker decals on the black fins, and I think
I-
that's really all I
I
did.
painted those little aileron wings that go on the tail of
On the dragon.
Yeah, I painted them black. I didn't like them yellow. I'm like, why are they fucking yellow? Whatever.
I'm sure
So
there's
I-
a reason for it, but it does.
I know.
That's exactly what I told Tony. But in his defense,
Better black.
I googled it and I couldn't find any like attack helicopters with yellow fins
I
in
don't
the
know what
back.
they are. Air brakes? I don't know. It's just aileron.
I don't know
I
what they are, but
I don't
they
know. I mean,
do
it's-
like stand out. You know, it could honestly be a production error, and it's not enough of a thing to go. It's like the McFarlane '89 Batmobile, the glossy Batmobile that came out with the gray canopy.
Yeah.
McFarlane
And
never
Robin
came
came
out and
out with
said it,
canopy.
but that was a paint code error. They sent the factory the wrong paint code, and but it doesn't matter because you want to get the ramen toy CAG set anyway. I mean, I had the glossy one. I ended up selling it, and I got the matte black one. But if you have both, if you have one or the other, you want to get that ramen toys CAG set to get the proper the windows.
How do you store? How do you display or store your toys? Because I know you don't have a big place.
Do you want to go through this now, or do you want to wait till the 16th?
This is Thursday night. This is Friday night with Spec.
Well, I'll just there's my little corner of the living room.
Okay.
And on the other side of the couch is a big pile of shit that is mostly like diorama stuff that I just haven't really. I need to find a better home for. And then there's some.
I agree, Blitz.
Around my TV stand. No, that's my kitchen. Sorry, you don't want
They
to see
could
that.
use something. There's some stickers, maybe star or something.
So like GI Joe, I have all my vehicles and everything out and displayed. I have the McFarlane Batmobile and I have the animated Batmobile. Those are stuffed away at the moment. I have the NECA party wagon. That's in a box at the moment. I do pull it out on occasion to do photography with.
You pull it out?
I pull it. I whip it out.
Dick. I pull it on occasion when I'm doing photography.
I just whip it out. You just let it hang out while I'm shooting photos.
So sometimes when we see those photos, we're like, "Is that?
No,
No, that can't be." Now we'll be like, "Oh, that is the tip of it."
just always you just never know. It's you look at a photograph and you never ever know what's truly just on the right side of that frame.
Spec, okay, so you will appreciate this. This is totally off topic. My daughter and I have been watching Buffy and Angel. right? And we're watching it in chronological order. And I'm watching Angel, and there's a fight scene in the living room. And I back it up, and I go, "Did you see that?" And she goes, "What?" I go, "You didn't see that?" She goes, "When he got thrown across the room." I'm like, "No, go back."
Cameraman.
Oh, dude, it was full blown cameraman on his knees, and I'm like, "How did nobody see that?" It wasn't like it.
It happens. I bet. No.
Sometimes it's not a matter of now you go back to that. So Buffy and Angel still shot on film. So
Oh,
you not there were video taps, but it wasn't like today where everybody and their mother is sitting at a monitor watching everything live. So,
Oh,
so
okay.
yeah.
back in the time of like where being a camera operator, being a director of photography or whatever, you were a trusted position and
I didn't
people
think about
trusted that you knew what you were doing.
And they let you roll. Yeah.
There was a little bit of mysticism to like what you did, what you went on. You were a bit of a wizard. Now everybody and their mother sees what you're seeing and can sit there and come up to you after the fact and be like, "Hey, you know that you saw so," and it's like, "Yeah, I know.
The boom mic or
Hey,
something.
thanks for telling me. I've got my eye to the eyepiece. Like I probably saw it before you saw." But that being said, sometimes shit happens, mistakes made. Starbucks coffee cups end up in a shot in Game of Thrones, right? Like, you know, and 9 times out of 10, so like that shot in Buffy or Angel or whichever it was, the other operator might have gone up to the DP or whomever and said, "Hey, I just want to let you know, like, I caught the other camera in that take." And they will probably be like,
Oh
nobody
shit.
will ever notice it, moving on. And now 20 years
Is it funny?
later, you saw it on
Somebody catch
Netflix,
it.
but like, where was the uproar, right? You know, it's you see this shit. You see the PA or whoever it was standing half behind a
Yeah.
door in the Mandalorian. You see the coffee cup in the shot. You see the. I guarantee you. You go back, you watch any movie. You go back and you watch Star Wars. There's the stormtrooper hitting his head on the door. You watch Empire Strikes Back. There's Anthony Daniels, the tip of his nose painted in gold, sticking out from the the back of his head when Chewbacca is like holding him in. Like every movie has these gaffes, these errors. You watch Blade Runner, there is a shot in the pivotal scene, in the final finale, climax, whatever, where if you're watching, you can see the entire camera crew in the dolly, their shadow goes right by the wall, like as they're chasing after a character. Like it happens. And the fact of the matter is it either happens so quickly that 99.9% of the audience will never ever see it because that's not what they're looking for, that's not what they're invested in. But then there's always the 0.1% that'll notice something. But it makes for fun. It makes for fun trivia. Like it's a.
Oh, it does. And we all make mistakes. But I never looked at it how you said. Like people now, it's an easy way to. It sounds like they easily can say, "Wait a minute, whoa, 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 that was shot. We need to redo it." Where you're looking at going back, probably maybe weeks later, when they're editing it, going, "Yeah, how do you go back and redo it?"
Right.
Yeah,
But even what I'm saying
like,
is like even today where you can catch that stuff a lot more easily. And some of this is my job, right? Like I just did a big remote crane workshop that I attended because that's what I don't get to do the most of. And talking to a very experienced pro operator and I forgot that we had worked on it, but we did the first season of Westworld but I was sporadic and so I think we crossed paths like once, and he did that TV series Barry. He did like the last season or the last 2 seasons, but very experienced camera operator. And I can't remember the movie. He was showing us a clip from it and he was like, "This is how we set up the shot." And it was a remote crane and we did this and came over the casino and came over the table. And you notice the audience, the backgrounds splitting apart to get the camera through. He's like, "Did anybody notice anything else? Did anybody see anything else?" And we're all racking our brains. He's like, I'll show it to you again. And we're all sitting there. And he's like, do you see the dolly track that's off to the side, just right there on the left side of frame? He's like, I knew that was there. He's like, we had 2 days to rehearse this particular shot. And he's like, I knew that was there the whole time. He's like, but you have to ask yourself, you know, there's background that's covering it. There's this that's covering it. Did anybody else happen to notice this when we were shooting it? And he's like, nope. Okay, great. Moving on. There's no need to spend the time and the money, which will piss off directors, producers, whatever, to have to go back and shoot this thing that 99% of the people will never notice. And that's like that. I can't tell you how many times like I've gone up and to the director of photography or the director and just been like, hey, so like this happened, or I caught that, or this, and they'll be like, don't worry about it. Like either we'll never cut to it, or I didn't notice it, so nobody else is going to notice it either.
But we noticed.
But you noticed. But you know, like if you notice years later, who cares?
No, like Warcha says, continuity issues are awesome. Yeah, and it's fun. It makes fun. Again, I don't think it ruins anything. It's like Beverly Hills Cop when Axel Foley throws the guy, and the guy Axel Foley has a big mustache, and you're like, boy, that was a bad shot of the stunt double throwing him.
There's, you know, it's if you really look for shit, it's like I'm Gonna Get You, Sucker. If you guys remember that movie.
I do.
It's the Keenan Ivory Wayans. It's blaxploitation comedy. It's got, you know, it's Richard Roundtree's in it, and
Kung Fu Joe and Fly guy.
Yeah. So there's a sequence where nobody knows her name. She was in Different World. She was one of the leads in A Different World, and she's a waitress, and she's like going home, and then I don't know, somebody attacks her, and she's like, don't mess with me, da 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 da. And
yes. Boy, I'm sorry, word chest.
And
Commando. Oh my, so many times we noticed that.
Oh yeah, we seen that.
When he flips it over and it drives away, and you're like, it's not damaged anymore.
David, did she
because
take her butt off
from a different take, or they used a different whatever. But anyway, long story short, black actress playing a waitress like goes on a tear and ends up beating the shit out of these guys, and they very blatantly swapped in a white guy with a mustache and a wig to be her stunt double, like to do the flips and the, you know. Or it's in Spaceballs, you idiots, you captured their stunt doubles. If you really look for this stuff, you can see it. And one of the things that always gets me, I'm not looking for it, so a lot of times it fools me. Bitch better have my cash, or I'm gonna put my foot deep up in her ass. Reshoots, you know, and that's become even more prevalent than before. And usually it's director's commentary that like points that out, but you'll sit there and you'll be like, you see this shot right here? Look at their hair. And then you cut to the final, you know, cuts back and forth, and then it cuts to it again. You'll be like, oh, their hair is different because they had to bring them back 6 months later and then put a wig on or recut their hair or try and restyle their hair.
Digitally remove a mustache.
Digitally remove a mustache. God, that fucking.
I remember when at the end when they're all the Avengers are eating shawarma, and Chris Evans got his hand like that because he had the beard already for a next movie. Yeah.
Well, that's smart by not showing his face.
Yeah. It drives me nuts, but I mean the movie in general drives me nuts, but episode 2, Attack of the Clones, you will never unsee this once I point it out, but go back and watch the movie and just pay attention to Obi-Wan's face, because his facial hair is of different lengths in almost every scene. You know, and it could be for a multitude of reasons. He could have been in the middle of growing his beard out, and so they're like dealing with using a fake beard and then the real beard, and or trimming the beard. But like it's obvious that sometimes it's a fake beard, sometimes it's a fake beard cut to a shorter length, sometimes it's a lot. It drives me fucking nuts. It looks terrible, and it's just like. Pick a beard, pick a beard and stick with it.
Shouldn't be that hard, right?
That's true, Warchess.
Oh, dude.
That shit was fucking funny. Oh my god.
When they're bicycling boogling, like you can fully tell. There's also times during that scene where she goes from having high heels to no heels, but has a boot that's it's like a black boot. So, but then she has heels on, and you're like, but that's still the greatest extreme movie of all time.
She's the one who got in trouble with like her sending her kids to.
Yes, and going back to Blue Bloods, she was on Blue Bloods, the episode I just watched today. Lori Loughlin.
Laura Loughlin, she got in trouble.
Oh, the school thing, the UCLA.
Yeah. I still love her. She's still hot as fuck.
No, she's badass. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah, Uncle Jesse and what the hell was her name? And
oh god,
and Becky.
And Becky.
And they just kind of like write her out. They just like ignore.
That's what it is right there. Spec. An excess of midichlorians could cause irregular facial hair growth.
I gotta go let Roman out. Are you gonna keep going?
I go for a little bit, unless you gotta go, Spec.
It's 9:00. My kids have actually been like trying to sneak in. I keep telling them to shoo, so I think they want to get something out of the fridge.
Oh,
so come in and get shit out of the fridge.
Come in and get something. This ain't,
It's a family fucking show.
This is Tony's freestyle show. I wasn't even planning this. We're just bullshitting, and we're like, "You want to go live because you're not doing Punk's Pit tonight?"
Because we were in Frostbite Repo's fucking chat.
What?
We're on Frostbite. And we're on the phone, and I'm like, Tony wants to know who the fuck Derek is.
He fucking put that, and I didn't know who Frostbite's guest was, and he put
I didn't either.
He goes,
Tony said,
Tony says,
I said, who the fuck is Derek?
And I'm like, you asshole.
Yeah, and I said,
and then I said,
go ask Tony, and Tony goes, oh yeah, go put everything on me. So then I wrote, Tony's Figs wants to know who the fuck Derek is.
Totally said it. Totally typed it. Then I said something. Then he said something back, and everybody in the chat are laughing because we're going back and forth. And then Frostbite sees it, and he's just like, he's just laughing, and the other dude's having fun with it too. And we're like, oh shit. He said like I'm on Gridiron's nuts, and I said, you're on my nuts, and then some bullshit.
Yeah, but you are on Gridiron's
nuts. But then I remembered, I'm like, wait a minute. Me and KJ's stream.
Tony, wait. What? Let me just ask, like, what's your other hand doing while you're doing this right now? Is it? Are you fondling Mark's nuts right there? Like, is that?
I'm fondling Ken's.
Okay.
This guy wants to go.
I'm at an angle.
If you're gonna be here, I'm gonna let him out, and then I'll be right back.
Yeah, go let him out. I'm gonna go open a window real quick because it's fucking warm in here.
All right.
There. Window open. That's how small my place is.
We were just bullshitting, and then he's like, well, he was gonna go live with a Punk's Pit tonight, and he didn't do it because I had a date that kind of fell through. She didn't feel good, whatever. Like, oh, it's fine, it's cool, whatever. Exactly. So then that fell through, and he wasn't gonna do the Punk's Pit because I was gonna be on it, and then Mattson wasn't going to be on it. Ed wasn't going to be on it. And then he didn't feel like it. So I said, you want to go live? Because this is mine, KJ's, and Baldy's StreamYard for Terrordrome. And if Baldy ever wants to mess with it. So I said, let's go. And then we're being stupid little bitches. We're like, well, do you want to go on mine or do you want to go on yours? Well, we can simulcast. Well, okay. Well, who wants it? Let's just do it on mine. Fuck it. And I opened it up. And then I didn't even put my intro on it. I did get a copyright claim on the song that plays from my intro. You know how Tony's Figs goes bam like that in the beginning? Well, it's on every video I have, I give attribution to the band and the song, Punch Deck, Maximalism. And when KJ made the intro to our last live with the Delta 17 guys, Ken and Steve, he didn't put it on the description. I think I'm just guessing right now. I don't know if that's what did it, that we didn't give him attribution because he used it because he got it from a free place, something, I don't know, not YouTube or something where it was kind of like free, but he would always tell me, remember to just cover your ass and put that in there, who's the song, what the song name is and who it's from every time. But then when you made that, we didn't put it in there, and then the very next day I got a copyright claim. Like, it's not as bad. It's just saying we're not monetizing this live stream because you didn't give, this is your song, whatever. I said, oh shit. So I went back in the description and added it, and they said, oh, it's not a strike, it's not a this, it's not a that. So, but I don't know if that was it, but that's the only thing I could think it could be because all my videos have the attribution there except that one. So
How am I supposed to eat?
You can eat.
come in and get something out of the refrigerator. Uncle Tony said it's all right.
You gonna eat more rice? Jesus Christ!
I'm taking a salt one.
All these kids eat is, oh God, is that still out? I gotta put that away.
Yes, you
So anyway, I can either erase my intro or whatever, but I don't, whatever. I got a couple super chats, so it was fun.
Nice.
But anyways, no, it's fun. This is my first time going live. I mean, on my channel by starting it out on my channel, and Larry was like, "Yeah, let's go, fuck it." So we did. I kept saying, "Anybody want to jump in? I'll send the link to you." And then that's when Travis saw us live when he was with his chick, and he's like, "A punk with figs." Live, whatever.
Well,
So
I saw the link, but chaos was going on and I was like, yeah, I'm just whatever. And then it like chilled out. So I was like, you know what? I'm gonna jump on. It's been fun. I've enjoyed it.
Yeah, we're just bullshit. And I wanted Matson on, but he wasn't going on. He wasn't going on Punk's Pit. So I was telling him why we went live and took off.
Oh,
We were just bullshit talking and whatever. So why not? Give me some, some power trying to do it because KJ's always doing it. I'm letting him do it. I'm like, go ahead. No, I'm having fun doing this bullshit.
well, you gotta learn how to do it.
No.
Oh God, no, that's the worst.
This reminds me of this looks
Brady
like
Bunch.
Sports Center. Doesn't this look like Sports Center?
Around the horn,
Around the horn or whatever?
something like that.
Respect.
What's else?
Your brother.
What do you got?
Dumplings.
War chest. You can't open a window. It's like 20 degrees.
Well, it's only 50 degrees right now. It's nice
I've
outside.
had my door open a lot this week, and it's been in the 20s. Thanks, Roman.
I don't miss that shit. Miss it at all.
The cold has never bothered me. Like, I never zip up my jacket. With all that said, as I get older, I don't care for the cold. The knees lock. The knees lock up.
Lock up. You old bastard.
You step out of the car and you're like, oh my gosh.
It's a funny thing how ice is great for inflammation and your joint, like icing my back, icing my shoulders, whatever. But cold weather overall, not great for your body.
But wake up out of bed and you're like, oh, I'm so stiff.
Yep.
But I take a shower and I can walk down the steps again. I've said before, if I ever move, if I have my way, I don't mind having a basement with stairs, but I don't want an upstairs. I want a ranch. Because I hate walking up the steps to go to bed every night and walking down steps. That's probably worse. I go down one step at a time.
Well, that's what my wife wants. She doesn't want stairs. She wants a ranch style. But you live in LA. Who can afford that shit? Not me.
Oh my God. I can't imagine it for you guys over there. Especially the damn daylight savings time shit.
Well, everyone has daylight savings time.
Yeah.
Except
know,
for
but
you. You're the only
spending
one. So it doesn't matter if you live in the cold or the warmth. You're getting daylight savings time. Arizona
Not
is
me,
the
not
only
AZ,
state that
baby.
gets it right.
You're the
So-
exception to the rule.
So if you live,
That's right.
do you live in LA or do you live like outside of LA?
So it's kind of like a Detroit thing. It's an interesting. I live in LA County
Okay.
because LA County is one of the largest counties, I believe, in the States.
What's up, Oz?
But depending how you write it, I could be considered that I live in LA City.
Okay.
So I live in the area I live in is called Playa Vista. And it is when it was made 20 years ago, a little over 20 years ago. Basically, it's land that Spielberg actually wanted to build DreamWorks Studios on, and they told him no. And then somebody greased somebody's palms, and then all of a sudden they turned it into housing and condos and everything else. I live part of my neighborhood just east of me is the Howard Hughes hangar where he built the Spruce Goose.
Okay.
Which is now owned by a Chinese company and is leased by Google, and Google renovated the whole thing because movies would shoot in there. They turned it into a studio or a sound stage.
Be right back. I'm still here though.
Yep. And then, so basically this whole area was owned by Howard Hughes at one point and was his personal dumping ground.
Oh, okay.
And so this particular zip code, when you put it in, sometimes it comes up as Los Angeles, and then other times it comes up as Playa Vista. But it's considered Los Angeles because.
So what if you live like in a suburb of LA? Could you afford a house there, or is it just as expensive as living? Because like you can buy a house in Detroit really cheap compared to what you can in the suburbs.
You could buy a house in Detroit cheap compared to just about anywhere in the United States. I remember shooting. It was like one of the municipal buildings downtown was for sale for like $100,000.
Oh, it's yeah.
You know, and you'd be in. Was it Royal Oak? It was the area where like Barry Gordy and like all those guys had their homes.
That would either be Royal Oak or Birmingham.
So it was Royal Oak, and we were shooting at some dentist, some prominent black dentist's house. You know, and this house was clearly from the 70s. It was all very mid-century, split level, and
I remember that episode.
Yeah, it was a cool house.
Yeah,
but we'd be filming in these houses that would have like this amazing wallpaper, this intricate plaster work or whatever. And they'd sit there and say, yeah, it's beautiful. They're like, I can't get it insured to save my life because the value of the property is worth absolutely nothing. And it's just like, it was sad. It was sad to see like
you have like one street with mansions and on the other street, like you said,
burnt out crack house.
But next to one of those is just like an old 40s or 50s home, well kept. And then there's one that's like next to it that's okay. Then you have a burnt down one. It's like, I couldn't imagine living here. I couldn't imagine living like this.
It's ridiculous. But when you get to LA, LA is spread out, right? And it's spread out even more. And LA is basically a lot of mini cities within a city. And what a lot of people don't figure out or realize or learn in time is you have to find that city that you can click with or identify with, or comfortable with. Because if you don't, then you're just miserable. And so, like, Travis lives way north of me in an area called Woodland Hills, which is still LA County, and I guess it's still LA, but it's like fringe.
Where's Fabio at?
Where's who? Fabio's in like Sherman Oaks, Van Nuys area.
Oh, okay. That's where Travis used to be, right? Sherman Oaks?
That's where Travis used to be. And that's the Valley. And I mean, that's still LA. When I first moved out here, I lived in Glendale, which is a little more east. So like Glendale, Pasadena, Eagle Rock, that's all still LA.
And then where's KJ at?
KJ is in North Hollywood.
North Hollywood. That's what he told me.
Which is very close to like Sherman Oaks, Van Nuys.
Oh, okay.
And I live in on the west side. So there's West LA, Culver City, Santa Monica, Playa del Rey, Marina del Rey.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's when I told you my sister's in Arcadia, and you said it's not that far.
Arcadia is way east.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah. And Arcadia is not LA.
Yeah.
Fringe of LA. I don't know what county it is. I don't know if they're LA County or not.
I'm not sure. It's kind of like when you go to the strip club right around shift change and the old girls are there, and then when the new girls, it's sad. It's almost like watching an Amazing Stories episode, but with less clothing. What the fuck, War Chest?
He's gonna be interesting when I have him on.
Yep.
Well,
he's crazy. War Chest is crazy.
The porn stars live everywhere. I've seen them walking around near me up in Marina del Rey. Like most of that shit's all shot either like downtown in the warehouses that have been converted into stages, or up north in Chatsworth. Most of it was Chatsworth, or at least back in like the
Skid Row.
Chatsworth. It's like, you know, Deep Valley. Like nobody's gonna bother them there.
Oh, have you got to shoot any of that?
No, thankfully. I have not. I do remember, God, how long ago was it? It was over 20 years ago. So I don't want to give away too much because we won't have anything to talk about on Punk's thing.
Oh,
but I know. That's why I'm like,
we talk about your whole life. Believe me.
Okay.
Yeah, he goes through a bunch of shit. Yeah, so
I went to film
from when
school.
you were a kid, your family, and everything. So
yeah, he goes through all of that. So we ain't asking you that.
I went to film school to learn how to do movies. I worked on like, you know, some indie films. Came out here. Worked at AFI, which is a graduate film school. And then I was trying to get back into freelance and somehow fell into shooting reality. So I shot reality TV, went on the road with the drummer just passed away, My Chemical Romance. I was their camera guy for like a month.
I know that because my oldest posted it because she was a huge fan.
Yeah. He was one of the members that like I got along the best with, and the guitarist Frank penned a very touching tribute about him. He was an interesting dude, and he was a dick. Like when I first met him, he would go out of his way just to be a total asshole to me. And then when it kind of like I showed myself to know what I was talking about, know what I was doing, then there was sort of like a respect that came in of like, okay, he's not just some bozo, and then, you know, he could still be a complete prick depending on what his mood was or whatever, but like we ended up getting along and having a respect, and he'd like teach me how to do paradiddles on the bus on like his practice pad and all that, and I was sad to hear that. But you know, in the venture of all this, I was trying to find work. You know, you're in your early mid-20s and need a paycheck and whatever else, and one of the websites we used at the time, I think it's still around, but people don't really use it. It's called Mandy.com, and small productions and all that would post up like looking for a director of photography, looking for this, looking for whatever. Playboy TV was looking for a reality camera guy. So I went up to their office, which was in Sherman Oaks, and I interviewed, and they were asking me questions, you know, how do you feel if, you know, our host is taking bologna and throwing it at a chick's ass and this, that, and the other. And I was just like, really don't give a flying fuck about it. Like, you know, are you asking if it's going to phase me? No. Like, but ultimately I did not get that job, which I was kind of thankful for. And that is the closest to that side of the industry I've been.
Tati says, okay, so Spec did softcore.
No, I came close to doing it. I didn't actually do it.
So then I guess it's safe to say that while you were interviewing for this, you didn't whip your cock out then. Or maybe you did and they were like, no, now we really don't want.
told, like we established this earlier, whenever there's a camera in my hand, it's there. Sometimes it's a third support.
Mr. Speck, don't judge. We're sorry.
As long as I got
Where
into the mansion, I did not get into the mansion. But one of the last reality shows I ever worked on was on MTV called The Buried Life. And it was about these 4 kids from Canada that were all best friends, and they had a bucket list. And my buddies met them and went out with them and did this whole documentary one summer about them trying to do this bucket list stuff. And then they shopped it around and MTV bought it and blah, 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 blah. I bet you do. I do have one story that ties close to that, and it has to deal with The Buried Life. But we were doing the first season of The Buried Life, and it was still very real before producers and all that started fucking everything up. But one of their bucket list items was go to a party at the Playboy Mansion. And so they found one of those big prop cakes, one of those like 7-foot tall wooden prop cakes. And then we went to a fabric store and they bought fabric and they decorated the shit out of it. And the Playboy used to have this annual party called like Wonderland. It was an Alice in Wonderland theme type of thing. So 2 of the 4 guys got all painted up and dressed up like Oompa Loompas and got into the cake and like hid in the cake for like 12 hours. They had bottles to piss in and whatever. And we rented a truck and they backed the truck up to the gate and they were basically like, yo, we got we were told to deliver this, whatever. So they didn't know what to do. So they wheeled the cake in and they just threw it somewhere in the back. And it just so happened that one of our show's producers had been legitimately invited to that party. And so she dressed up as a candy striper or what, not a candy striper, but like a, one of the cigarette type girls, you know, from the 20s, like Who Framed Roger Rabbit cigarettes. So she had a tray. And so like I took a lipstick camera essentially, and I set it up in her tray and put like all the candy and stuff on top of it and had an area cut out underneath so she could just move a chocolate bar and hit record and then move it back and nobody could see it. And she went, yes, somebody saw that episode. So 2 guys were hiding in the cake dressed as Oompa Loompas. And when it was clear, she went and knocked and they came out of the cake and they partied all fucking night. And there was video of they on stage with Snoop Dogg and they were just going ape shit. One of the other guys awesome. Kind of looked like Cristiano Ronaldo. So we got in a limo with him and he tried to, I totally forgot about that. He spent the night like trying to get in the front going like, I'm Cristiano Ronaldo. Like what did, you know who I am? And totally didn't buy that shit and left him out on the thing. But like those other guys, they were there all night. Like somebody came and picked them up at 6 a.m. or something like that. They were, it was a pretty cool story.
Dope.
That's messed up. See, that's something like I guess when I was talking about like my brother-in-law, I just loved hearing the stories. To me, that's like I don't care about taking pictures with people or like name drop. Like I just like to hear the stories of like shit that happened. You know,
I try not. I'm terrible at it. I say I try not to name drop, but I name drop because I get excited because people know who these people are, and it's like, but I worked with them, or I did that with them, or I was on this.
Yeah, I think it's different when if you're telling a story and you're in story mode, and you're like, hey, you know what, I was here with so and so or whatever. It's different when you're like, well, yeah, I know so and so, and you can tell when someone is name dropping and when someone's telling a story. And to complete that story, you have to use. It's easier to use the name because it puts a face with who you're talking about. You know, if I talk about the shit that happened with my old friend Brandon or my old friend Chris, people go, "Who the fuck are those people?" You know, but when you put a name to it, that's when you go, "All right, makes." So, yeah, I find all that stuff interesting.
Well,
Really
so
interesting.
just to cap off the adult industry part of this,
Okay.
so we went back out for season 2 of The Buried Life, and I left that job early because A, it was going to shit, and B, I got offered Detroit 187, so I left them early to go take on Detroit 187, which was a much better choice. But when we started off that season, we had to go. The episode was a hangover style bachelor party. So we went to Vegas and we were at the Hard Rock in Vegas, and one of the guys was trying to find a girl to agree to marry him, and then we were going to throw this like crazy anything can happen bachelor party in the main suite. It was a crazy suite. It had a bowling alley in it and all this other crazy shit. And he found a girl who said yes, and it was a very wild night. Like, I have a photo of me there in the middle of the living room was a jacuzzi, and there's a photo of me at some point taking a giant leather chair and fucking jamming it in the jacuzzi. And that was my fuck you to the producers at that point. But at the Hard Rock where we were staying, that same time frame, there was a porn convention. So we were constantly walking around, and then there were all these porn actresses, and it'd be like, I know who that is. I know who that is. And then so the room I was in, the tower I was in, my windows overlooked. It was called, I don't even think the Hard Rock exists anymore, but it was called like Club RX. And, like Lil Jon would do something there every weekend or whatever. But that's where the bulk of like the porn convention was, where, these guys would pay money so that they could go hang out with these porn stars. And so like I'd get up, I'd go down to the gym, and here's a name drop. I was at the gym and it was just me and Dennis Leary, because I guess he had a residency there. So like we would just work out at the gym and he'd just be like, I was like, hey. And I'd go back up to my room and I'd order breakfast, and I'd sit there and eat breakfast, and I'd like look at the convention, and there's nothing to see. The girls weren't hanging out of their tops or anything. They were all covered, but you just have the geekiest looking guys, these like the basement dwellers that were just like there, like trying to throw a frisbee to a porn star, like sit in a hot tub with a porn star, like trying to figure out how to hold a conversation, or like you could just from where I was on like the 13th floor all the way down, like you could feel the awkwardness. But so yeah, that's the closest I've been to that part of the industry. That's close enough.
Yeah, I don't think that's the industry I want to film or be part of.
That's crazy.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm glad they do it, and I like that it's still available to watch when I want it. But I don't think that's where.
Dude, it takes you know what? You just reminded me. There's one more story. It's my last porn story. In between working in reality and getting back onto actual narrative sets, I had a very brief stint at a rental house where I worked as a technician. So I would take cameras apart, fix cameras, collimate lenses, troubleshoot for people. And it was a rental house, but they were also a sales company. So they did a lot of video sales and whatever. And this dude pulls up in a Jaguar, brings me this little DV camera, and he's like, hey, I'm having this problem. It's not doing this. It's not doing that. And I was like, okay, cool. Let me take a look. And there was a tape in it. So I hit play, and boom, there's some chick taking a money shot all over. And he was like, oh, I probably should have taken that out. I was like, yeah, well, you got the money shot. And so Clint, I did see him like 20 years ago, like walking out in Santa Monica, just hanging out, before he got arrested for all the vile shit that he did.
All his shit.
Yeah, so it was like they have the people that work in that industry just
I don't think
Fuck dead.
Santa Monica is not the place that it used to be. I'll tell you that much.
No.
The hustle and bustle of the Second Street, where all the stores and the shops and what you'd see in the movies and all that, like that place became a ghost town. You know, right around COVID. It's definitely not what it was. I think they're trying to revitalize it. But the people that work in that industry, I do remember there was a time I was on a commercial. It was actually a photo shoot, and we were a video unit that was shooting adjacent, and female director, producer, whatever. And then this dude that came to help out, who, you know, he's like driving a Porsche and this, that, and the other, come to find out that he used to be like a director in the porn industry. And he just had no filter. Like, he'd be talking to the director and he'd be like, you know, you could make big bucks if you wanted to act in this or that and the other. And she was just like getting so fucking creeped out by him. And there's just like no filter, you know, which I guess that's kind of how you have to be if that's what you're gonna do.
That's
like
the industry, yeah, I could see.
So yeah, that's not me. I couldn't.
I mean, yeah, it might be that might be a hard sell with your wife too.
Yeah.
But even before that. But yeah, no.
I think there's just and this is nothing on the people that act, but I could only imagine that the smells might not always be the best. And it has nothing to do with the people, because I think we've all been in situations where we're like, this is not a good smell. We're going to do this. Like, we're taking one for the team.
Yeah. Yeah. I wasn't going to bring that up.
Smells
because
like
I haven't
food for
experienced
kids.
it, but I've definitely heard about it.
Work just sent me some of his pictures that he had done, because he removed the base of my dragonfly, the one picture that I did. And he's like, yeah, I used to be a photographer. He sent me a bunch of pictures, and some were very scantily clad women. So I was like, hey, if you can keep me from being demonetized, you want to do Thursday with a friend? And he was like, I can do that. I don't get offended by shit, but I'm also trying to do a show where it's not going to be, you don't want to get too in depth with things like that. So
Right.
you do have to watch what you say.
13, rated R. That's it.
Rated R is fine, but going past that.
I want to know what you'd speak about at the expos, War Chest.
Exactly.
Tune in the week after yours.
There we go.
Oh yeah.
I've heard him talk about some stuff, and I've, you know, we were just on the, what were we on together? Oh, I think it was when we were on Pop Blender last Friday. And no,
Who?
War Chest was on.
Oh.
Yeah. You know, he's an interesting fellow.
Yeah.
I just use the word fellow. You know, but, you know, he said before, like, he's like, man, I could say a lot. I'm like, oh, I know you can. That's why you have to watch when you have, you know, when you're doing a show, you got to watch those types of things, because, you know, your goal is to grow, not to. There's a reason why I don't talk politics and religion. It ain't worth it.
What's up, Gun Bunny? What's up,
Gun Bunny?
How y'all doing?
What's
Good,
going
just
on,
messing
man?
around bullshitting. What you up to?
Back with the camera.
Oh.
Can y'all see me?
We're looking at
Yeah,
the Mad
yeah.
Laboratory.
Yeah.
Yep.
What's left?
Exactly.
How y'all doing tonight?
We were just bullshitting me and Punk and said, let's go live. We're like, whose channel? Your channel, my channel. Yo, fuck it, your channel. Let's go. We've been just shooting the shit, bullshitting. Spec's been going on about the movie industry and all this shit.
All of his years in
Yeah,
All these years in porn.
that's exactly what we were talking about.
If I remember correctly, he said, I love doing gay porn. I was like, all right, that's cool. Hey.
how many AVNs you got? Respect.
That's right, Clint.
Dude, it's competition with my action figure collection.
No shit.
Cases and cases.
Man.
Yeah.
How long did it take you to do that? How long did it take you to do your tiger fly?
It took about 5 days.
Okay.
It was about 5 days worth of painting, but it was only because I was, you have to figure out the process, because the way that they put those together and the way that the toy actually goes together, it's almost kind of layered. You know what I'm saying? Because everything is just injection molded, olive drab. So when you have to paint it and add all the fades and all that kind of stuff, you have to kind of like put it together, paint it, take it apart, paint it, put it back together, paint it, in order for it all to be kind of smooth. So it took about 5 days.
And did you paint the teeth on it?
Yeah, the teeth and the eyes were all hand painted.
Okay.
You painted
wow.
them. Yeah. He didn't have to mess with the goddamn stickers.
No, I'm doing.
Well, I was going to
another one
ask
right
if you had
now.
gotten the water decals from whoever it was, Bad Mother or whatnot. But
That
you
mother
did-
tattoo.
That was all hand painted. That's awesome.
Yeah, it was hand painted. The Bad Mother decals were the GI Joe logos, the red, white,
Oh,
and
it's
blue,
right.
and the little eagle one. Those
Yeah.
were all Bad Mother.
I might have
But
to
I'm
get
doing
those.
another one right now.
G.I. Joe on it.
Painting a
There's
second
no
one.
G.I. Joe on it. Oh well, black.
Tony, let the man speak.
Oh, sorry, my
Oh,
bad. I'm
Don't
really
be
close to
fucking Travis.
I'm doing a
Oh, God,
second
no.
one now for as a commission, and I'm going to be going if the client gives me the okay, I'm going to be doing the teeth a little bit more updated, using the ones that came with it, but then still painting all the other stuff around it to make it look like a little bit more vintage, just to give it a little bit more of an update.
So you're saying there's more than one person in the world that wants to classify tiger fly?
Dude,
Yeah, a gentleman in the UK.
And okay, that definitely makes sense.
I never had the original Dragonfly. I had the Tiger Fly.
That's right.
I had the original Dragonfly, and by the time Tiger Force came out, like in '88 and '89 when they were dropping, it was not appealing to me at all. I thought it was so goofy. I thought the colors were kind of, you know what I mean? Back then, I thought the colors were really kind of out there. But now,
Now you love it.
I love it. I could paint Tiger Force and Python Patrol all day, every custom, and I wouldn't get tired of it at all.
That's crazy.
Dude, I'm jealous because your Python stuff, like doing the boat that I did, trying to mask off those lines for that diamond thing.
Oh yeah.
Like, I just went with it and did what I had. But like, you look at yours and you got like perfect symmetry, and just like.
It takes a good while. Like with the I'm trying to think because they're up there with the Buzz Lightyear Python Patrol jet. That was 1 day of 8 hours of laying tape, and then the next day 4 hours of laying tape just on that one project, making sure that they were all clean, and then getting I have these little tools. I don't know what they're for, but they're let me see if I have one here. But they're basically just like a stick with like different size metal, like round tips at the end. And I would just take those and make sure I press them all into all of the panel lines, into all of the body creases and stuff like that, to make sure that it was all laid in there correctly. So then that way, when I sprayed it, it was, everything was all nice and clean. So it takes a long time to do those patterns like that.
Yeah. I mean, I spent hours doing it on that, but I didn't have little tools like that to get in. And then that boat, because it has that forked front, and then you can only get the tape so far into that with your fingers. And then, you're trying to like lay these marked out like, I don't know, I'm sure you have a Fortnite boat, or you do, because you made one into the water moccasin.
Yeah.
Like, if you visualize trying to lay tape on that, and I'm sure you could do 100 times better than I did, but like the difficulty level of like the shape of that boat, along with the way that the front end splits and then goes from like flat surface to rounded surface to, hard corner.
Yeah. Like, it has a lot of like recesses and crevices and a lot of contouring on that. I still want to make a Python Patrol one to go with the Python Patrol Copperhead. And
yeah, that's why I did it.
Oh yeah, did you ever post it?
I did. Give me 1 second. I'll grab
I
it.
don't remember if I ever saw
Was it on his Instagram?
So what's up with you, Mr. Lawrence? How are you doing, sir?
I am doing great. I was supposed to. I was going to do a members only Punks Pit today, and then I just didn't want to stream. And then Tony and I were talking, and he's like, "Let's go live." I was like, "All right, well, I'll just have to tell everyone that." But I'm
Yeah,
not controlling anything, so I don't. I'm doing good. How are you
I
doing?
get to
We haven't really
shit.
talked since you came on.
Yeah, it's been a little while.
Oh, that's right, dude.
Oh yeah, I remember. It looks good.
That looks really good.
Thanks. But it's like if you really look at it, you can see that it's not.
Well, I didn't really want to
Still.
tell you that it looks shitty, but
I remember that. I remember that. And I forgot about that. It was dusty as fuck.
A little bit. But yeah,
Yeah, no, it
Copperhead
looks good, buddy.
looks great on it.
so
Sorry, I'm trying to get the hang of this.
I think when it comes, and I want to talk, since you brought that up, everyone says, hey, they did this Fortnite boat for, I think it was $74 originally. I know they went on for like $8 or $10 or $15 at Ross, or at Ollie's.
Only $12, yeah.
But they were like $74, I believe, or $60, something like that, right? And everyone's like, well, if they can do that for Fortnite, they can do it for G.I. Joe. But I know the two of you have it. I have one. If they drop something with that little detail, because there's not a lot of detail in it, as a water moccasin, the G.I. Joe fans would go ape shit over it. They would go ape shit that they put hardly any detail in this. That thing is pretty much two pieces of plastic slapped together. It doesn't really have a gun on it. It has that one firing missile. It doesn't have nearly as much detail or plastic that you would need to do a water moccasin. And I was like, man, if they did this, it's going to be at least $100. And this was before I think the water moccasin, when they do it, and I think they will, it's going to cost probably $125 is my guess, just because it's going to be bigger than bigger than the Vamp. But I'm like, if they did something with that little of detail for $78, people go ape shit. They'd be so pissed off that they didn't put any detail into it. Do you guys agree with that? I mean, you guys customized them, so.
I guess yes and no. One, it didn't come with the figure, so it's going to be $25 cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah. But secondly, it's a boat, so it's got to be slick. It's got to be aero and hydrodynamic, so it can't have a bunch of panel lines and rivets and stuff. And the original didn't really either. It had a lot of detail, like in the back part where like the engine cover was. It had the flywheel that you could spin. But like I'm looking at it right now, it's at the bottom of my case. I mean, yeah, they would have to definitely put a top on it that has the turret and all that kind of stuff. So there would be more plastic to it, but I don't think it would necessarily have to be like overly detailed because of what it is. It's not armored. You know what I mean? It doesn't have a lot of But I mean, if you look at the detail, like in the flooring, in the seat, and stuff like that. I mean, I would say, I mean, yeah, it would have to be a little bit more detailed, like in the dashboard and that kind of stuff. But as far as the body goes, I wouldn't say, other than adding the, missing top part to it wouldn't have to be much more, much more.
But when you look at that compared to the Vamp or the Stinger, there's little details in those that they did, they did a lot. And I was just trying to tell people, I'm like, and again, I had that because my buddy dropped it off for me to review. He's like, I don't know if you really want to review this. And I was like, I really don't. The moment I pulled that thing out, I went, this thing is so much better than I had thought it was going to be. And this was way before they went to Ollie's. This was when it just came out. And that's when everyone started like, oh, they could do one for $50. I'm like, no, they couldn't.
I don't think that this should have been a $75 vehicle. Now, I'm not in the design and the manufacturing and whatever, and maybe that is just what the cost breakdown happened to be at. But like in terms of quality, I'd say it's like you have your HasLab vehicles, then you have your Vamp, Stinger, HMS, Ferrets, whatever. This kind of slots in under that because I mean it's like there's a substantialness to it, right?
Yeah.
And then below that, you have like your McFarlanes that are just like pumping stuff out at a much cheaper cost. Or, I mean, I guess the Batmobiles are about $100, but they're definitely not worth $100.
Yeah, I agree that thing was not worth, in my opinion. But I'm also not a Fortnite person. But we also know that they need to make their money. But I was just saying, like when you look at the detail, and yeah, there's a small dashboard, but I'm like, if you went with the water moccasin, and there was this little detail, people would go apeshit. I mean, they go nuts. I mean, maybe I'm wrong because I pointed out where I thought the Vanguard didn't have a lot of detail in the dashboard, and people told me that I'm full of shit and that I don't know, I'm just a hater. And you're just like, no, it doesn't have a lot of detail, and that's fine, but I'm sorry, it just doesn't really have a lot.
The thing is the Vanguard, and I haven't physically touched one or play with one, but you can just tell from the reviews the sound of the plastic. Like you could just, to me, it sounds cheap. It looks cheap. The plastic looks thin-walled. As you're saying, like maybe because they didn't spend a lot on paint application or tampos or whatever, like it looks like flat, cheap plastic because there's no wash, there's no detailing, there's no like contrast. There's
and again, like this was well before there was a Stinger or anything, and I was just like, when you look at when you look at the Fortnite boat, I just think the quality that and the detail that G.I. Joe, that the whole Joe team was going for, people would go crazy if this is the little detail that they had. Soft lines. It's just like when you look at the Vamp and you look at that, you're like, yep, I can tell the difference in the quality.
But there's also like, at least to me, there's a couple other things. One, I think if the Joe team were to do a moccasin, it would have Joe level detail. I mean, this is Fortnite, so it's like real kidsy.
Exactly.
A lot of kind of kidsiness to it. And then the other thing is, I think a reason also that the price was what it is because it's not their property. It's Fortnite, right? So they got to pay the licensing for.
Yeah, there's that too.
Or whatever. So like to me, like when you think about it, so G.I. Joe is their property, so they don't pay any kind of thing.
Okay.
So if G.I. Joe wasn't their property, how much more expensive would the Joe vehicles be if there was something that they were going to have to pay the license for?
It'll be the same price. Here's the thing, and you're looking at it from a logical point. You got to look at it from a corporate point. And Bobby Valid talked about this numerous times. The reason why classified figures are going to be the exact same price as Marvel Legends, and they'll let you give you some more, is because they can't sell a G.I. Joe at $20 and everything else at $25, because then people go, well, why? Because people don't know that G.I. Joe is, there's no licensing fee. So it's going to be like that with any of the vehicles. I just like, I had a lot of people, going like, they can do this. And it was like, they could do a water moccasin for $40. And you're like, no, I mean, they could. Yes, they could. But, they could also make a Dodge Ram and sell it for $15,000, but they're never going to do it. I'm sorry, a Ram. It's no longer owned by Dodge. It's just its own Ram brand.
I don't know. I mean, I think that Fortnite boat.
Check your Instagram, Sherlock.
The right size for comparable to a water moccasin. So it obviously is something that they could do and package and put on the shelf, because if they did it. But to me, I mean, I would say you would be looking with, if it came with a different copperhead figure, right? I mean, I would say you'd be looking at $150. It'd be like $125 for the boat, and then the $25 for the figure.
I would say $100 to $125. I think that it would probably be a little bit. I'm thinking like $100, and then you're looking at a figure probably $125. But we're also talking well before the Vamp even came out, so over a year you know, and this is when, you know, I have people watching my reviews and they're telling me like, G.I. Joe figures should be $10, and you're going, okay, thank you. You live in a wonderful world.
Yeah.
I want to live in that world. That was it. I've never asked anyone and what their thoughts were with. And again, I think that thing is really nice, and I think it's wonderful for customizing. I think there's a lot of there's nice detail to it, but when you look at it compared to, especially when they showed you with the vamp, you go, yeah, that's the difference between $100 vehicle and the 68 or $70, whatever it was. But you're right. It's Fortnite. It's supposed to be kind of kid-like. And you look at the figures too, and you get the exact same feel.
Right.
Yeah, but I also, I mean, there was price hikes between the time of the Fortnite boat and the Stinger and the Vamp and all that. But
Yeah.
Gun Bunny did make the good point of like, if you had packaged a figure with this, it would have been $100.
Yes.
Yes.
That's why, you know, and that's why, like, you know, when people talk about the Stingers overpriced, and you're like, it's a $75 vehicle with a $25 figure. Now, you can look at that any way you want, but they have set the price at $25 for figures. So that makes the Stinger and the Vamp, you know, $75. Now, would it be great if they sold those individually? Sure, but we know they're not going to. And they made that perfectly clear because they're like, well, if somebody wants 4 Stingers, we'd rather them get stuck with 4 figures because we can charge a little bit more. And that buck's already been used. I mean, again, it's corporate, you know, it's corporate America. So,
right. And I mean, they do, I mean, they're basically, most of them are army builders, or they give you an extra head, like an army builder option. But I mean, like, I would have rather it, you know, the Ram, the Trouble Bubble and all that stuff to just be sold individually like it was, you know, originally. Like the Vamp came with clutch, so everybody would expect the Vamp to come with clutch. But the Trouble Bubble didn't come with the Televiper. Ram didn't come with breaker. I mean, they were on the box art. But,
yeah.
you know what I mean? They were, you know,
Well,
just by itself, and I would have preferred it like that with them.
And so this, to me, this is where the problem with them getting a chameleon comes out. How do you do a chameleon? You've already dropped 3 Zartans, but all the Dreadnoughts had chameleons. No one wants a bunch of Zartans. So even if you put Zartan on it, you can't throw another Dreadnought on it, especially considering all 3 are there. Are you willing to finally do a vehicle by itself? And I'm with you. I think you would sell more. I think it's easier for the G.I. Joe team to justify it to the corporate people. Hey, if we put a figure in here, we throw that number on it. And we already know there are people like myself. Everything's numbered. I built shelves so I could have them all in numerical order. Well, for other reasons too. But I'm with you. Like, if you sold the Ram Cycle separately in the Trouble Bubble, you'd probably get more. You'd sell more. But you'd be selling at a cheaper price.
Let's pay whatever for a Moray and a Snowcat.
Yeah. See, things like that make them go, we can charge you $300 for it. We can raise, and again, I did it. We can raise the price of a HasLab to $325 and remove a figure because you dumb fucks are gonna buy it. And I'm a dumb fuck.
Moray would be huge. I think a Moray would be freaking huge.
The nice thing is, of course, it's the thing that we all want, but then we also sort of rail against because it's what kills the line. But it's like, you know, I bought my 1 Vamp, I bought my 1 Stinger, I bought my 1 Trouble Bubble and Python Bubble. But then last year during their Black Friday sales or whatever, I was able to get another bubble for 35% off. And then during their seasons, whatever, this year, the Stingers were 35% off.
That was a damn good price.
Yeah. And I wish that I had had the space or the extra income to have picked up at least another one. And then Target, those Python bubbles, like they clearanced out for like $23.
Oh, and the breakers.
Yeah.
Your breakers were going for like $15 to find them.
Yeah, those did. And the Duke with the Tiger Ram, those $10 at Ross.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, saw those there. Passed them up every time.
I didn't,
A ton of those.
but
He's the Python Patrol Tiger Force
Yeah,
guy.
I really wish I would. So I ended up buying like I guess it was like 10 or 12 of the Rams originally when because they were $12.99 here. They were only like full price for a week here, and then they all changed to $12.99.
Those would be
And
badass lids.
about 10 of them, and I left like 10. I was like, what the fuck am I going to do with 20 of them? But then I ended up painting so many of them and selling them and using them and stuff like that. Like, I wish I would have kept those 10 original Rams untouched and just, modified the Tiger Force ones, just customize the Tiger Force ones. Because, I mean, it's cool to have a few of them like in your display or whatever, maybe 2 or 3. But I ended up with, I don't know, like 10 or 12 of those as well.
Yeah, and with the amount of vehicles that they're doing now, it was one thing when people had 5 or 6 Ram cycles, but now when it's like, hey, there's also a Stinger, and there's also the Vamp. We also know the All Striker is coming. Some of us have the Dragonfly. You're like, where do I put multiple ferrets? Where do I put multiple, like, I've retired that stupid coil cycle.
Yep, that's the only vehicle I don't have out.
I
did too. It's in a box.
I just have one out, and it's the one that I customized. In that
some people have just some kick-ass customs with it.
Yeah,
but
and if you like it, awesome. If you like it, awesome. To me, that looks like something from Power Rangers or something.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I'm at the point where it's like,
I got you, Brian King. Hit me up.
With this Dragonfly now out, I got to be super selective about what's on my shelf. I've already had to start taking guys down and putting them in the bins. And so right now it's like, if they're on a sub team, I have the sub team version out and the regular guys in the bin.
Why?
Because I have an affinity for the sub team.
Running out of room.
But now I'm running out of room, and now I'm probably going to have to start canning out the sub team, which means it's good because I'll start rotating. So like I'll put Tiger Force Bazooka away, and I'll take out the OG one, and I'll put them with Alpine and Quick Kick and all that. but
that's what I'm saying right here.
Man, here's the thing, and I have a shit ton of Transformers because I fucking love that. But where do you see a Transformer over there? You don't. Those are somewhere else entirely.
Where you put them at?
Those
you got it. Tell me where you put them
at. Those are pissing my wife off because they're in our room right now.
Hey, Spec, did you get those Okies or the floats or whatever they are?
She's gonna roll over on one.
No. I saw them once or twice, and I was kind of interested in getting one, but like, I just don't want to go down that rabbit hole. I got the YOLO Park, the Optimus, and the Megatron, and they're awesome. But yeah, the Blokies look really cool, but I don't want to get one and really like it.
Yeah, I was curious to get one because I mean they transform into whatever it is they're supposed to be as well, right? You put them together and
they don't transform.
They don't transform?
No, I think they're like a little. You put them together, they're kind of like a little kit, and they have bigger ones that I guess are more of like a full-on model kit that have full articulation and everything, if I remember correctly, but they don't transform.
Oh, okay. I like them though. I like the way that they look, real OG looking. What's up, Mr. Charlotte?
Yeah, they got a good style. Yo,
what up, Charlotte? What's going on, brother?
Oh,
that
big old mason jar. I hope that's moonshine.
That was the first thing that I thought.
I'm like,
I can't wait to both. Charlotte and Tony. Can't wait to both your mics start cutting out.
Todd just said Charlotte Transformers. I did. I did quit Transformers to join the classified series.
Gotta go both. Transformers and G.I. Joe were my main toy lines as a kid after Star Wars, and I gave up Star Wars pretty early to go Joe and Transformer.
Star Wars toys weren't fun. And I say this all the time, on Thursdays.
No, I just
Because I feel like, and this was for me, I can't speak for everyone. I feel like when I played Star Wars, I had to play it exactly like the movies. I could not veer off. Like, this is what the story was we got from. So if you played, like, with the Dagobah, like, you played the exact same thing that happened in Empire Strikes Back.
Well, that's the thing. Like, Star Wars wasn't fun, but Star Wars was available.
Yeah. And it was a great movie, but to play that, you just recreated the movie.
For me.
Yeah, but they were cool toys. It's still like they were cool toys.
There is something.
The figures weren't cool, but the vehicles
they were back then.
Were cool as shit.
The vehicles were great. The figures were cool for what they were back then. But then you start playing with something that transforms from a robot into a vehicle.
Oh, yeah.
And then you start playing with a figure that, like, he can swivel and his elbows can move and his knees can bend, and he comes with this badass vehicle that's even cooler. Like, it just goes to a whole other level.
Yeah.
My Transformers broke. They were real brittle.
Mm.
Yeah, it depended on which ones you had.
You sure they weren't GoBots?
I had GoBots too. Yeah.
I had a couple of GoBots.
If anyone still has both of Cycle's wheels. No, I've also mentioned, like, Transformers. Like, that's a hard sell to a kid. Here's a robot that turns into a car. Like, that's got to be a real hard sell, right? Here's a robot that turns into a fucking plane. Like, all right, sign me up.
It's awesome. And the thing is, it's funny. So the first Transformer I ever got was
link, Allison, if you want to join.
And I remember I was 4, and we were just about to move to Germany, and we stopped at Toys R Us, and my parents got me Skywarp, and I thought it was the coolest thing. And I was at Ross the other week,
and I almost bought them. The other day. I was
they had the retro Skywarp for $10, and I had them in my hand, and I was standing in line, but the line was long as shit. And I was texting another buddy, and he's like, dude, I don't want to burst your bubble. He's like, but I have one, and it's crap. And I was like, okay, cool. That was enough for me to, like, I don't want to stand in this long ass line and get like.
You got the hookup. He hooked you up, man.
If all 3 Seekers would have been there, I would have bought them. And I don't even collect Transformers. But then you have all 3 Seekers. I would have bought them just to have them.
But it's for however cool they were, and I know some people are, like, hung up on the originals because they were the originals. Like, when you really look at them, the playability and the articulation and everything, they were hindered, right? You really had to use your imagination. You look at what the Transformers are today and the way that they're engineered, they're kind of amazing. And I know some, like, I don't dabble in the third party at all, and I know some of those are even crazier. I stick with the Hasbro, Takara Tomy, whatever. But, like, the stuff that they get away with doing, I just got the cup, the Triple T cup on Black Friday sale. That's badass.
Yeah. Well, you get, I mean, I don't know how much customizing you do, but you got me and Tony and GVC on here that customize because we just enjoy it. I was a Transformers guy for a really long time, and I saw these guys doing some shit. Like, Transformers customizers are on another level. Like, you got some guys that are doing some engineering shit to customize a Transformer, to make a Transformer that comes off the line do something else, like transform to some other vehicle or some other object that it wasn't meant to do. These guys, I mean, those guys are doing some shit. I mean, Transformers is something else. That whole avenue of the hobby is something else.
It's got to be. I mean, the way that your brain has to work to be able to break an object down and then figure out like, okay, this piece has to flip into this piece and then turn into this and then do this and then do this and then boom, and it looks like this, and now it looks nothing like it did before. Like, it's crazy. The only other job that I think takes a really weird, intricate way of thinking are like the Lego designers.
Yeah.
Like, I wish my brain worked on that level, because
I can't even imagine customizing a transformer. Like, that's so far beyond my brain capacity.
I got to address what not Rachel said. A 118 Seeker would be the Sky Striker, which would make that thing stand about 3.5 feet tall, maybe 3.5 feet tall. Like, it would never match up with Optimus. Those Seekers should be so much bigger than Optimus Prime when they transform. Everyone agree?
Yep.
Like,
Yeah.
he would tower. They would tower over Optimus
I don't know what a hell
They would be
Seeker
close to the
is,
same.
but
It would be what?
It's the
The
jet.
Seekers
I don't know
like
what a Seeker is. Bro.
Starscream,
Oh,
Flames. They were the Seekers. So if you actually looked at the size of what they were F-18s, I believe.
F-14s. Or maybe they were.
No, they weren't F-4. They were either F-18s or F-16s.
F-15.
And maybe F-15s. That all look the same to me.
I think
F-14
Starscream was an
F-22.
F-15, like that GoBot.
But the way they would
leader.
the way they would have
What
the
was the GoBot
transformer,
leader name?
they would be
Tony's
about
just
as-
having his own conversation.
what?
If I don't, Punk, keep going. I'm just asking one question. See, I'm with you, Tony. Haha.
Well, I told you what the Seeker was.
I
You
know,
they
but I'm
would
just
be
saying.
They would be like the size of Devastator. But with that said, not Rachel, it would be cool.
So they are in the
Fucking Carlos.
I don't know anything about the character, so I don't know how big he is actually supposed to be or not be. But you know, they just revealed the newest wave of Transformers for the wave 1 for the Age of Primes, and the Titan is Star Convoy, which is just another version of Optimus, and so it is a 2.5 foot tall Optimus Prime that I guess that one would scale, but again, I don't know if he's supposed to be that big in the Transformers universe, or I know nothing about that character.
Yeah, it's. I mean, I love the Transformers cartoon. I think it's way better than G.I. Joe was. I mean, and G.I. Joe obviously is my favorite toy.
That's out of hand. That's out of hand.
Oh yeah. There was no scale. There was no proper scale for Transformers.
No.
But that's what I was saying. Like, if you looked at them, they were all just Optimus and Megatron were always like two of the biggest. But then you're looking at like a Bumblebee who somehow is just almost as tall as Starscream, and you're like, yeah, that's a fighter jet.
Wait a minute.
And you're a bee. You're a bug.
I do want to
Volkswagen.
address War Chest, because he's saying the worst part about collecting is the scale. And I want to say, because I started collecting them again with the Siege line, and basically everything that's come out since has been a follow-up or a continuation of the Siege line in terms of like size and design and everything. And they do a pretty good job keeping things as scaled as they can.
Transformers by far, at least from my experience, and I mean, Spec, you weigh in for sure, but Transformers by far is they're the ones that Transformer collectors are the ones that have the biggest problem with scale.
Yes. But it's an interesting thing because, and I regret not backing it. God, I regret not backing it. But they did the HasLab Unicron,
Right.
And boy, do I wish I got that. And then the funny thing is that all these Transformer guys, and of course, like, even, what was that?
What
That's
the
my
hell?
son. That's my son.
Is he playing? Is he gaming? Is he gaming right now?
Oh, of course he's
Is he
he's
watching
gaming.
porn?
He has his headset on, and I'll go tell him when I'm going to bed. I'm like, you need to keep it down. And he's like, I'm not even that loud. I'm like, you don't even hear yourself because you got
Oh,
a fucking
Bobcat
headset.
came in like
But it's an interesting thing is
a
like
Bobcat came in.
you could complain
wish.
that the HasLab Unicron isn't to scale because a scale Unicron would be the size of a person, right? But these Transformer guys still complain that it's too big, and then keep offering up this. I don't remember the name of the third party company, but he's called like the Great Pumpkin or whatever. So he's like, he's a little bit smaller and he doesn't have as much kibble. And so everybody's like, oh, you got to get that one. You know, it doesn't scale necessarily, but it's still really big and it still works.
Right.
But in the current line, the way it is, they have the core class, and then it's like core, deluxe,
Leader.
I'm missing one. It's core. Fuck, I can't even remember what they are. There's deluxe and standard or whatever it is, and then leader, and then commander, and then titan. And they do a pretty Voyager. That's what it is. Voyager deluxe.
Yeah.
Or deluxe Voyager. Sorry, deluxe Voyager, leader, commander, titan. And they've been doing a pretty good job. So like, you know, Rodimus Prime is commander class, and he's not necessarily, and so is Ultra Magnus for that matter, but Ultra Magnus is a much bigger figure, and Rodimus, part of his commander class is the fact that he's got his trailer, but he is definitely much taller than Hot Rod, who is a deluxe, you know. And then now they just came out with the studio series Optimus, which is a proper sized Optimus in relation to the Megatron and everything else. And so like they do a pretty good job with it. You know, Bumblebee's is small like Bumblebee should be, and they all scale pretty decently to one another. It's never going to be perfect because of, you know, like the combiners, you know, Menasor isn't going to be as big as Menasor probably should be, but he's not too far off. And Omega Supreme's not going to be as big as Omega Supreme should be, but he's pretty freaking close, you know. Like Transformers is always a line where you have to suspend belief.
Yeah, that's the thing. And before I got out of Transformers, I was doing third party Legends, and that HasLab Unicron was real appealing to me just for the scale that I was collecting, and that was one of the reasons I got out of Transformers. I couldn't sustain it, you know. It got to be where third party was just as expensive as first party.
Well, it seems like third party is more expensive, right? Like
that's where it went to.
Yeah. So I'm good with Hasbro $20-$30 whatever, and you know, I'll get the G1 characters. I'll always pick up the G1 characters, and then certain collaborations. Like I just got the Knight Rider, which it's funny transforming the Knight Rider into a robot. The robot mode on the Knight Rider is more G1 feeling than a lot of like the Prowl they have and all that. Just the way that they did the door wings and everything in the back, and it's fantastic. Like it's just really great design. And then the characters that I think look cool, but I don't really have an attachment towards from later series, Cybertron or Armada or whatever, I'll usually wait till they're on sale. And even then I've kind of backed off of those. And for the past 2 years, like you go into Ross around Christmas time and you find all those waves. Like you can stock up for $8, $6, whatever. Not that I should, but I do.
What's Christmas time? You got to treat yourself, Spec.
Yeah, well, and I make these shoes. Transformers, I kind of do with my kids, or at least one of my kids who's still sort of into it.
I've got one Ross within an hour drive of me, and I just keep hoping on the off chance that I end up there when there's a Thunder Machine O-ring scale on sale there, so I can just grab it. But it hasn't happened yet.
I have walked through my Ross so many times. Driving home, I'm like, all right, I'll just swing right by because it's literally like I get off the expressway, it's right there, and I'm usually just pissed that I walk even through there. So I know it's not going to be. Half the time I'm on the phone with Tony, and I'm like, yeah, I'm going to walk into Ross. And then got shit.
The trick to Ross.
Thing, I'm like,
that's mine too.
Ain't shit there.
There's nothing.
Well, and I live within the vicinity of probably like 7 or 8 Rosses, but certain ones are always more picked over, not getting as much stuff as the other ones. But what I've discovered is the earlier in the day you can get to them, the better your odds are. Like they put out stuff every day. They get shit every day.
Yeah, that's the thing is you're either there when it happens or you come in afterwards.
Yeah, because I remember like when they dropped those Viper 3-packs, like I was gunning for those because $15 for 3 Vipers. Like
I remember.
Yeah. I came across them, and most Rosses I think were getting 6, and I couldn't find them to save my life. And I walked into a Ross, and this girl put 3 on the shelf, like right when I walked in, and grabbed 2 for me and 1 for my buddy. And I never saw them again.
Yeah. Well, yeah, me and my 2 oldest boys walked into the Ross that's an hour away from us. We happened to walk into a Ross. They had 3 Croc Masters and 2 Copperheads, and we bought a Croc Master and a Copperhead. I already had both of those, but I needed the custom fodder, and my oldest boy didn't have a Copperhead. So, but since then, the only thing we've ever seen since then was Tomax and Zaymont.
Yeah, so I found Leia's lightsaber. I did grab, or not Leia, Rey's lightsaber. I never found Leia's lightsaber.
Who?
This character Rey.
Okay.
She may or may not exist depending on your belief. But
Rey Skywalker.
when a $200 lightsaber costs when a $200 lightsaber costs $50, you say fuck yeah. I mean, I was going around like I bought a set of the Tomax and Zaymont to do the hammerhead swap with, and I also found the hammerhead bodies at Ross. And then I bought another set. I haven't done anything with them yet, but my boys are identical twins, and I dressed them up. I made them Tomax and Zaymont costumes back in like 2019.
That is true on so many levels that sometimes it's like, why didn't I just order this from BBTS?
Well, mine is an hour away.
The nice thing for me is I don't pay for gas anymore, so that's a non-starter for me. But I got a set for them that I'm going to do something special with, and then I bought a ton of stalkers because the custom fodder, and especially because those $11.99 mispriced grunts at Target, and so you can swap out the hands and the necks, and then you can have different ethnicities for the grunt soldiers if you army build those. I got a bunch of the Dusties, not the Tiger Force ones, but the regular Dusties last year that I was gonna use to like do desert troopers, and I just haven't done anything with them. I found like full cases of the Python Bat and the Python Officer, and I picked those up. And the problem is like the shit's still sitting, And so like I never came across, because I know the grunts showed up at Ross. I never came across those, but I did come across like 8 of the Crimson Vipers. And I was finally just like, I'm not buying these. Like,
Grunts went to Ross.
Yeah.
I can't believe there's any grunts left after Target mispriced.
I think most of the Rosses that got them got 4. Everything came in 4s. There were four Crimson Vipers per Ross, 4 grunts per Ross.
Yeah, that's how the cases come. 4 case now.
Okay.
I got lucky with Ross, just with the Tiger Force Outback, because I needed his gear for all the LERP team. They were perfect.
I bought one to have just in case for custom. I never did the Croc Master because I had already had a spare so that I could have 2 of the crocodiles. I did a spare Python Copperhead just to have, just in case. Like, it was one of those things. It's like, man, you see it and it's that dirt cheap, you can't not buy it.
Yeah.
And then this year, the only one that I didn't buy, the Zoranas, those were at Ross too. I passed up on so many of those for like $6 each. This year, the one that I passed up that I wish I had gotten because I wanted the spare unmasked head was Kamakura. I found like 6 of those, and I wanted to get one because I wanted the unmasked head for Crimson Guard.
That's the one I was hoping to find at my Ross, but I didn't luck out. But Zorana's real cheap on Amazon, or at least the last time I looked at it, Zorana was real cheap on Amazon. So Brian, if you're looking for cheap Zorana, check out Amazon.
If someone
I was looking for the sound wave that what, Larry?
If somebody cut off my hands, I could count on my fingers how many GI Joes I found at the Ross that opened up like 6 months ago. Absolutely zero, unless you want to count the shampoo bottles.
Well, we both kept looking for that sound wave that is the Thunder Machine. Never found it. I got a guy that offered me one for $50, and I got it.
Yeah, there's 5 Ross.
I ain't never gonna find it. Go ahead,
Yeah, that's how I feel.
There's 5 Rosses right here, like right around me, like real close that I could get to, and I've never been able to find one of those Thunder Machines. I've only found 1 grunt. Last year I found tons and tons of shit, but this year there doesn't seem to be as much at these. Well, there's one that's really like literally across the street from my house. There's a Target, and behind it is a Ross and a Burlington and Five Below and all that shit.
Ross went from, we had the big Ross Con last year, and nothing's ever gonna. I'm not gonna say never, but like I don't believe things will get as plentiful as they were stocked last year.
Yeah, Ollie's was crazy last year.
Yeah,
I never found shit, bro.
There's no Ollie's here in LA, so it's like
okay.
I got this.
That's the thing. I wish Ollie's came west.
It'd be nice to have
here.
I got this courtesy of David Warren Hernandez. He picked that up for me very kindly from Ollie's when they were like $15. But
Nice.
Because we're entering the holiday season, like Ross has been ramping up, and now if you go into them, they have like tables, and they've just been like new shit's coming every day. I typically every other Thursday, I can't, if I'm not working and haven't been working, I can't be at my place because we've got somebody here. So that's when I go hunting, and I like who did I got Morgan Elsbeth from Black Series yesterday. I grabbed a Bruce Banner Marvel Legends just to have another civilian body for my photography. I found a couple. I don't think he can hear me. I found a couple of these like big Yu-Gi-Oh figures, articulated figures for one of my kids. I saw the Thunder Machine once. I saw it at a Ross out in the desert near my parents over Thanksgiving, and I already have one, so I didn't.
Oh, well, thanks for looking out for the rest of us.
Yeah.
If I had known you needed one,
So every time I walk into Ross, I swear I'm on the phone with Tony, and Tony's like, Dude, I just want to start collecting Dragon Ball Z because everything's here cheap. Isn't it Dragon Ball Z? Isn't that what? Like,
They have a
dude, I'm just gonna start collecting it because I can buy the whole. I don't even know how many
Dragon
figures
Ball
there are,
Z,
but
man.
it's. I'd be like, oh, there's all the Dragon Ball Z stuff. Like,
you know,
They have the cool
it's
ones
a
there at
weird-
Walmart. I mean,
it's a
Walgreens.
weird thing that like it shows you how screwed up distribution truly is. Okay, so when the Transformers Rise of the Beasts figures, and I don't really get the base stuff, when those hit, you never saw. There were 2 leader class figures. Leader class? No, they were Voyager. They were the $35, and it was the yellow truck Battle Trap, and then Cheetor, the cheetah. You never saw them. They were never in a store, ever, anywhere. And then all of a sudden, you walk into Ross, and boom, there they are. And I got the Battle Trap because I always thought he looked cool, and I left the Cheetor. And then there's this new line. I don't remember who makes it, but they're these anime figures. So there's like a Chainsaw Man, and then I don't know.
yeah, that's Bandai.
Yeah, like
That's what they were talking.
they just started showing up at Target, right? But they're also showing up at Ross at the exact same time.
Yeah, because they're the same people. Isn't it? Is it Dragon Ball Z, Tony?
Well, these are different shows, but I know which ones you're talking about.
But they're the same company. They're both
Yeah.
they're both Bandai. They're like same box.
Bandai does those. Yeah,
What? Isn't Dragon Ball
Bandai
Z
does
we were
those. The
talking
ones that are
about?
at Walmart that are now at Target and
That they're all that
Raw.
Ross. And we're like, I just want to start collecting them because I can buy
I
them.
start throwing them like, okay, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball Z.
The ones you're
It doesn't
talking
fail.
about, they're like a black box with like silver trim and all that.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
I've seen Chainsaw Man though. Yeah, I've seen.
And then the Chainsaw Man is like these come in like white window boxes, and then the other figure is fuck. It's like these Titans, like these. They look like humans with the skin stripped off, and it's just the sinew. It's like Attack on Titan. That's what it is. Attack on
Okay,
Titan.
I don't think I've seen that one.
They are brand new figures. They just started showing up at Best Buy, at Target, at wherever, and they're like $25-$30, or you can go to Ross and find them for $15. Like they hit mega retail and mega discount retail at the same time. Or just to even show more massive fucked up distribution, the Star Wars Micro Galaxy.
Those are nice too.
They're cool, and I collected them for the first 2 waves, and then I had it. Number 1, I didn't have room for them. Number 2, like their distribution pissed me off because they paywalled characters or vehicles that you'd want behind these rare and chase things that they set up, and so you'd have these highly desirable rares and chases, 1 in 3,000, 1 in 5,000, whatever, and most of the time I could get lucky and I would find the ones that I want at Target, but then you'd have these really hard to get ones. Sabine's TIE Fighter, from Rebels, and it's all painted funky colors and whatever. Oh, look what's starting to show up at DD's discount for $4.
Yeah. My kid, my oldest boy is a big Star Wars fan, and he loves the Micro Galaxy, and he's the same way. Like he's like, Dad, we got to get to Target. And my nearest Target is a half an hour away, and they never stock new toys. So we show up there, and they've got this same Micro Galaxy that they had a month and a half ago. And then if we make the trip up an hour from where we're at to Sioux City, and they have 2 or 3 new things, but new is a month and a half ago, and they've got no chases or anything like that. He's like, what's the point? Why chase after them if you can't get them?
It's a pain in the ass. But let me ask you this: did your son get the Ghost, the new the big Ghost?
He didn't. No, he didn't get the Ghost.
Go on Walmart right now; it's $15.
Really?
The one with all the white, the one with all the white wings and all that.
No, it's the big ship from Star Wars Rebels.
Right, but there's no one that there was a package that came with the Ghost and then the Y wings. Right, it was like a whole.
That one was the Millennium Falcon, I think. Was there one with the Ghost?
Yeah, I want to say it was a ghost, and it came with like 2 or 3 Y wings. It was like a whole thing, and I wanted to get that. I wanted to get that ghost because it came. What is it? It's got like the little Phantom. What is it called? The Phantom or whatever. The little ship that comes off of it.
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, I didn't know that they did a big package with that, but I know that just it's the ghost, you know, it's a $60 thing, and it is on Walmart for $15 earlier today. But that line
I'm gonna check
was
that might be a
shit.
Christmas present.
but that line was the easiest line to quit. And for as much as I love Star Wars, and as cool as those vehicles are, and as cool as the ones that have been coming out, because like that Ghost, the paint job on it and everything, it looks amazing. Like it was just easy to sit there and say, fuck you, because their distribution was trash. Or, you know, the blind boxes, like Series 1 would show up, but then Series 2 would never hit retail, and you'd have to order them if you wanted them. And then, like, it just, especially if you were a completionist, it was just a nightmare line, in my opinion. And now I know that they've been doing like the vault, so you can go back in and try and find the ones that you wanted a little easier or whatnot. But I was so pissed about that line that last year I went into a Ross and they had gotten an entire case. So they'd gotten in 6 of the rare Luke Skywalker and Jedi outfit X-Wings. So that was one of those, you know, hard to find chases. I bought all 6 of them for $4 each and flipped them all. That's how mad, like, fuck that line, you know?
It's that shit. Bro.
they got a bunch here at Ross's, but they're all the troop transport. Each Ross here must have 10 of those troop transports.
Yep, that was a Walmart exclusive.
Not real familiar with. I don't know what cartoon or whatever it is that they come up with. It's not ships that I'm.
It was a toy. So originally it was a toy that was like, you know, it could just be seen off the side of the screen.
Oh yeah, no, I know what the transport is. I'm talking about there's other ships that they have at the Ross that I've never.
Oh, so there's the ones that I typically see at Ross is I see the Rebel transport, I see TIE fighters, and then I see the Asajj Ventress, the weird little ship from Clone Wars. It kind of looks like a glider, kind of like opens up in the back and sort of has like a clear orange.
It was like a real colorful vehicle.
Yeah.
I remember.
And then on occasion, I see the New Republic gunships, which those are really cool. I had all the different colored ones. I had the one that the Amazon exclusive that kind of had the tiger mouth on the front and all that. But it was just like, I was never happier to get out of and sell a line than I was with that one, because it just like,
you know, I liked them because they reminded me of the Micro Machine ones from the 90s.
Yeah.
I had a shit ton of those, and I ended up giving them all away. Well, I ended up losing half of my Star Wars collection when we moved, and I ended up having half of that Micro Galaxy or whatever it was called back then, Micro Fleet or whatever it was in the 90s. And I just ended up just giving them all to one of my coworkers because I had the figures separate. So I had a bunch of the figures that I didn't have vehicles for, and then I had vehicles that I didn't have the figures for and stuff like that. So I just ended up just giving it all away. And I thought, well, since I don't collect any big Star Wars stuff, no Black Series, you know, no the retro collection or any of that shit, I was like, well, let me get these because these are cool. And, you know, they don't take up a whole lot of space and stuff like that. But I just can't bring myself to buy anything Star Wars anymore. You couldn't pay me to buy Star Wars shit anymore.
I had a mess of those. I had a mess of those Micro Machine Jawas.
So yeah.
You could buy them in like a 6-pack.
Yeah.
I had so many of those Micro Machine Jawas. It was ridiculous.
I still have the in the boxes too. They've been opened, but I kept the boxes. The play sets, the Micro Machine play sets.
Oh yeah, I had the Hot 4 one.
Yeah, I can't remember which ones I have. I
had the Death Star too. I had all 3.
I think I have the Death Star. I think, and then I still have some of the heads, the opening heads, like the Boba Fett and the.
Oh
yeah,
all of those figures were static, and then the ones that came with the vehicle, they at least could move their arms up and down, and then kind of bend at the waist so they can fit in the vehicles. But
Yeah, so that was a separate line. That was the action fleet. So there was the micro machines, and then there was the action fleet.
Yeah, so the action fleet is the one that I collected, and they would come with a little stand, and you could put the 2 figures on it.
What's up, Steven?
And that you could set them all up and stuff like that. Those are the ones, and I would buy. They were so cheap back then, and I used to work next to a Target when I worked at this hobby store. So on my break, I would just go. You know what I mean? And I mean, you could. I mean, everything was so much more readily available then. You know what I mean? The stores were super stocked that you could just go, and I would just keep buying the same ones over and over again to have like a big Imperial army. And I ended up having, multiples of every single one. I even had the ones where there was like, they were like the concept art. So it was like the concept that looked real streamlined and futuristic, and they were silver, and they did a whole line of those, and I had gotten all of those too.
That was the Mighty Max effect, I think.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, Mighty Max.
But yeah, those were cool. I still get Black Series, but I've become very picky with those. Very picky. What?
I gotta be very picky. I don't have no goddamn room for all that bullshit. I don't know how you and KJ do it. Travis has a bunch of room, but dude, I tell KJ, you better calm down with that shit, boy.
I swap stuff out. Like my Star Wars shelf is now half of a shelf, so it's like as new stuff comes in, I got to rotate out, and it goes into the bin.
Yeah,
maybe it'll come back
Marvel
into the bin. Maybe
in the garage, and I put some McFarlane away and some Superpower. Well, no, Superpower's still out, but I'm just messing around with the, like I said, just customizing some more Delta 17 stuff because we're going to be waiting for Joe stuff for a while. So,
you know what? And as much as I love Joe, and as much as Joe is my all-in line and my main line, like I'm happy to have a break.
I'm happy to have a break too, big time.
I'm not.
I need the break.
Make it consistent, not a whole bunch at the end of 1 year and then none for the first half. Just make it consistent. Make quarterly drops or whatever it is. So then that way you can, consistently, because like I give myself like a toy budget every month, right? I have a small toy budget. So if 2 waves are coming this quarter, you know what I mean, and it's going to be 3 to 5 or however many it is, you can budget for that and make sure you get each wave, each vehicle, because it's consistent. It's like an auto pay on a bill almost. You know what I'm saying, and you don't miss nothing. But I hate it when you get them once and then you're kind of scrambling and to get them all, and then it just be dry for 7 or 8 months.
Well, and I'm sure that the Joe team wants the consistency too, right? Because it helps keeps the excitement and everything. Something's going on. I don't know what's going on, but obviously something in either the supply chain or the factory order or the factory itself, like something, or Hasbro in and of itself is saying like you're going on the back burner because we're going to forefront these lines or whatever for the time being. Like something beyond the Joe team's control is going on that is causing them to have to push.
Yeah, I don't think it's an organized decision to delay classified series. I think it's just you said, like out of their control.
Yeah, because I'm like, when's the delay gonna come? Because Larry, when we're talking about, okay, well, if there's gonna be a delay, you just said. You just showed Leatherneck and Footloose and all those. Are they coming in January or did somebody say October? I can't remember what the hell.
Well, yeah, I think in actuality, the earliest figures they're looking at is August is what they're saying. I think stuff will come earlier. But, when it comes to something like that, it's kind of like if you work for somebody, they're supposed to be the last person to get paid. So when it comes to Hasbro, if you have an agreement with Lucasfilm and Marvel Entertainment, you're going to push out theirs first, and you're going to put your property, which is G.I. Joe, on the back burner. So they're going to get done last. And it sucks for us because that's what a lot of us like. There's also all the rumors that, that they might be losing the licensing. And if that's
Yeah.
true, and I don't really think it's going to happen, only because if they're complaining that it's too much, who's going to be able to pay for it? But if it is true, they want to get as much of that product done and in development so they can continue to sell it, because that's what Jazzwares did with Fortnite.
Yep.
They were selling 6-inch figures at the same time that Hasbro was when they got the license, because they still had product in development and being produced.
Yep.
So, like
And-
I said, if your boss ever came up to you and said, "Hey, we're not going to be able to pay you this week, but don't worry, my Mercedes is paid for," you're going to walk out. So Hasbro's the same way. In my opinion, I could be completely wrong.
No,
That your properties get put on the back burner, and that's why
I
Joel's constantly been put back.
I think that you're right based on rumors I've heard and a couple people I've spoken with. Because you look, like Marvel Legends had their stream today, right? Transformers did a bunch of reveals in Japan at some Cybertron Con or CyberCon.
Yeah, I haven't even seen that.
All the
I didn't
news of
even hear
that
about
dropped through Instagram, because I saw all that on Instagram. But Marvel Legends got a live stream. And what did they announce? They announced like 3 waves.
Two
Shit,
full,
or
two
two and a
full
half.
waves.
2
There's
full
2
waves and
full
then a
waves.
retro wave or whatever. But
Yeah.
I mean, that's a shit ton of figures.
Yeah.
And
50
the rumor
grand.
that I had heard 4 days before that is that, like,
Okay, there we go.
Hasbro might lose Marvel Legends, and they're going to push out a ton of product if that's true. And I was like, nah, I don't know if that's so true. And then they do the live stream today and they push out, almost 3 full
Oh, yeah.
waves. And then the same with McFarlane. The rumors are heavy that McFarlane may very well lose the DC license. And if you look, like, McFarlane is infamous for like pushing out product, a lot anyway. But if you look, it's like, how many Batmobiles got released in the past 6 months? How many, you had all the Batmobiles, you had the full wave of Batman Forever. They've already announced the Batman and Robin, or not Batman and Robin, Batman Returns.
Yeah.
There's this, because they want to get that stuff out and in the pipeline, because if they do lose it, they only have a window to cash in on them.
Yep.
And there are people chomping at the bit. I know McFarlane is more than willing to dump DC if he can get Marvel. He wants Marvel.
Oh yeah.
I think so too. Yeah, they're not even making ladies, Allison. It sucks. I need Black Canary,
But
Zatanna, all them. They're not making them.
DC wants female figures, and McFarlane hates female figures.
Exactly, it's bullshit.
McFarlane Marvel figures are going to be just as, they're going to have the same shortcomings as his DC figures.
Yeah.
That's just what Todd does.
The question would be, because Diamond Select holds the 7-inch license,
Right?
So you have to make them in 6-inch. But
that would kill him. That would kill him, because he wants an articulated statue.
Yes.
And but here's the other thing: when people talk about the license, are you talking about just the 6-inch collectible license?
What's up, Kenzo?
Because when you look at them having the Star Wars license and the Marvel license, that also includes infant toys, kid toys, board games.
Sherlock, good seeing you in the flesh.
Which McFarlane doesn't have. So is that something that they're going to say, well, we're going to take this away? I find, and again, if Hasbro is complaining it's too expensive, who else can afford it other than Mattel? And the Mattel doesn't seem to even be in any of the rumors.
They're in the rumors for DC.
For DC, yeah.
But I'm talking about Star Wars and Marvel.
Oh,
so I haven't heard anything in terms of Star Wars. I don't know if the license is up or not, but I don't think that Hasbro's giving that one up just yet, even though they seem to complain about that one the most. But yeah, I don't know who has what license particular license for what? Because I can't. Does Todd have the master license for DC?
Yes.
I think so.
So
Yeah.
he has all of that. So whatever that other company is that's making like those 4-inch Batman figures or whatever, he like sub licenses out to them, I assume.
Oh, that Spin Master, the Spin Master ones?
Yeah. I
think Todd can definitely afford the license for Marvel, especially if he drops DC. But
what I'm saying is Hasbro says it's too expensive. And then if Hasbro's saying it's too expensive, then it all becomes like, how can Todd afford it if Hasbro, the toy company, is saying, hey, we can't afford this?
Yeah,
well, because
Disney's not going to go down in their price because they're like, hey, we want to give it to you, even though their product is going to suck.
Yeah,
but you look at that, like how many licenses does Hasbro have, and the size of their company versus how many licenses does McFarlane have and the size of his company? So, like you think McFarlane, truly all you really think about is DC. I mean, I know he's got Diablo and shit with Blizzard, and he's got other, but like that's not the.
You don't think of Spawn. I think of DC.
Which you wish that he would fucking do more with, but
his Spawn stuff's so good. So shitty. So shitty articulation, but the sculpture.
Statue. Allison says there's a ton of history with Hasbro and Star Wars. Another company picked up Star Wars toys. They couldn't use the Kenner logo or any of the Kenner branding. That's a big part of the brand.
That's right on. That's right on as far as Star Wars goes. Kenner and Star Wars are, like
TVC.
Yeah, yep. Hasbro absorbed Kenner. But so there's also, I don't know how much I'd get in trouble for saying or not saying.
Let me ask you this.
Todd doesn't technically own McFarlane anymore.
SH Figure Arts and Star Wars and that way.
What KJ?
SH Figure Arts and Bandai. Like there are other companies that have the brand, but they're overseas, right? In other territories, right?
Yeah, but Star Wars is like a whore. They'll license to anybody. I mean, that's true. Like that's how Lucas made his fortune, was the licensing. Right?
Yeah.
It's like
Star Wars Migos, Star Wars Kenner, Star Wars Palatoy.
Well, I mean, you can say that about Marvel and DC too.
Yeah, I still feel like Star Wars, I don't. One of the trilogies came out and there were fucking cuties, bags of cuties.
I'm not defending Star Wars because
branded with Yoda
on whatever a long time ago, but
the Star Wars branded tattoo ink, Star Wars branded, like it's just Spaceball. Spaceball is the toilet paper. Spaceball, that's Star Wars.
He-Man the puffy sticker. You know what I mean? Like,
but that was an 80s thing. Everybody had those puffy stickers. Like, it was just, but like, it's an interesting thing. Todd does not own McFarlane Toys anymore.
Yeah,
he's their CEO,
right?
But he does not own the company.
Oh, he doesn't own it.
He's not the one buying the licenses, right?
He's still running everything.
Who owns it?
I don't remember their name, but he was like a business partner bought him out, or he sold to the business partner. There's this whole thing, and again, I'm sure I could get in trouble or not get in trouble or whatever. But they did the Kickstarter for the Spawn, the medieval Spawn.
Yeah.
Go look at what company was behind that, because it wasn't McFarlane Toys.
Really?
It's like Todd McFarlane Productions. And so I guess there's a whole thing where I guess Todd does not own the license to make Spawn figures. McFarlane Toys does. But Todd, being Todd, was like, I'm going to go do this. And I guess if his business partner had wanted to, could have sued him for it. And I guess there was a good potential for that. Which, of course, McFarlane, being McFarlane, is going to be like, bring it on. I own Spawn, whatever. But
that's
anyway,
well, if there's anybody that knows anything about how to license your product and not get sued for it, it's Todd McFarlane.
Yeah, here we go. There was something about Todd blowing a lot of his money on porn. I believe it.
I just remember he was blowing his money on a bunch of stupid shit, but
I
then
mean,
he's
when
a
he bought the
collector.
$3 million baseball, and then 2 years later, Barry Bonds broke the record.
Yeah, and he's like, these ain't shit no more.
Okay. Do y'all think that the reason Hasbro is saying that those properties, Marvel and Star Wars, are so expensive now is because they're basically their films, their media, and all that stuff has tanked over the last 5 to 8 years. It's not popular like it was, like, all the way up to Infinity Wars. They're not making hot movies. I mean, now Deadpool and Wolverine that just came out, but all of their shows, all of their movies have sucked for the last however many years. And so they're not selling at the rate that they were before, and you can't just keep selling by the same original Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker. I mean, whether it's Ahsoka, whether it's whatever, they've all flopped. All the Marvel stuff has been flopping, so nobody's. I mean, there's still Shang-Chi shit at my Ollie's. They got a whole aisle of shit. You know what I'm saying? So they've become so cumbersome because they're locked into those contracts with them and paying that high rate for the for the property, for the license, and then all of the movies and everything has sucked.
Well,
Sell it.
Whether something sucks or not, I mean, that's subjective. I have not enjoyed every Star Wars property that has come out as a TV series, and I wish that I had. But that being said, I don't necessarily think that has much to do with it, because, all of us of an older generation, a lot of us don't really care for the prequels. But those that came after us, like, that was their introduction to Star Wars. They have an affinity for that.
Okay, well, let me ask you, how many people are collecting Ahsoka toys?
Heads right
I'm
here.
being very selective, but I have gotten a couple of them. I'm not buying the entire waves, but
I mean, and I tried. I was a diehard Star Wars. I have a big Star Wars tattoo. I loved Star Wars all up until, I mean, like, Rogue One was the last good movie, and the first Mandalorian season 1,
right,
only good show. I mean, other than that, what has really been?
Okay, but let me put it this way, because again, I don't want to like go on the subjectiveness of like, this sucks, this is great, this is whatever. Right. Nothing's ever gonna hit as hard as the original trilogy did. Like, it's never gonna, but
never live up to it.
This way, like Skeleton Crew. I loved the first 2 episodes. It's a kid's show. It brought back a wonderment and a feeling, and it showed us things in the Star Wars universe that we haven't seen before. Do I want to buy action figures of 4 little kids? No. I bought the I forgot the name of the alien, but the Captain Brutus, the Wolfman pirate captain.
Yeah. Well,
because he looks freaking.
That's a hard figure to pass up, no matter who you are.
Yeah, cool as shit.
And then you go look at like the Andor wave, right? Andor is a fucking amazing show. It is a phenomenal show. It's well written. It is like, if anybody says anything doesn't suck about Star Wars, they always typically refer to Andor.
Yeah,
but
I gotta watch that.
The figures from that wave are boring. It's like dudes in suits or like characters that had 5 minutes of screen time, and they're not cool. They're not aliens. They're not robots. They don't have anything cool about them. They're just very vanilla action figures. Like,
yeah.
What do I want?
Space? You don't like space AK-47s?
Yeah. And the thing is a lot of that, it's not the Hasbro team, right?
No,
it's Lucasfilm. Right. And they're saying, you can make these figures, you can make this figure, you can't do double knee articulation anymore. You have to go back to single joint knees because it makes the figure look more authentic and the costume more authentic. So you have to kill the articulation to make this look more authentic. And it's like Lucasfilm basically shooting themselves in the foot, because that the Hasbro team has this passion which is getting stomped out of them, and they want to make the
That's
cool
yeah.
alien figures, and they want to make, starting with the prequels on, where we get too many humans. And yeah. Like
Yeah,
I
too
didn't get
many
into
rogue
Black
ones.
Series until later, and I've been going like the ones I've gone back and bought as they've re-released them are like the Plo Kloons, and I did buy the Kiadi Mundi, and
Well, they announced the I don't even know, but it's the character from the Acolyte, the Wookiee
the Wookiee
the
Jedi,
Wookiee Jedi.
which
I didn't even
looks
watch that yet.
And my son was like, "Oh, it's a Wookiee Jedi. I want a Wookiee Jedi, but I don't want that Wookiee Jedi."
that one was a bad design, and the figure doesn't look fantastic. And again, like people got excited initially at the Acolyte figures because they were like, give us Jedis, give us new Jedi characters. This is great. We want Jedi characters. And spoiler alert, if you haven't watched the Acolyte and you want to, plug your ears right now. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 5 of the 6 figures in the wave 1 of the Acolyte characters all died within the first like 3 episodes. It was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that's what he told me. I didn't watch it. But he was like, I just can't. I just can't.
So
can't
you
watch
want
it.
me to spend $25 on a character that was in a show for 2 episodes and then died? Like,
Yeah.
I think, and I
They're
understand
not
what
like
you're
the old
saying,
school characters.
and I agree. When it comes to something like The Acolyte, which is already a canceled TV show, and all these Jedis, that's the thing. Like, this is how they should be doing it, where they have a wave of figures coming out, unless it's a wave of 6, and it's 6 months down the road, and they'll throw in one of those Jedi as six in the wave. So eventually you're going to get them all.
No.
But you're right, to throw them all out there, and then you find out the show is really not that good. The acting is awful, and like you said, some of them may pass away.
May pass away.
So it's like, I don't want to buy all those. I have no connection to them. I've never had a connection. But if you're looking a year down the road and you're like, hey, and this Jedi from the Acolyte, he didn't last very long, but we know you want to complete that Jedi temple. Here you go. That's how it should be done. But I mean, you gave you gave a wave of slaughtered Jedi. Like, thanks a lot.
Dude,
I mean, it's
with no hair and brown robes. That's right.
When the Jedi, when they started making the Jedi, when they turned the Jedi into, let's kill them. The bad guys are cooler, so let's just kill these guys off. Like,
well, and there's stupid decisions. Listen, I did not love the Book of Boba Fett, right? It for a character that was always my favorite character and a character I have a tattoo of, like, the show overall was a letdown.
Yes.
Now, I have also come to the conclusion I am not a creative with Lucasfilm or Star Wars, and I will never be a creative with Lucasfilm and Star Wars, and therefore I have tempered my expectations, and I'm happy to get something that has the character in it, even though I didn't particularly love the execution or what they did with the story. But the design, Boba Fett's design in Book of Boba Fett is badass. That costume with the blacks and everything. Where is the final Daimyo Boba Fett Black series? Because I have him in his fucking Tusken robes. I have him when he got his armor and it was beat up to shit after being in the Sarlacc and he got it back from Cobb Vanth. I have him in the same armor when he repainted it in the flat green and he still has the baggy pants. Where's the final fucking version? That show came out 3 years ago.
It's
Marvel
not
Legends
worth
does
any.
this too. There's always a figure that they just don't release to keep you waiting, so that you keep getting figures in the meantime. I've been building new Warriors in Generation X for years, and Star Wars does the same thing. They're just gonna keep people waiting, but while they're waiting, they're gonna keep buying Black Series. They're gonna keep buying Marvel Legends until they just stop, and then they come back once they get the figure they want.
So
Yeah, but what happens with like that? Like that show got canceled. Book of Boba Fett's canceled, right? So,
It was never designed to really be more than
Yeah.
a
It's just
season.
like one season. Yeah.
Yeah.
but I mean, you know, just all
two of
that-
the episodes had to do with the Mandalorian. So I mean, it wasn't even had nothing to do
Listen,
with Boba Fett.
if I were a betting man, and I, having worked on the show and having connections and whatever, I honestly have no inside information on this whatsoever. I am just making an educated guess. If I were a betting man, I would bet money that Jon Favreau very much regretted having Robert Rodriguez spearhead, showrun, executive produce, and have that as his series, because that's why they had to make it Mandalorian 2.5. Like, they had to bring that back in to sort of like save the show.
So okay. So one of the things when you talk about toys and we're talking about like these figures that people don't want, and it seems, and I'm pretty sure this is true, but I'm not going to say because I don't know for sure. Back in the day, Lucas he let them create the figures before they even came out, but Kathleen Kennedy does not want to do that. So people like they can't create figures for new shows that are coming out. So this is something when you think about it, that Rancor HasLab ended, and I believe it was the next week was they showed a Rancor on Book of Boba Fett.
Well, that Rancor HasLab was just one bad decision after another. But
And
again,
I'm not-
I feel like
I'm not
their
gonna-
hands were tied by Lucasfilm.
No, and you're absolutely right because I talked to someone at Joe Fest about the last HasLab, and I'm like, was that Lucasfilm? He's like, yeah, they made some changes and it caused problems. But what I'm saying is, if that HasLab for the Rancor would have came out after the Book of Boba Fett, because they're like, hey, we're going to have a Rancor. Why don't you hold off on that? Because then people would be like, hey, well, I can also use it for this.
I mean, if they would have gave it like the saddle or whatever it needs for, you know, for Boba Fett to ride, or they gave it the marking stuff like that they had. If they would have came out with shit like
they gave it a cardboard backdrop as your tier.
Yeah, and a bag of bones.
And they didn't even want to give you the Rancor Keeper to start off.
Or
That was the last thing they
Boba
were
Fett.
like, we're going to give you a
Boba
Rancor
Fett
Keeper if this thing backs.
Or a Boba Fett that could ride it.
They never gave us Danny Trejo.
No, Danny.
it would have been cool if you could have stuck him in like they did the Tauntaun, and you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Where you would actually stick into the figure, and then like, you know, on the side of the saddle or whatever it was, you would see the legs just like they did with the Tauntaun. I think that kind of ability would have been cool. You know what I'm saying?
Man, I thought that Tauntaun back in the day was the coolest shit ever, where I could stick my Luke into it so he could ride it.
Yeah, they need to bring stuff like that back.
Well, it's just it's the thing is when you look at the, like, look at Skeleton Crew. Yeah, you do have to do the kids. They're the main characters. And the little elephant kid is a great character, and I think he's a cute toy. But, like, I want the pirates. Give me the pirates. Give me the droids. Like, those are the cool characters from that series. You go into Book of Boba Fett, give me the pirates. Give me the biker gang, the Nikto gang. Give me the, like, those are the characters people want. They want the funky aliens. They want the cool droids. They want the, you know, like, all we have is human character after human character after human character. And that the other character that they never released, the Moff Gideon in the Mandalorian super armor. Like,
I can't believe they did that. They didn't release that.
They released one in that little 4-inch line.
Yeah.
But
did they?
I'll take one of those kid figures.
Once again, there's just a carrot dangling to keep you
exactly.
I want to respect yell at his kids.
I'll take one of those kid figures to make a Scott Tracker.
Yeah.
Everyone that has kids.
Yeah. I saw Spec regulating. He was like,
KJ was the only one going, I don't know what's going on. The rest of us with kids are like, oh, I know that one.
No, I know what's going on. I'm just wondering why he didn't just do this. That's all you got to do. But that's fine. Some people are exhibitionists. What can I say?
Well, Larry said that this is a loosey-goosey show, so anything goes.
Hey, it's my stream. It's Tony's stream.
No space
Very loose.
vessels. Jesus Christ, that was such a stupid thing.
That was ridiculous. And they're racing and they're going 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, you know that
Oh man, I hated that. Oh,
they
so
look
damn
slow. Like everyone hated pod racing. I was talking about this earlier.
I
Everyone
don't know
hated
anybody
pod
that
racing.
hated pod racing.
Oh,
Everybody
so
said that
many,
was the
I
best
love
part of
pod
the.
racing. I think
I
pod
loved
racing
it.
is awesome.
oh,
But there's
I
so many
hate
people talk
pod
about how
racing.
stupid it is, but you never watched pod racing and said it looks slow. I watched that
No.
Vespa race speed and I was like, dude, I could run faster than those fuckers at 48 years old and my knees are shot.
That was definitely a what the fuck moment, and part of it is how they shot it, because I know that they were in the volume, the virtual,
Yeah.
which fucking amazing technology, and actually getting to work in it like blew my mind. But like they could have done something to make it feel faster, and they didn't. And
Yeah.
I know that the design of those Vespas was supposed to be a throwback to like Italian Vespa gangs or whatever that they had, or there was a reason for it. It didn't aesthetically, it just didn't fucking fit.
You know what pissed me? It went into
When
cosmic.
Obi-Wan,
That was terrible.
What was that, Gun Bunny?
I said, it
What,
pissed me
Bunny?
off. It went into that cosmic tattoo parlor or whatever the shit was. The body modification.
Oh, the body
Undercat,
model.
yeah.
With Kid
I knew that hit you hard, buddy. I knew that would hit you hard.
Well, that didn't bother me as much, but it's just, so the thing is, and I was miffed when Lucas did it, but like, I had spent ever since I don't remember how old I was when those books came out, 12, something like that, when like the Thrawn trilogy came out. And then I spent the next 20 years reading all those books, like all these sequel books that started from the day after Return of the Jedi that went all the way to 20, 30 years past that. And there were a lot of great, hang on one second, I'm sorry. I got to regulate.
Regulate.
They built this really great story. Luke and Mara Jade and the Solo twins, and then their younger son, and it got tragic towards
100%,
the end too.
100%, man.
And they had done a great arc where they really fleshed out Boba Fett, and you found out that Boba Fett had an estranged kid, and like the greatest
book series.
Mm,
It was armor, hard merchandise.
No, it was in one of the last series where the what was the creatures they were fighting? The Yuuzhan Vong or something like that.
If you guys haven't read Twin Engines of Destruction, I mean that is a Boba Fett story from the old school mythology that, I mean, it can't be beat. Twin Engines of Destruction. It's fantastic, and you can find it online for free.
But there was Kevin J. Anderson was probably one of the better authors, in my opinion, from that series. After I liked the Yuuzhan Vong stuff because it got dark, and nobody was safe. It was Game of Thrones before Game of Thrones existed. Yeah. You didn't know who was going to make it out, who wasn't.
I think Twin Engines of Destruction is one of the darkest Boba Fett focused stories there is, and it focuses on how ruthless Boba Fett is, and I mean it's a killer story. So if you guys haven't read it, it's a comic, but a graphic novel. But look it up, man. You can find it all online. It's cool as shit.
That's right. Because there was a series that I got. I want to say it was 3 books, and it was Boba Fett's story, and it starts the second he blows himself out of the Sarlacc, and it's Dengar that helps him.
Yeah.
It goes
yes.
3 books.
Because there was a comic based on that, and then you got like Boba Fett had the Slave 2 ship, and
Yeah, and there was another character. I can't remember the guy's name, but he was Boba Fett's only friend. And Boba Fett takes on a job, and he gets pinned down, and he's almost gonna die, and he calls in his friend, and it's his one and only friend, and he's I think he started off as a human, and then as he got beat up, he was switched out with machine parts. So at this point, he's like 90% machine, and he's like a giant cannon. It's like his arm is just a giant cannon, and he goes and he bails out Boba Fett, and he dies in the process. And I mean, it was just this crazy, awesome story about Boba Fett and him having to deal with Quat and the Quat drive yards, and him finding out that behind the Empire and behind the rebellion is one guy who's supplying. He's the dealer that's supplying them all of their weapons and all of their ships, and it's one guy named Quat who has the KYD, the Quat or KDY Quat drive yards, and it's this whole crazy story about Boba Fett. And you would think that they would use something similar to that for like the book of Boba Fett, because I mean it was so, and it was very graphic and and in depth and stuff like that. And I can't remember the third book. It was Mandalorian armor, hard merchandise, and like marked for death or something like that.
Yeah,
and
I had those. The funny thing is a lot of people didn't like the movie. As far as I'm concerned, it's the movie I didn't ask for, but I ended up enjoying it more than I thought I would. And on repeat viewings, I don't love everything they did with what they did with the story, but I liked most of it, and that's Solo.
I agree. Everything you just said, I agree.
And if you really pay attention, the Kasdan's son, Jake Kasdan, because he wrote it with his dad, Lawrence, and Lawrence wrote Empire and Jedi and Indiana Jones, or if not the first one, he had a hand in some of those. But you could tell that Jake had read the novels, and he was incorporating some of this now legend stuff into the Solo movie. And I was digging it. I was really liking it. The Black Sun stuff, I don't even remember, but
it was good. The only thing I didn't like was like the first when they're on Corellia, where he's like plays like he's got a fake grenade and all that stuff with that big slug or whatever that enslaved them underground. Other than that first part, before they leave Corellia, the rest of the movie was fucking awesome. You know what I mean? It was a whole lot better than what I think anybody ever gave it credit for.
Yeah. But that's what they needed to do more of. And who else did it? I mean, Filoni was doing it with the cartoon. So like Rebels was starting to incorporate a lot of the legend stuff, especially like with Thrawn and like
Frank dropped a comment in there about Jodo Cast, and that's what the whole Twin Engines of Destruction was based around, was Boba Fett.
Now I remember that.
Jodo Cast and
because Jodo Cast was the one that was pretending to be him, right?
He's pretending to be not only Boba Fett, but just Mandalorian in general.
Yeah, but like towards the end of the books,
was that his friend buddy Baylor Valance, the cyborg dude?
Like the whole thing with Boba Fett was he was an old guy now, or an old clone, or whatever he was. I don't know if he was a clone at this point in the books. And he had a brief relationship which resulted into a daughter, and he had basically left or had been shunned by the Mandalorian people, and now there's this big threat. And I guess I don't remember all the story points, so people can either read it or believe me or fact check me or whatever. I think his daughter needed to be saved. She was sick or something like that. And so he was doing this for her and to sort of try and reconnect and like kind of finding his way back to the Mandalorian people and like fighting with them against this threat. And like it humanized him in a way, right? Like this very ruthless character now that he's much later in life and has more experience and more whatever. And it just did a really great job fleshing him out as an old bounty hunter or former bounty hunter or whatever he was at that point. Yeah, it was really interesting. And I go back and forth. I mean, I fucking hate The Last Jedi. I like all the stuff with Luke and Rey, and I hate everything else. And I would have loved to have seen Mark Hamill play the big heroic Jedi Master. And I think he wanted to too, especially if you like listen to his interviews. But I had also read all these novels where I saw Luke as the big heroic Jedi Master. And so I was kind of okay with seeing him as the dejected, beaten down Jedi. I go back and forth on that.
Squeezing some blue titty milk.
Squeezing some blue titty. I mean, you know, if only he had just drank it straight from the source.
Yeah, no.
But again, the new trilogy, it's Lucasfilm's fault, right? Some people like J.J. Abrams, some people don't like J.J. Abrams. I thought The Force Awakens was a fantastic movie, and I thought it's exactly what it needed to be to get people back into the franchise. I loved the characters. I loved that they shot it on film. I loved that they tried to do practical things when they could do practical, and CG when they needed to do CG. I liked that when you watched it, you could get a sense of where the story might go, what they might do with these characters, like what cool things might happen. The problem is, and it's very clear, is that they said, we're going to do a new trilogy, but they didn't write a trilogy. They had JJ come in and do one movie. And then they said, Rian Johnson, you're going to come in, you're going to do the next movie. And he basically said, I don't like what JJ was doing, and I don't give a fuck about the fans. I'm going to subvert all expectations, and I'm just going to throw a giant grenade up in this shit. And he just threw everything on its head, so that by the time you get to the end of Last Jedi, you're sitting there going, how the fuck are they going to wrap this up in one more film? And then you had Colin Trevorrow. What's up?
What was the middle one in that? It was Force Awakens.
That was The Last Jedi.
Last Jedi
Was the middle one, and
that was Rise of Skywalker.
The Rise of Skywalker was the
which
last
I hate even more.
Well, so the thing is like,
I hate all of them.
Colin Trevorrow was supposed to do The Rise of Skywalker, right? And based on whatever treatments that you've read or concept art you've seen, it looked like it was going to be pretty badass. And I liked what he did with Jurassic World. So that's me. But, you know, he got into it because Lucas or Kathleen, I guess, really liked Rian Johnson or liked what he did and wanted the script to be shaped around to fit that. And he wasn't down with that. And so then obviously he's off the project and then go around in circles. And JJ says, I'll come back in and I'll finish it, because whether what they say in the media, oh, I loved what Brian did, I loved what JJ did, oh no, I didn't hate that. Bullshit. And that I know for a fact. Fucking JJ hated what Ryan did. And then, so now what does JJ do? JJ now has one movie left where he can try and undo what Ryan did and come up with some sort of ending to this, right? And how do you shoehorn that into one more fucking movie? And Last Skywalker being what it is, at least it has some fun adventure moments mixed into it. But the fact that like the last two movies made me dislike, I can't watch Force Awakens anymore because the wonderment and like the hope and the desire to see where that story could have gone and what it ended up being like wrecked the whole thing for me.
Yeah.
But again, that's on Lucasfilm. If you're going to write a trilogy, why is there not a through line and an outline of like what each movie is going to be? What is this story going to be? Don't fucking say we're going to have a new trilogy and then like, okay, you're going to do part 1, you're going to do part 2, and you're going to do part 3. And we're just going to kind of hope that they
gel together.
Like, it's just, it was so.
Yeah, I think in Avatar, they flat out plotted out the next 5 films. Like, they know what each and every single one of those films are going to be, which is insane to do that. But at least they did it.
I can't make that many of those.
Yeah, you and me both.
That's the plan. That's the plan.
Yeah.
Who buys a?
And the thing is paper. Paper is cheap. Ideas are free. You can write an outline and say, "Hey, this is what's going to happen." Like Marvel was setting up incursions, right? Who knows what the Kang thing, whatever. The point is incursions. Incursions was their way in for Secret Wars and then everything else to ultimately reboot the Marvel Cinematic Universe so they can put in all this Fox shit into it. That's the plan. Like people, that's unspoken, but mostly people know that that's what they're going to do. If you read the comics and you know how Battle World works, how Hickman's Secret Wars worked and all that shit worked, that's what they're going to do. Even with losing Kang and then going for Doomsday, they can still. That's even better. That ties even more into Hickman's Secret Wars, basically. But the thing is, you sit down and just have a broad idea. Here's movie 1. Here's movie 2. Here's movie 3. Hell, here's Act 1, Act 2, Act 3. Here's Act 4, Act 5, Act 6. Here's Act 7, Act 8, Act 9. You can do that. It's paper. You can do that shit on napkins. They didn't even do that. So now it's just happening.
No, I mean, I think to my understanding, like JJ had an idea, right? But like once he was done with the first movie, you can kind of, okay, here's my idea for the next 2, but then you're ultimately giving creative control over to whoever it is that's coming in. And it seems so backwards. Because you look at Rogue One. I guarantee you nobody else on this chat or in this chat has seen the original director's cut of Rogue One but me.
I know there was one.
Is it better?
No, it's different. If you talk to the person that showed it to me, they say yes, it's better. They say that the Gareth Edwards cut is unwatchable.
Are there Bothans in it?
No.
Many
But it's
Bothans died.
It's very interesting to see like what changed and how they changed. It's actually if something like that could be shown publicly, it would be a masterclass in editing because of what they salvaged and used and how they actually changed it. But they went through, they shot the movie, and then Lucas
the planet blows up and they're all still there.
Yeah. But
the
like
Death Star done and all the workers are still there. What the fuck?
They had I'm forgetting his name, but the guy that's doing the Andor series.
Tony Gilroy.
Tony Gilroy. His brother Dan Gilroy was the editor. And so, Tony, I don't remember what he did, second unit or something, but anyway, he basically convinced Lucasfilm like I can fix this movie. So he went back, he reshot 60% of the movie. There is not a single scene in it that didn't have something redone, recut, reshot, retweaked. And he made it the movie that everybody loves, that everybody sits there and says, well, Rogue One's probably the best one that came out. And that was, 10
years ago.
But and Gareth was a smart guy and played ball, right? So, and Gareth was in the editing room the whole time and whatever, and they let him do one direct to scene, whatever. But like, he didn't grenade his career, right? He didn't sit there and say like, this isn't my movie, this isn't the blah blah blah.
What's Malort?
It's this nasty liquor.
Malort is a nasty ass liquor.
More chest. Oh, he's doing that on purpose.
Marsha Lucas did the same thing with the original one. No, Marsha Lucas was George Lucas's heart and George Lucas's brain.
Read it. Let me know.
In that first one, Marsha Lucas did the same thing with the original one. No reshoots, but she went in and edited it so it works. The original cut was long, boring, and the Death Star was not going to blow up. There was a lot that she did. She made Star Wars what it is because she could tell George Lucas no. If you remember and you go back and you watch the making of for the prequels, nobody tells George Lucas no. Nobody says, George, that's not a good idea. They're all yes men. They're all, George, that's great. They're all, that's what you want, George, that's what we'll do. We're all, you know, it took somebody like Marcia, who was his wife at the time, so she could sit there and put her foot down and say, George, that's fucking dumb. Do this. Right? You know, she doesn't get the due credit that she deserves, or she's finally starting to, for making that first movie what it is. And that's the thing, is like, there's the whole idea of auteurism. Sometimes you can get away with it, sometimes you can't. But like, filmmaking is a collaborative effort, and you get these guys that like, I'm going to do this all myself. And then it becomes problematic. And they didn't really do reshoots back in the day like that either. But so I don't think that would have been a thing. Reshoots have become very common now. You know, Doctor Strange went through like 6 months of reshoots for Doctor Strange 2. Especially every Marvel movie typically goes through like a big period of reshoots. They get it in the editing. They say what's working, what's not working, and it's all by committee. These movies are made by committee. If you're gonna, and that's the point I was making with the newer trilogy, is you see these big franchise movies, these Star Wars, these Marvel films, they're getting these younger directors, right? You sit there and look, like, what did they do? Oh, they did this movie that like made a big splash at the festivals or whatever. Because they can get these directors, they don't have to pay them as much as an established director like a David Fincher or a Ridley Scott. And they don't have to fight with them over creative control, because these are younger guys, and they know that if they like fight with the studios, they're going to tank their career before it even gets started. So you be Gareth Edwards, you be smart, and you shake and nod and say, yeah, this was the movie that we always were going to come up with and do, and it was great, and Dan Gilroy was amazing and really helped, and da 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 da. And then Lucasfilm lets his name stay on there, and Tony didn't want the credit, and Gareth gets to have a career and continue on, right? So that was the interesting thing, is the new trilogy had established directors that you weren't going to be able to tell them no, and there was no wrangling them.
All right, I am going to bolt because I noticed myself dozing off here on my second screen, and then I also realized that Gun Bunny is gone.
Yeah,
I don't remember him leaving.
His kid got up. Gun Bunny's kid got up, and he went to put him to bed, and he said he's going to jump back on.
Oh, I was going to say,
was
I hogging too much airtime? I'm sorry. I'll shut up.
No. It's almost 3 o'clock in the morning here for me.
It's almost 3 o'clock for him.
It's almost midnight here.
No, but
you guys want to end it?
I felt myself doing
my
this.
kids running around.
I felt myself doing this, and then I looked over and I saw myself do it, and I went, "Oh shit!"
I'm getting
I
tired.
don't know when Gun Bunny left.
You guys want to put a cap on it? I'm ready.
I'm good. We've been on here 5.5 hours. We were just gonna
5.5
for like an hour.
35 people in here.
I'm gonna make Larry nod off in January.
12 on mine.
No. Believe me, it wasn't.
No, but it was cool. I don't know all this shit. I'm not that deep all into the movies, like Star Wars and all the background. You and Allison would have a great talk, Spec. Allison knows all kinds of shit. I wanted Allison to come on, but she's got a charcoal mask on and everything. She's in bed.
Shit, Spec, hit me up once in a while. We'll have a long ass Star Wars talk.
Oh my god!
The problem is like
I try to make so many excuses for Book of Boba Fett when it comes up, because I wanted to like it. I understand why people said, "Fuck, this is not what we wanted." I get that, but I'm trying to make excuses for it, and it's not working. All the like a banter. Like what the fuck you do? What is that? But
it's
all
that
little
thing.
shit like that.
Again, we don't have any creative control over that, right? If we want creative control, then we can take out our action figures and play with them, or do photography, or write fan fiction, or whatever. But we're only going to get so much actual licensed canon product, and So the only advice I can take from that is if you're gonna watch it, you may not be happy with all of it. You may not be happy with any of it. I try and enjoy from it what I can, and not feel bitter over what it is that I don't agree with or I don't like.
That's how I am with Book of Boba Fett. I'm trying to get the crap out of it that I like, and then just not pay attention to the stuff that people rant on about and just don't. They shit on. I'm like, well, I mean, the dude, look what he went through as a bounty hunter. I can tell why he's older and he wants to be done with it and he wants to do something else. I get it. But what we wanted in Boba Fett, we kind of got with Mandalorian season 1. You know, so it's like, fuck. I wish that was Boba Fett, but I get it, you know.
Well, that's the way it should have been.
That's
what they should have done. But
yeah,
it is what it is. And my son, you know, my oldest son is a huge Star Wars fan, and he's really looking forward to Skeleton Crew. He hasn't watched it yet. He wants to watch it with me, and I'm trying to be optimistic, and he's trying to be optimistic, and we're just looking forward to a Star Wars story that doesn't suck.
Exactly, man. And so much of it has sucked it for me. I wasn't. I feel like no. And Solo was cool. I need to watch Andor. Everybody says it's pretty dope. People at my job say, "Dude, you gotta watch it." You know, I just gotta use some time to watch Allison. My advice: enjoy what you like. Don't focus on what you don't, especially on the internet. Lucasfilm can never take away your headcanon. You damn right, woman.
I will say this about Skeleton Crew. I was on Tuesday. I was watching Pop Blender and Matthew, and Pop was saying that it is a really good show to watch with your kids. So I figured I was going to wait till my daughter, because I would have just watched it because she's not big into Star Wars. But I'm like, well, you know what? It's something we can probably watch as, you know, her and I can watch. I don't think Andrew wants to watch it. So when Olivia gets over here, I think we're going to watch that. If I can pull her away from watching a couple of episodes of Buffy and Angel. We've watched a lot.
Just tell her David Bourne.
You guys are watching Suits. You finished it, right?
What?
I thought you guys were watching Suits, but you finished it, right?
Oh, yeah, we finished Suits in 3 months. And remember, she's not with me all the time. I mean, it's nine seasons.
Yeah. I mean,
I know you don't like David. I remember when we were on and you said you didn't like David Boreanaz. So, all right, I am gonna bolt because
we'll probably all call it a night. Gun Bunny comes on and we're gonna quit.
That's all good.
Jacob, we're out of here, brother. Yeah, it's been 5.5 hours, right on.
5.5 hours.
Me and Punk just started talking shit, and it ended up to this, and it's awesome, you know.
Yeah, thanks for the invite, Jamie.
Yeah, man. So thank you guys for coming on. Throw out the invite. Well, this was just we fly by the seat of our pants and said, "Fuck it, let's go live." We're just chatting and said, "The hell with it." So for Toy Optics and Black Genghis and Gun Bunny Custom, Charlotte Prime, Punk with Toys. Peace out. See you on the next one.